on the guy to step aside for someone who did not contest for that position is totally unconstitutional. If the INEC goes ahead with the election and presents Lawan, they have not done the job for Machina. Because at the end of the day, Machina will win the election, either in court or anywhere, if APC wins that particular general election. If not, all the threats by the national APC will end the APC, regardless of who you are. You don't threaten other members of the political party because of the interest of one man. When Lawan knew that he was interested in going back to the National Assembly, why did he go for the national president primaries election? So it shows that it's all about the individual and not about the interest of the party, as far as I'm concerned. And another thing is this: I don't know if there was an agreement, even if there was an agreement between the two of you before going into the primary election. Machina, for him to say he's no longer interested, regardless of what, that agreement is not binding on anybody, although it is what we call a betrayal of trust. So you cannot hold him responsible if the party wins or loses. So it's his own election. What they will just do for him is to help him win the election, and that will be the end. And at the end of the day, just like the other speaker said, he will be the winner of the election if APC eventually wins in the general election.
Talking about the law now, because a lot of people have been making reference to the fact that, oh, you know, there are certain rules and regulations, and if this must be done a certain way. I'd like to quote the human rights lawyer Femi Falana, who spoke on this issue. He did say that there are ways in which this can be handled. And the only way that Machina and, of course, Akpabio can have their names legally on that list is if the other people voluntarily withdraw. Now, but what does this say about the ruling party and handling of issues that have to do with some form of legality, especially in this case? Again, I want to go back to what what Adamu said about Machina. He put out a parable, of course, but then he also said that it's getting out of hand, and he will, as a party man, do the necessary. Do we see the APC adhering to the rule of law here, or are we going to see another show that might, one way or the other, cut corners as against what we would be expecting during this election? And like I said at the beginning, how does this make the party look at a time like this? Open up.
Well, you know, sometimes. Just talking.
Go ahead.
Okay, sometimes we need to look at what is on ground. Adamu, the national chairman, can use his own role, his own position to do whatever he likes, but the rule of law is still there. The worst they can do is to allow the other political party to win by not supporting Machina in the general election that will be coming up in the next election.
But can they afford that? Can they afford that move right now, knowing that, as Fani Kayode had spoken a few days ago, about 22 candidates in the senators might be leaving the party. 2 already have left. 2 people have left the APC. Can they afford losing to the opposition, knowing that this might deplete the number of senators on the floor of the National Assembly? Can they do that?
Yeah, it's possible for them to do that. It is very, very much possible. As long as we still have the INEC, if you look at the INEC timetable, there is still time for replacement of candidates. So it is all about the highest bidder. If you go to a political party that is ready to present a candidate, and the candidate is ready to accept a ransom, I can tell you that candidate can step aside for the other guy to come in. I think INEC has up to July 15 for replacement of candidates. So it is still possible, anything can still possible between now and July 15. So all the judge need to do is to continue to talk to Machina, but threatening Machina will not solve any problem.
Okay, Openabo, I'm most interested in the part where INEC was or had received the names of the former governor of Akwa Ibom State and, of course, the Senate president, as opposed to the people who actually engaged in the primaries. What does this also say about INEC in itself?
Well, the integrity of INEC is at stake. I am a little bit dazed to hear or know that the names of Senator Gosul Akpabio and targeted by that, because INEC is quite cognizant of the law. You see, there are no two ways. Like I rightly said earlier on, the law on this is loosey. What is the provision of the law? Machina will have to voluntarily resign, withdraw, communicate same to the party, then the party will now transmit that letter of withdrawal to INEC. The questions you're going to ask, what are those burning questions? One, who contested? Because you must have primaries. And a candidate must only emerge after the primaries. Whether you even partook in the primaries, the issue is who was declared the winner at the primaries. That is one. Now, that candidate that was declared is the man that in the eyes of INEC, is the man that is going to contest the general elections. That man has the right to withdraw. And that's why you have that provision. Now, when he withdraws, and it must be voluntary, he must not be coerced. So even if today they say, oh, the man has withdrawn as a result of Adamu's pressure, he has been coerced. He was stampeded into it. So it will be illegal. It must be voluntary. To write to the party will now transmit same to INEC. Therefore, the man who contested was Machina. The man who met was Machina. How on earth did the name of Lawan appear? I'm not even bothered about Adamu. Adamu can say any kind of thing he wants to say. I don't give a damn. Adamu is not INEC. Adamu is not the law. My problem is INEC. How did the name of Lawan appear? And how did those names appear? That is the burning question, or rather the next question. Because even if they go to court, they will lose. So I am really taken aback. I am shocked that a man who never contested an election emerged as a candidate. We Nigerians will not allow that. We will not allow that to take place. And I'm enjoining Nigerians to rise up to this occasion. We cannot allow anybody to just come and join us with where they like and have their way because they are in positions of authority. This is infernal, completely infernal and not acceptable. So we want to see the end of this. And of course, INEC will be joined in the suit because they have to come and explain to Nigerians, to the court, how the names of Lawan and Akpabio appeared. You must explain when they did not contest the primaries. Okay. It is highly ridiculous and provocative. Okay. This is enough to stimulate crisis in that state. And I bet you, if they are not careful, the APC will lose, the APC will even have the candidate, but it will lose because right now the candidate is Machina. But it will definitely lose the election if they don't put if they don't put this house in order. It will lose that election.
Okay, I think that we're having a little connection issue with you, Openabo, but let me toss back to get some clarity in terms of what the APC has learned and hasn't learned. Now, Babashala, we see that in 2019 there were lingering internal party crisis, pockets of these issues, whether it was in Kwara, whether it was in Zamfara, whether it was in Rivers, there were these issues that somewhat was a setback of sorts for the party. Do you think that the APC has learned from what happened in 2019? And if they have learned, how and why do you think that this is happening now in 2022? It might not be the same thing, but we're seeing a type and a shadow of what had happened in 2019. Has any lesson been learned? And could this be mopped up as soon as possible to save face for the party?
Well, if I remember very well, I think what actually happened in 2019 was a matter of APC not fielding a candidate, and at the end of the day, the court had to stop APC from contesting in election. Well, I am not a member of APC. I cannot tell you if they have actually learned or not, but to the best of my knowledge, they have not learned. Not only from what happened in their own political party, but in Nigeria political party generally. This is not the first time this is happening. I remember, the Rivers State government then, Rotimi Chibuke Amechi, actually won the primary election. PDP fielded someone else to contest for the election, and he waited for the election to end, and he went back to the court. This is my case, and court removed the sitting governor and put the owner of the seat there. You get so. If we are to talk of learning, they have not learned. And according to what Opiabono said the other time, if you go ask someone to do something, that person is under duress. It's more or less like that person has not willingly done it by voluntarily resigning from that race. So what that means is that at the end of the day, he can still go back to court and still get back his seat if APC eventually wins, because we have been made to understand that it is not the people that wins the seat, but the party. And if Adamu is not careful, I can tell you, APC will most likely lose that position in Yobe North. And everybody will lose, and that is all.
And finally, Opunabo, I'm coming to you now. Knowing how the law works in Nigeria, sometimes, justice has its day, but half the time, some of these cases don't go the way we expect them to. And if this were to hold sway, for example, if this were to slide through with INEC having received Akpabio's name and, of course, Senator Ahmed Lawan's name as those who contested for the primaries, and these are the candidates for the elections come 2023, if this were to sail through, what precedents are we setting for every other political party and the electoral process in general, being that this might just be something that everybody might take up later, because if there's a precedence, people will always point to it. But is this something that we want to allow history to quote us on?
Yes, Marianne, yes, I agree with you that, like you insinuated, in most cases in Nigeria, the rule of law is caged and administration of justice roundly subverted. I agree with you. Judgments are procured in most cases in this country, but I honestly cannot fathom how the judges will stand the law on its head in this particular matter. You see, the only negative aspect of this is that if APC had a chance to win that ticket, it is definitely going to lose that ticket as a result of schism in the party. But that Lawan will be the candidate in the general elections, it's highly impossible, almost impossible, and I want to call on everybody to ensure that that does not happen. You know what that means? It's like you, Marianne, contesting after the primaries, contesting, going, is like you now, I think I'm from Akwa Ibom. INEC will now put your name on their portal as the governorship candidate for PDP. There is no difference. That is what it means. Because it is not contest. So you can take anybody from anywhere to put anywhere. That is not allowed. I mean, that is complete, and is a prescription for anarchy. How are you going to explain that? So I don't think we should not even conceive it, because the conception of it will even give them some sort of gumption, as if it is possible. It is impossible. It is like batting on a sticky wicket. It cannot work. INEC does not even have the powers to so do, because the hands of INEC are set by the Electoral Act. So it cannot even have the powers to so do. That will be active ultra-virus, and it could not be tolerated.
Okay.
If they have the names of Laura and the names of Akpabio, they should come and delete those names and throw them away and allow those who want the primary to go ahead with the primary. The only negative aspect is that APC is going to lose, because PDP will take advantage of that. But we should stop tolerating nonsense in this country.
Okay. Well, I want to say thank you. Babashala Adegbuyi is a political analyst. Opunabo Inko Tare is a former special advisor to the governor of Rivers State. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We'll keep our eyes on this story and watch it as it develops. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. And thank you for staying with us. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we will discuss the alleged organ harvesting case against the former Senate President Ike Ekweremadu and his wife. Stay with us. It's still Plus Politics now. The former Deputy Senate President, Ike Ekweremadu, and his wife, Beatrice, are in prison after they were denied bail by an Uxbridge Magistrate Court in the United Kingdom. Now, the lawmaker and his wife are facing trial charges on human trafficking and organ harvesting. The alleged victim in this is a homeless 15-year-old boy whose identity is yet to be disclosed. He was reportedly brought to the United Kingdom by Ekweremadu and his wife from the streets of Nigeria's commercial capital, Lagos. Now, documents show a letter written by Ekweremadu to the British High Commission explaining the situation and that have surfaced online, and claims the donor is not a minor. Now, joining me to discuss and break this down, because this is the most trendy topic today, is Obinna Chukwu. He is a legal practitioner. Jide Ologun, who is also a legal practitioner, and Mr. Ezekiel Nyaitok, who is a political analyst. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. This is a very good team to have discussed this matter.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Great.
Thank you.
I'm going to start from the legal perspective, and then we'll look at the politics of it. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Ologun. A lot of this story has had many dimensions. There's the side of the Senate President, and there are those who are supporting the Senate President. There are those who are against him. And then, of course, there is the British story, all in it. Now, they have been denied bail. But there are people who are querying the sketchiness of the story from the boy and, of course, from the Senate President. Tell me what you think is going on.
It's already beyond the media arguments that we have in Nigeria.
London Metropolitan Police has chosen to arraign Ekweremadu and the wife on some allegations. And it includes procuring a passport for a boy of 15, claiming to be 21. Human trafficking is involved. Intention to carry out organ harvest is involved. And for the UK government, they have refused to grant them bail because they do not take lightly the allegations involved in this conduct. And we can quickly try and make a comparison. You recall that the former governor of Delta State, was jailed in the UK for 13 years in respect of corruption, fraud, money laundering. And he has not even been prosecuted in Nigeria for the same offenses. So you don't expect that the UK will browse over these allegations lightly. And having said that, they still have access to the presumption of innocence. These are just allegations at this point. So you expect that the UK government will carry out thorough investigation and run them through diligent prosecution before a committed judiciary. So we cannot put on the matter right now. But for the purpose of trying to expose us to what the elements are, when you talk about the elements of crime, you talk about the mental state, which we call the mental state. Latin word for guilty mind. We talk about the conduct itself, actus reus. We talk about the concurrence, which means that without the mens rea and actus reus, we cannot even convict anyone of crime. And you talk about the causation, which links the accused with this criminal conduct. So right now, the matter has been adjourned to the point of view of 2022. The critical aspect of it is that it's so important to the UK government that they have not been granted bail. So we are monitoring to see how it goes. But basically, I mean, for presenting that young man to be 21, rather than the rightful age of 15, it's a serious issue. And some of the lessons to learn here is that the UK government takes issues like this seriously. So what passes in Nigeria may not pass in the UK. So,
okay.
And the former Controller General of Immigration has promised that there should be a relationship between Nigeria and the UK to resolve this matter. But basically, I anchor my position now that there are allegations against the couple.
Okay.
And it's left for the police and the government to come to a conclusion.
Okay. Let me move to Barrister Chukwu. Many have made a case, an argument. I mean, FFK has also argued that it is an allegation. There is still that innocence until proven guilty. And the questions that many ask is, I mean, because there has been a story, a side to it, which says that this young person got to the United Kingdom, was tutored as to what he would do. And first, let's not forget that the organ did not, according to them, match. Hence, they wanted to return him to the United Kingdom, but he returned him to Nigeria, but he ran away and got to the Home Office. And then all of a sudden, decided to say, well, look, according to them, I'm 15 years old. I came here against my own will. And of course, it has become what it is. But why would a long-serving senator decide to go on this path? I mean, we know that we have fought against, we've fought for child's rights. We've fought against abuse of the rights of children and all of those things. And even certain states had put out a law that their young stars would not even be taken into any form of modern-day slavery. Why do you think Senator Ekweremadu and his wife would go on this path if it be true? What level of desperation would make anyone, decide to do a thing such as this?
Okay. Number one, I would say that it may be it's still too early to reach some of these conclusions that some of us are reaching. Because an issue that needs to be looked at is, again, whether or not the youngster lied or presented a forged age declaration to Ekweremadu, upon which Ekweremadu now filed for visa and other sundry documents before finally they arrived United Kingdom. That area also needs to be looked at, and I believe that the UK police or the whatever agency that is handling this matter will look at it from all angles, because I am not going to hold brief for Ekweremadu. There are some areas that by my own understanding, I could say that the desperation either to save or to assist their daughter may have led them to do something that I think, from my own understanding and understanding of the law, I will say that the family didn't do well. Number one is that when it has to do with transplant or donation of organ or harvesting of organ, particularly harvesting of organ, is against the law, is even against international law. If there is going to be any donation of any organ or body part, it has to go through the legal process. And again, the medical, it should be the hospital or the medical personnel that should be at the forefront. It shouldn't have been Senator Ekweremadu and his family trying to railroad the boy or whoever to UK for the transplant or whatever. I think if the family, if not for desperation, if the family had gone through the normal process, because the normal process should have been present their daughter to the medical facility. The medical facility knows how to go through the crucibles of law. Then an announcement is made looking for donors. Wherever the donors come from, then the people that are concerned would have looked at the age. Because why this is really much an issue is because of two things. Number one, a minor does not have capacity to enter into any valid contract. It doesn't matter how Ekweremadu's family will twist it. Once it is confirmed that the boy is a minor, except there are documents or so evidence to show that the boy, in concert with other people, may have lied to the family. That will be the only thing that I think may have to play somehow be an advantage to the Ekweremados. But if not, a minor cannot validly enter into any contract. Talk less of entering a contract for fraud.
Okay.
No minor has a right to say, I donate any part of my body, not even an adult. Nigerian law forbids it. It's against Nigerian law. It's against international law for a human being to present, even donate any part or parts of your body for monetary or pecuniary gains.
Okay. All right. Let me go to Mr. Nyaitok. Mr. Nyaitok, let's talk about the politics of it. Many, I have heard, have called this a political witch hunt of sorts, judging from the fact that a few weeks and months ago, there were plans in the works reportedly, for the Senate president to move to the ruling party, reportedly. And now many are saying that this is a political witch hunt of sorts, that this was planned from the get-go to make the senator look bad. Let's also not forget that he was recently made a visiting professor to a university abroad, and many have said that this is somewhat of a stain on his persona. But again, do you think that this was a clearly thought out plan of sorts to bring the man down?
If I answered in the affirmative, I think Nigerians will lose the respect I think they have for me. To say that a case as grievous as this is masterminded by the opposition to either make you look bad or to gain political advantage. I think that is a very, very simplistic, approach to a case of this magnitude. Now, first is there's a difference between organ harvesting and organ donation. Put that in one basket. Second is that we live in a society that has two major problems. The first problem is that the big man has a way of delegating responsibilities, and then the smaller people have a way of being unduly sycophantic, so that when they see what is wrong, rather than tell the big man the truth, they have this mentality that nothing can go wrong, anything can be covered, and they forget that Nigeria is not like other countries. To that extent, there is a conspiracy theory that I would look at where the man has given a mandate. Being a political season is very serious, and gives his people, can you do this for me? And they say, yes, we can. And they probably even possibly cut a deal. And the man does not do the due diligence because he's a big man. And as a result, he writes the necessary letters without, believing, trusting that his people have done the due diligence. And there's a possibility that his people see the chance of making a deal out of the whole system. At the end of the day, I want to look at certain timelines that are not made clear to me as of today. When was this letter written? Where were you? When did you travel? That's talking about the young person. For how long were you in the place, in Britain, so to speak? Fourthly, when you were fully tested, did you say anything? What was the reaction? Can they play the tapes? And finally, they come back to you and say, well, thank you. Unfortunately, the organs don't match. Tomorrow or next, you'll be going to Nigeria. And then, boom, the guy zaps. He takes off. So could this be an innocent young boy? Or could he be a trickish person who was part of the deal of falsifying his age and getting back to the UK, seeing a chance of going to UK and then disappearing from there? I think that we should not be hasty to draw certain conclusions. There could be situations of irresponsibility with respect to the concept of due diligence, and also thinking that this issue of the big man can get away with anything. As a result, he delegates functions to the smaller people. So we really need to look at all the timelines. He might have done something that is unethical or even illegal. But the question is, to what extent could this have been an intentional act or a case of irresponsibility or being deceived? At the end, I look at a father who has passion for the child and is willing to bend over backwards. But if he did that to the detriment of another person's child, it is unforgivable. But if it was something that was presented as a consented situation, and when he discovered it did not work, and he says, thank you, young man, I really appreciate that you were willing to do this for me. I have to take you back to your parents because I had promised to do that, and that will be tomorrow. And then this guy now says, obviously there's always a fifth columnist, now says, wow, no, I'm not going back to Nigeria. And somebody tells him, this is the way to get about it. It's a case we should not really rush. I will not exonerate Ekweremadu, even on grounds of irresponsibility and not doing due diligence. but we really need to see to what extent he is either culprit or he is a victim of not doing due diligence.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, our time is fast spent, but I want to give you each a sentence each as we wrap up this conversation. The court has refused bail for both the Senate president and his wife. Thank goodness this is happening in the United Kingdom, as opposed to if it were here. The name of the young person is being withheld, of course, for reasons, protective reasons. But how do you see this turning out? And again, what kind of way does this paint us as a country in the eyes of those who are watching on the international scene? A statement each.
No, let's go back to the case of Ibori. What the UK said then is that corruption is a cancer in developing countries, and that the UK has zero tolerance for corruption, and that the UK is committed to rooting out corruption wherever it is undermining development. So it's a matter of two systems now. So perhaps what we may overlook in Nigeria, not passed in the UK.
Okay.
That's why we expect that at the end of the day, if he's not found guilty, he will be released. But what the UK is saying is that they are going to thoroughly investigate this matter, prosecute irrespective of the office he holds or he held in Nigeria.
Okay.
Some people went to the UK when Ibori was being tried to say he built an Olympic-sized stadium in Delta State. And the court told them they were not to assess his performance in office, but to jail him for specific crime. So there are several lessons to learn here.
All right. Well, we don't have time. We're running out of time, and I said a sentence each, so we have to quickly move on to the rest so that we can wrap this up. All right, quickly, Barrister Obinna, and then of course, Ms. Nyaitok.
Okay. For me, I would say that this is not really good for the nation, Nigeria. Coupled with all the stories that have been coming up from this part of the world, I do not think it is the best for this nation. And secondly, I think that the teachable lesson is that due process pays.
Okay.
If Ekweremadu's family had done this thing through following due process, I do not think that all this embarrassment and whatever debacle that is playing out in the United Kingdom will be there.
Okay.
So we should all learn from this.
All right. First, Ms. Nyaitok, finally.
There's a world out there where things are done properly, notwithstanding your position. Secondly, learn to take personal responsibility. The big man syndrome has its limit. Finally, it's unfortunate that the name of Nigeria is being resounded again on the wrong note. I hope we all take a lesson and learn from it. And the Nigerian justice system should learn not to look at face. I think that finally my heart goes to the young child, and I pray that God will even possibly miraculously save the child.
Okay. Well, I want to say thank you, Barrister Obinna, Barrister Jide Ologun, and of course, Mr. Ezekiel Nyaitok. Thank you, gentlemen, for being part of the conversation. We appreciate your thoughts.
Thanks for having us.
All right. And that's it on the show tonight. We leave you with the highlights of the week in case you had not watched some of our episodes this week. Take a look. I'm Mary Anna Cone. See you next week.
I am making a confirmation now to what the Edo State governor said. He said, do you notice that there's a new trend in the horizon now? That almost every household has somebody called the obedient. I didn't say it. That was coming from a PDP governor from the South. That's to tell you that we are reaching out to everywhere in this country. The other day, it was a Fulani girl telling her mother that her new name now is Obedient. This happened in Sokoto, in Gombe. Somebody just opened an office on behalf of the Labour Party and printed it by himself. In the North Central, a woman just opened an office by herself and printed the Labour Party. So you see, what we are having in our hands is a tsunami. So everybody who wants to win government should just come on board.
All the pointers, you're the second person who's talking about this same issue.
Naturally, you can talk like that. You're comfortable. You need to go to Ekiti.
What makes you think I'm comfortable?
You're looking beautiful like this. Go to Ekiti. There is hunger in the land. Even the farming, they can't even go to farm again. There is serious hunger in the land. Now, is it deliberate for the government to starve people and still want to induce them, buy them over with their commonwealth now? Is it deliberate? Okay, fine. Maybe before now, you can say people buy vote. They buy vote maybe a day before the election, and they see that during the course of the election, people can still go ahead and vote their own choices. But in this regard, they call it see and buy. Money was brought to election ground. And this is serious, it's a serious one. If this is not checked, then it's to say to the world that Nigeria is actually on sales.
The 2023 elections might be different slightly a bit from the elections we have been witnessing in the past. I quite agree with my brother here that some sentiments we see play out, like religious sentiment, or the ethnic sentiment, and some other sentiments will not be accepted. But at the same time, Nigerians will now be asking themselves, how was my life, my living standard in 2015 when APC took over, in 1999 when PDP took over? To some extent, these issues are going to play a prominent role.
So these votes are probably going to be split among all the various contenders as it is now. So it simply means that they may not get the sole will to begin to say, yes, their merger, the fusion can actually give them the victory. This cannot happen. What it will probably look like at the end of the day, they will share the vital northern votes and probably some splitter of Igbo votes. Some people are even speculating that the Igbo has over 9 million within the Northwest. We disputed some of these figures. If that is what they are saying, that all the Igbos are probably going to give it or be their votes, that may not give him this election. So this is what we're looking at. So if for instance, before this primary stuff came up, they had decided to come together and they believe their ideologies are the same. As it is now, we don't even know whether they can flock together. Do they really have the same ideology? Why do they want the measure? What are they trying to achieve? What are the political values at various levels? All of this, what are they trying to tell Nigerians? They are coming together. You see, these are some of the issues that need to be played out in the political domain before you begin to either act, begin to give them an edge in the kind of policy that we have in Nigeria today. So I don't see this measure coming up. Even when this measure do come up, I don't see them picking the victory. Rather, I see them as people are trying to spoil the shows for other bigger parties that probably will won the election straight on.
My name is Akin Adeoya. Let me add my voice to this laudable project, the Good Old Days series. My major focus will basically be on my passion for reading while growing up, the extent I went in funding this habit, lessons learned, and values associated with the correctional methods employed by my dear mother of blessed memory. How did this adventure into Storyland begin? My earliest memory of how it all started was my mom gathering us for informal afternoon and weekend storytelling sessions. She would tell us the irresistible and fantastic stories by authors like Sir Rider Haggard, King Solomon's Mines, by Shakespeare, The Merchant of Venice, and the like. Yes, she clearly had fun telling these stories with the way she used to repeat the names of some of the characters with emphasis. Tuala the King, Gagool the Wish, Captain John Good. Firstly, let me share what I call my carton room experience and how it shaped my views in my growing up years. Though of Ifaki Kitty origin, I grew up in Sapele and Lagos. The carton room was a room devoted to storing hundreds of cartons of Scotch beer, either empty or full, because my mom used to be a beer distributor for an Ughelli-based company called Superbrew, and even ran a chemist on the side. At the same time, she was a nurse, a midwife with Sapele Health Center. The carton room was my secret hiding place. I loved to go there and do things privately. At just about 12, I already had a whole need for privacy. You see, the many cartons provided a million hiding places for my secret things. Not all the things I did there was bad. That was the room, sitting among the scattered cartons and bottles, where my innocence was shattered, reading hundreds of pulp fiction novels and plays. In that private world, nothing outside mattered. All I wanted to do was get up and run to the neighborhood bookshop to get the next James Harley Chase or some pace-setter paperback. In my mind, I had an easy familiarity with America, England, Vietnam, Russia, and many of the great cities of the world. Even though I had never been there, I was a citizen of the world by virtue of my readings. My eventual adventure into African stories gave me a powerful sense of identity. From Chinua Achebe's Arrow of God to Ngugi wa Thiong'o's The River Between, Grain of Wheat, Kamala Laye's Weep Not Child to Aiki Uyama's The Beautiful Ones Are Not Yet Born. It was a wildfire of politics, mystery, romance, war, and peace, all in the mix. Mine was the story of a young man in formation. Let me quickly reveal that I also love to steal into Olympia Cinema, which used to be very famous in Sapele at the time. It was at the very end of Okpe Road, the most commercial road in Sapele, to watch Indian movies and other popular American movies. I also had a once-in-a-lifetime experience of watching the epic by Hubert Tugunde titled Jayesimi. This was in the early 80s. How does the 12-year-old finance this rich taste in books, music, and culture? I started by helping myself to leftover coins on the table, by the bedside, in the pockets. I became bolder in my desperation to finance my addiction. I would pop into Dad's room and rummage through his jacket. Sometimes I would watch Mommy's use milk tin, where she used to keep money from sales. Many times I was caught in the act, and then my parents, both of them, would unleash hell. I would get an insane flogging with the used fan belt of my father's car. It was terrible. But my mother could see that the beatings were not working, that the stone in my heart was gradually becoming a diamond, and that if nothing was done, this boy could go over the edge. One day she caught me red-handed, then walked into the carton room, looked straight into my eyes and asked, "My son, Aki, should I kneel down for you?" This struck me as very odd and I stiffened. I could see the tears well up in her eyes and almost broke my heart in two. How can I cause her so much pain? This woman that I love so much. It was this time a different kind of fear, born of love and admiration. She continued, "Don't you know it is very wrong to steal? That's why I want to kneel down to beg you to stop. It will destroy your life if you don't stop. Pause and touch me. That's why I want to kneel and beg you to stop. Let me kneel." I was alarmed that she would do it. It suddenly occurred to me that this wasn't a game between me and my parents, that there was something much bigger at stake. It was my very first attempt to grasp the eternal conflict between utility and morality. Until this day, I can still hear the clanging as the coins dropped. You must promise me never to do this again. And that was it. One amazing thing about her was she never doubted my word. And also, I never lied to her. Lessons learned. If your child lies to you, that means you must have been overreacting to his past errors. Take it easy, parents. Now, let's leave those childhood fantasies and talk about the reading culture. How many of our children these days crave for reading books and stories that can enrich their knowledge and broaden their views on global matters? Do we even have mentors who are willing to ignite the youth's passion for reading? Just like my mother did, I once read a sad commentary that if you want to hide an item from an African, you don't want him to find it, hide it inside the book, because he will never open to read it. So sad. That was not the norm in those good old days. How did we get here? How or when did that passion and quest for knowledge take flight in our lives as a nation? What do we need to do to bring back those cherished good old days when we compete with the number of books read and not with the number of social outings attended? Is it too late to change the narrative? No. We can bring back that reading culture. Our children must not only be told these stories, they must be made to read them. The will to make the difference is all we need. Our children certainly deserve a brighter and better tomorrow, not the good old days. I therefore join Sir Shemore Badijo in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Mercy Boko. This is the news update. The Zamfara state government has directed residents of the state to obtain guns in order to defend themselves against bandits ravaging the state. The directive was contained in a statement by the Commissioner for Information, Ibrahim Dosara. According to the government, the measures became necessary following the deteriorating security situation in the parts of the state. The Commissioner noted that the government had already concluded arrangement to distribute 500 farms to each of the 19 emirates in the state for those willing to obtain the guns. Beyond obtaining the guns, the state government also ordered for the retirement of 200 additional community protection guards in each of the 19 emirates of the state. A Catholic priest of the Archdiocese of Kaduna, Reverend Father Vitus Boro, has been killed by bandits in Chikong local government area of the state. Until his mother, Boro, was the chaplain of the Catholic community of Kaduna State Polytechnic and the chairman of the Nigerian Catholic Diocese Paris Priest Association, Kaduna State Chapter. Although the police authorities have yet to confirm the incident or give details about the attack, the Chancellor of Kaduna Catholic Archdiocese, Reverend Father Christian Okewu, said the father was killed at the Nigerian prison farm in Kujama along the Kaduna Kachi Road in Chikong local government. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo said picking a running mate in the 1999 presidential election was a mistake. He made the comment while speaking in Abeokuta at the Leadership and Entrepreneurship Mentoring Session with selected students.
When I was going to become president, but because it is a genuine mistake, God saved me out of it. You can say that. Some people thought it was a mistake for me to go into the army. Could have been a mistake. Or when Abacha wanted to arrest me, I was told by the American ambassador that they will arrest me, and America has heard that I should be given an asylum. I said no, we should come home. It could have been a mistake because I could have lost my life. So, yes, I would say there are many things that could have been a mistake, but God saved me from them all.
The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERB, has filed a lawsuit against President Muhammadu Buhari over his failure to probe allegations that over 11 trillion naira meant to provide regular electricity supply since 1999 may have been stolen, mismanaged or diverted into private pockets. The electricity grid has reportedly collapsed at least 3 times within 5 months and 130 times in 7 years, plunging many households across the country into darkness. According to the World Bank, epileptic power supply costs businesses in Nigeria about $29 billion annually. The Apapa Area Command of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has seized 19,703.25 kilograms of hard drugs worth over 6 billion naira between January and June 20. Its commander, Ame Inalegu, said that the command was ready to curb the menace of illegal drug dealers in the nation's maritime space. He also commended the NDLEA chairman, Brigadier General Buba Mawar, for rekindling the war against drug cartel. The war against drug abuse in Kano State has taken a stiffer approach as Nigerian Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, discovered 4 cannabis farms in Kano State. PlusTvAfrica's news correspondent Stephen Enoch reports that between June 2021 to June 2022, the NDLEA arrested a total number of 1,887 illicit drug traffickers and seized 12,611 kilograms of hard drugs.
Drug abuse and illicit drug trafficking in Kano is what the state command of the NDLEA says it will weaken in an effort to achieve a society free of substance abuse. Over the past 1 year, the command has arrested 1,887 illicit drug traffickers, seized 12,661 kilograms of hard drugs, and destroyed 4 cannabis farms in the state.
I know this of lawyer. As I come from Ogun State, I just carry the team because of this library. So as I reach Corner Dawaki, and there they arrest me. Nobody, I never carried before. My first time. Which you carry? Which of them you carry? I just carry wheat. What if you want to come? No, we just want to do the celebrate this.
In marking the United Nations International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking, the state commander of the NDLEA in Kano told journalists that 185 suspects have been arraigned, with 70 convicted, while 109 suspects have pending cases in courts, pointing out that a 45-year-old suspect was convicted to life imprisonment within the past 1 year.
In the area of supply reduction from July 2021 to June 2022, a total of 12,611.656 kilograms of illicit drugs, made up of 9,735,000 kilograms of cannabis sativa, 2,875,000 kilograms of psychotropic substances. By that I mean other substances that will put them together, the methamphetamine, codeine, diazepam, and all lump them under psychotropic substances. And we have 1.123 kilograms of cocaine, and we seized 128 grams of heroin within this period. Then within the same period, a total of 1,887 persons, comprising 1,465 males 442 killers, with the ages of 18 to 35 were arrested.
Hajia Mariam Sani, the commander of Zone E of the NDLEA comprising Kano and Jigawa states, gave statistics of the seizures and arrests made between January to May 2022 in both states.
The grand total of both records from Jigawa and Kano states stands as follows. Number of suspects arrested, 507. Number of suspects convicted, 105. Total weight of drugs seized, 2.275.049 kilograms. Number of clients who received brief intervention, 949. Total number of clients rehabilitated, 182.
The United Nations International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Drug Trafficking is celebrated every June 26th, and the theme for this year is addressing drug challenges in health and humanitarian crisis, with the purpose of raising awareness about drug abuse and trafficking menace in the society. Stephen Enoch, PlusTV News, Kano.
And to other parts of Africa, at least 17 young people were found dead at a nightclub in South Africa's southern city of East London, according to the police. Unverified pictures shared on social media showed bodies with no visible sign of injuries strewn on the floor of the club. They were also said to be students who were celebrating Pens Down, a party held after writing high school examination. And outside Africa, Russia's missile struck a residential building and a compound of kindergarten in central Kyiv on Sunday, June the 26th, killing one person and wounding 5 more, officials said. As Moscow stepped up its airstrike on Ukraine for a second day, the head of Ukraine's police force, Inor, said at least 5 people were hospitalized. Up to 4 explosions rang out in central Kyiv in the early hours, in the first such attack on the city in weeks. 2 more blasts were heard on the southern outskirts of the city later in the day, as Reuters reporters said. The city's mayor, Vitaly Klitschko, arrived at the site of the residential complex where the strike had partially destroyed a 9-story apartment building and caused the fire. And in business news, President Muhammadu Buhari has approved and released $100 million as a take-up grant for Presidential Power Initiative. The $100 million was as part of the $200 million approved by the President for the program, as the balance alongside additional would come on a later date. The PPI is an initiative of the federal government conceived during a meeting between Nigeria's President and German Chancellor Angela Merkel on August 31st, 2018. It was conceived as a 3-phase initiative to rehabilitate and expand Nigeria's electricity grid through improved generation, transmission, and distribution. The International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, Ibadan, and MasterCard Foundation has engaged the organized private sector to create profitable partnership with youth-led agri-businesses. The Deputy Director General Corporate Services, Cooper, urged the private sector to support youth and agri-business by offering loans on microcredits to scale their business. She stressed that successful youth-led agribusiness are also a viable employment opportunity for Nigerian youths. And in entertainment news, controversial Nollywood actor Yul Edochie got social media buzzing after he shared video of his family visiting his dad, Pet Edochie's home. Yul broke the internet on the 27th of April 2022 after sharing a photo of his new baby, star DK Edochie, with his second wife, Austin. In the video, a very cute grandfather-child moment was captured on Pet Edochie's held his grandson. Yul was also heard at the background communicating with his dad. Captioning the video, he wrote, "Star DK meets his grandfather, Chief Pet Edochie Ebube DK." And in sports news, Garabalits published a video on Saturday on social media to announce his arrival at a Major League Soccer club, Los Angeles FC. He posted a video of himself wearing the team's jersey and a cap along With the message, the 32-year-old signed for Real Madrid from Tottenham Hotspur in 2013, scoring 106 goals in 258 appearances for the world's most decorated soccer club. The Welshman will be best remembered for scoring twice, including a stunning overhead kick in the 2018 Champions League final against Liverpool, and also netting a soup win against Barcelona in the 2014 Copa final. Despite the fine collection of titles, 3 La Liga triumphs and 5 Champions League crowns, his time at the Real Madrid was marred by injuries. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. Many thanks for watching. I am Messi Bokbo. Have a good evening. There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Nelly Uzonna Edith Uchendu was born in 1950 in Imuchu, in Aguata local government area of Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. She was a Nigerian singer, composer, and actress. Nelly started singing at an early age. She later joined Professor Sunny Ote's music group, under where her talent flourished. Her music career shot to limelight in 1976 when Humsey Sound released her debut LP composition, Love Wantinti. Thereafter, hits like Waka, Akabueze, and Mama Hauser further established her place in the Nigerian music industry. She traversed genres, including Igbo highlife, pop, and gospel music. She died on 12th of April 2005 in a hospital in Enugu State, Nigeria, after a reported cancer-related illness. She was aged 55. Salawa Abeni was born on May 5, 1961. She hails from Ekpe, division of Lagos State, southwest Nigeria. At the young age of 8, Salawa found her niche in Waka music. Waka music is an Islamic-oriented Yoruba musical genre. It was popularized by Alaja Batile Alake, in whose worthy steps Salawa Abeni dutifully followed. She was crowned Queen of Waka music by the Alafin of Oyo, Obalamidi Adeyemi, in 1992. Her debut album, titled Late General Murtala Ramat Mohammed, in 1976, was released on the Leader Records label. It became the first recording by a female Yoruba artist to sell over 1 million albums in Nigeria. Her music is a combination of talking drums, conga, saxophone, and keyboards, amongst other instruments. She has performed in and outside the country and has released up to 12 albums during her music career. Christy Uduak Esienigbokwe was born on 11th of November 1960 in Okat Ona, Akwa Ibom State. She was a celebrated Nigerian musician and actress. Christy was 12 years old when her mother died. Her mother's friend in Aba, Abia State, took her in. She encouraged Christy to develop her singing. She even bought her a second-hand cassette recorder to tape her songs. With time, Christy became known as Nigeria's Lady of Songs. Her greatest hits include Sheonrere, Tete Nla, Ife, Hear the Call, and Give Me a Chance. She was the first female president of the Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, PMAN, and the chairwoman and managing director of Soul Train Entertainment. She was fluent in many Nigerian languages, including Igbo, Ibibio, Efik, Hausa, Yoruba, and English. This made it easy for her to cross tribal limitations by singing in any language she desired. Her epic Shorere broke all language barriers. Whilst Akwa Ibom's meme is regarded as the unofficial anthem of Akwa Ibom State, such was her impact across the country that whatever language she used, her message evoked emotion and reflection. Onyeka Onwenu was born on the 31st of January 1952 in a small town in Imo State, but she grew up in Port Harcourt. She's a singer, a songwriter, actress, activist, journalist, and politician. The Nigerian press nicknamed her the Elegant Stallion. She released her debut album, From the Love of You, in 1981 while working with the Nigerian Television Authority. The album featured an orchestral cover of Johnny Nash's Hold Me Tight. Her second album, Endless Life, was produced by Sonny Okosun. Both were released on the EMI Records.
One love set you free. One love keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle just staying alive. One love.
Originally a secular artist, Onwenu made the transition to gospel music in the 90s, and most of her songs are self-penned. She describes her music as African pop. This consists of highlife, Afrobeat, blues, jazz, Igbo spiritual, and even juju, a typical Yoruba beat. She continues to write and sing about issues like health, HIV, peace, mutual coexistence, respect for human rights, the plight of children, as well as pride in oneself.
wanted to have a career in fashion. When I was taken to Portobello Road Market in London when I was about 10 or 12 years old, and there was all these colourful characters everywhere dressing up, and I saw very quickly the reaction and the way that they made me feel, and I wanted to have a part of that. I think there's a level of escapism within the fashion industry, and it's a chance to put feathers on and dress up and escape maybe from your day-to-day life. Yeah.
So, of course, I was beyond thrilled, and I said that I would do it. I mean, after all, I'd done her makeup over the years, kind of on the side, learning my craft along the way, and I'm going to be honest with you. There were a lot of messy attempts at learning that perfect smoky eye. Trust me, terrible. But after Linda's shoot, Christian complimented me on my work, and he asked if I would be interested in working with him from time to time.
Such a vibrant personality. She's one of us. She's the first West African woman to be a style editor at Elle magazine. Her style has been described as eccentric, classy, and fashionable. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Nikki Ogunaike. Can everyone say hello to my Instagram, please? A big Niger hello. Yes, oh yes. Thank you so much, Nikki. Welcome. Thank you.
What does style mean to me? Style is inspiration. It is, and style is a portrait of who you are as a person. So when you put on your clothing every day, you're telling the world something. And so here I'm telling the world with this outfit that I like colors and I like vibrancy and I'm excited to be here.
So what am I telling the world about?
I think you're telling me the same thing.
Okay.
The yellow is nice. So, I think that fashion and style is just inspired by what you see in the world via Instagram, via Snapchat, and also through fashion magazines and websites.
Yeah.
Okay. Come on up, just turn it up.
Go, work it. You have to model for us.
Okay, she's modeling for us, and so I guess I'm gonna weigh in on my sister's outfit, which I love. Doesn't she look good? Can we get a round of applause for Lola? Oh, come on. Thank you. So as a fashion expert, this is what I'm weighing in on. I think Lola looks amazing. She's figured out a way to use a traditional sort of silhouette, wear white, which is nice and airy, but she added her own sort of sense of style with this belt. And I love it. And I think she got these shoes in Nigeria when we were just here. So she's mixing, American fashion with Nigerian fashion. Okay, everyone give her a round of applause. Okay, work it, so work it. Hey. There you go. Hey.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Antonia Oshili, and on today's show, we have 3 interesting events that you would absolutely enjoy. First is Mr. and Mrs. Ladainde's children dedication, which took place at the Citadel Global Community Church. PlusTvAfrica was there to cover the joyous event.
The Ladainde family dedicated the triplets at the Citadel Global Community Church with singing and dancing. The triplets, Ilerioluwa, Erioluwa, and Irioluwa, are the first set of children of Temidola and Kayode Ladainde after 12 years of marriage.
I want to thank God for everybody. I mean, the church in the house. So, yes.
The officiating pastor prayed for the family as the church rejoiced with them.
This is a testimony from the Lord, and it is just the tip of the iceberg. The testimonies have become an encouragement for so many people, trusting God for the fruit of the womb and every other thing. God who did it for you, will do it for them in Jesus' most precious name. Amen.
The church dedication was followed by a reception where the family continued celebration with friends and family. The couple shared their 12-year journey of waiting to have their children.
Many people are counting 12 years, but for us, it is actually 12 times 12. Because for every month, we were aiming to be pregnant. Do you know what that means? So on our cost, we were flying from Port Harcourt to Lagos. This woman was flying from Port Harcourt to Lagos just to achieve pregnancy. So you know what 12 times 12, 144 months of saying, let it happen, let it happen, let it happen, and finally it happened. One unique thing about how it happened, because everything I'm telling you, there are enough proofs. If you get to our bedroom, you will see 3 teddy bears. Those teddy bears were bought almost 7 years ago. 7 years ago. 3 lovely teddy bears. So every day we know that this day is going to come to pass. The rules were built for 2 boys, 1 girl.
Yes, we held on to the word of God several times, but it was not easy. You know, someone said this the other time, that they waited for 3 years. And every month, when Yoruba said it is Ibanuje Oshoshi, as in, it's a monthly sorrow. It is. Young ladies that are indulging in and enjoying sexual relationship. I mean, you're happy when your period comes as in, this month, okay, as in the pill worked or whatever it worked. And it didn't, you know. But when you get married, that's when you know the value of menstrual period. So many suggestions. Someone even said to me if I sleep with you, you will get pregnant. So many. The first time that somebody mentioned to me that what if God gives you triplets, it was in the office. Then I was working with MTN. And I said, no, 2 is just okay.
Pastor Itua Igodalo shared his own story as he prayed for the triplets.
I understand what it means to be begging God for a child. My late wife and I, we begged God for over 11 years for a physical child of our own, and the children didn't come. The children didn't come because God had a plan, and God knew what He was doing. I want to tell somebody here, number one, that God has a plan for your life, and it is a good plan. I don't know somebody here today, your own may not be physical, your own might be financial or even mental, but I want to tell you that God has a plan for your life.
What I need to tell the people, anyone trusting God for the fruit of the womb, is this is a sign that God is alive and that He is willing. He's a good father. Whatever anyone wants, He's willing to make it happen, even for them. The scripture tells us that it said there is hope for a tree that is cut down. At the scent of water, say it will begin to bud again. Don't lose hope. Don't give up. Once there is life, there is hope. Look at their own story. For every 4 years that they lived, they waited for. God gave them one. God is very humorous. And when He will come, look at the way He did it. Boy, girl, boy. There is hope. Look at their own story. For every 4 years that they lived, they waited for. God gave them one. God is very humorous.
The next event is on Walk for Mental Health, which was themed Inner Peace is Priority in commemoration of Mental Health Awareness Month. This walk event was organized by Gordon Barrett to create awareness about mental health.
People are taking advantage, public bodies are taking advantage of what's available within the mental health improvement state. Like we always say, every day should be a mental health day, and I'm happy to see this happening. But you can see from all indications, a very good demographic was represented. We have the younger ones, we have the older ones coming together. It means people are beginning to understand that mental health affects us all, irrespective of our age and gender. But one thing we've learned here today is that mental health is not discriminatory. Mental health is not respect of anyone. Anybody can have it any time in his or her lifetime. But this has been a very good program, and it turned out very good.
Actually, the walk is very supportive for the mental health, because people, they ignore mental health. It's very important in each house. You can see your partner, your wife, your kid, maybe they need help, but they will not show it to you. You have to ask them always, are you okay? Do you need any help? So mental health, it's really important for each one of us.
And finally, on this episode of Plus Events is the double celebration of life of Pa and Ma Davis, who died weeks apart. They passed away at the age of 93 and 84, respectively.
About my mother and my father, if I start now, I probably will not end till 2 days, but I will make it very, very short. My mother she is a great woman. I have been on earth for over 60 years myself, and I've never seen a mother like her. When I was growing, my mother suffered a lot for me and my siblings. When she looks, if she doesn't eat, she will make sure that we eat. My mother surprises me so much that when I grew up, I said I was going to do whatever I can for her. My mother cannot be replaced. There is no way anything can replace my mother. There is no way.
My dad is he's into real estate, and I learned real estate from him. And every time we visited a place where he's got a brick making factory, and we go there and I help out in making bricks and stuff. So that actually set me up for my career in real estate and in engineering. And for my mom, she's a God-fearing woman, and because of her, I learned how to read in Yoruba and to pray in Yoruba. So I thank God for both of them and for what they've contributed to my life.
For me, I think I would say one of my fondest memories is when we were actually in England, and I had a T-shirt. It was the Simpsons or the Simmons, I can't even remember the band. And my dad left England to come back to Nigeria, and we were supposed to follow on. Unknown to my dad, he had packed that T-shirt in his luggage. And my mom was like, she had no rest because I raised hell. She had to wake up very early the following morning to go to the store to get me another T-shirt, because otherwise I wasn't willing to go to school. I wasn't willing to do anything, or I was just bawling my eyes out.
I want to say that the couple has been very, very kind to me when I was young. I remember when I was in secondary school and I had difficulty about schooling, about financing and all that. I always run to this family, especially during holidays, for help. And indeed, they helped me at critical times.
I'll miss them so much, the way my grandmom jokes about some certain things and the way she talks to me. I'll really miss her so much. And my granddad, getting to know him at his old age was good, because he's a man of discipline. I learned a lot of things from him, learning to respect the elders. I learned that from him.
I know them quite well because when my friend got married to Ola, we used to visit them before they traveled abroad. I still visited Mama last year, and we had a time together. She was a very pleasant, very amiable person. We sat down together and sang songs. You know, Papa was also somebody who was very strong. The Lord gave him very good health. Up until when he died, you know, he was very active. He used to take long walks, you know, around the Keja axis where he lived. We thank God for their lives. Sang songs. You know, Papa was also somebody who was very strong. Gave him very good health. You know, he was very active. He used to take long walks, you know, around the Keja axis where he lived. We thank God for their lives. Sang songs. You know, Papa was also...
scripture reading from 1 Thessalonians 4:13-18. But I would not have you to be ignorant, brethren, concerning them which are asleep, that ye sorrow not, even as others which have no hope. For if we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so them also which sleep in Jesus will God bring with him. For this we say unto you by the word of the Lord, that we which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord shall not prevent them which are asleep. For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God. And the dead in Christ shall rise first. Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. And so shall we ever be with the Lord. Wherefore, comfort one another with these words.
One browse. Kí ni one browse? Ti pàdé ara wọn nínú church. Torí pé church náà ti pàdé. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní. Màmá ti náwó. Ẹ lọ bí ara bá dìde pé ẹ má má dá ilé lóhùn o. Ẹ bá mi ṣí.
Ìbọn tolúkọ wọn, bó ṣe ti wọn.
ẹ má bínú mọ́ mi.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the events on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Antonia Oshili. Remain blessed and stay safe.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
As a young person growing up, I have had to sell akamu on my head. You know, yeah, on a tray. You go like in the morning, like very early in the morning before I go to school. Buy akamu, you know. That's why you should never underrate anyone. No matter the situation, you see them or you find them. When I go to UK and had to play at the Rio Festival Hall with Mary Makiba, then, oh my God, I'm like, that akamu selling girl. that was selling akamu. You know, so be inspired. Be inspired. Follow your dream. Follow your heart. Sit back and say, what is my passion in life? What can I do to better the world? And before you know it, you're already making an impact.
When I came to Lagos here after school, I remembered I entered what is called 911. 911 is a kind of lorry found then that they will load Gary, load in at the back. Then in between the driver and the load, we have what is called second class. And that is where I sat. And could you believe that by the time I got to Ido and I came down, my box, my shoe, because it took us 3 days from Bender, from Midwest to Lagos, all my loads were loaded. You see, when you pass through such, and when you become somebody, you look back and you look at what people are going through, it makes you to help others.
When I decided to be an apprentice photographer, we were living in Ebute and I would trek, from Ebute into Willoughby, from Willoughby into cross the Leventis into Ido Road, past Ido railway station, go across the Kata Bridge, and then into Agbogbon, into Pro Street. And I trekked that for 1 whole year. And then finally, when I got to London, I had to be a cleaner, every morning. Get out of the house by 4:30 to clean till 9 a.m. and then rush off to school. So I've done quite a lot of things like that, and I still continue to do that. And so for me, it is part of one's development. And I didn't see that I was suffering. Occasionally, you want to stop. You have cried many times. I've failed many times, but I've just got up. I get up again. A lot of people, I enjoy goodwill of some people who pull me up again and help me on my feet, and then I go on.
I finished that film and I became very famous. As young as I was, I didn't even know what it was. Everybody would just be calling me over. I'm like, what's wrong? What's going on? When the film was all over the place, so I couldn't go to the market, and I used to go to the market a lot, to go and buy all these second-hand, outfits, and then there was one day I went to the market with a couple of my friends, and I just realized that I just couldn't buy these things anymore, because they would tease me. The people in the market, the traders would always tease me and said, so you see, they come buy Pendam Boutique, So that made me realize that, so if I become a star, there are a lot of things I won't be able to do, or what? So I went back and I said to myself, is this how I'm going to live my life? I won't be who I want to be. I won't be myself. And I said, no, I won't let that catch up with me. Just be who you are, no matter your craft, no matter how high you think you've become. Still be that same person that the girl next door, still the girl or the boy next door that people can always relate to.
Hello, you're welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. My guests today, are two young men who are lighting the path, charting the way for the next generation of Nigerians who, in a short while, will be fully in charge of running our society. To my left is Joshua Alabi. You're welcome, Joshua. And then to my right, even though both of them are sitting in front of me, is Aniefio Ian. You're welcome too. Now, these gentlemen are involved in an organization called Kinenso Concepts, right?
Yes.
Now, they will tell us what Kinenso is all about. So, Joshua, you're the founder.
Yes, I am.
What's Kinenso?
Kinenso means what are you saying, or what is he saying?
Okay.
And for us, it's about what we want to say as young people. Many years ago, we thought that Nigeria is a country that is very rich, you know, not just rich in culture and tradition and with all the languages that we have, we're rich in talent, young people, creativity. So above all the news around Nigeria about how young people are into all sorts, as young people within this same generation, how do we change this narrative? What do we want to say? How do we say it? So that's how we found Kinenso.
Kinenso. What's the platform that you're using to propagate these ideas?
So our platform is basically the creative industry, film and theater, and that we have done from what I would say successfully, and we are still pushing more. We want the world to hear our voices. We have something that we know that the world needs to hear. We are telling our own story, original story. So we want the world to hear us. We want the world to see us from a different perspective. I'll just quickly chip this in. We did a project called Imagination TV, and it was all about how do we see each other. So when you call Nigeria, how are we seen outside? Some people think Africa is a country. Some people don't even know Nigeria exists. So we are always out there telling these stories.
Okay. So now, Joshua, why did you guys choose that platform, the platform of theater, of film, of acting and all that? Why?
So I would like to say theater. I mean, firstly, Kinenso is more of a theater organization. We do quite a lot with documentaries and all of that. Still, when you watch all our works, it's still from theater. And why did we choose theater? Because theater is where the live action is. You know, there is no cut. It has a power of its own. It provokes you, the audience, into doing something. Someone is in front of you, you know, acting in a very intense way. You need that feedback. That person needs to feed on you while you're feeding on the person at the same time. The synergy that it creates. So that's why we chose the platform of theater and film and documentaries.
All right. So both of you have backgrounds in theater arts.
Yes.
So you're classmates or something?
Okay. So, I mean, yes, we're classmates, and I like to tell the story how we started Kinenso.
Kinenso now.
In 2010, thereabout, I was in Unilag, Creative Arts Department. I came to study theater. And I had tried this years before then. I was in UI Theater Department. I left there, went to LASU Theater Department. It didn't work out until I got to Unilag. And we were about 150 in my class.
That's a large class.
Large class. Few months or about a year later, I realized that every other person, all 149 people, had come to Unilag to study something else. Either to study law or philosophy or mass comm or something else. Only one.
Original theater arts
student. So because they didn't meet the cutoff, the usual thing, they were all dumped into the department, and it was obvious the way they did things, the way they handled the assignments and practical works. And for me also, even though many of them didn't know I was a student until after 2 years.
How come? Stop. How come you didn't know he was a student?
Okay, so Joshua is that one person that you look for in class. So for me, I didn't know he was even a student.
You thought he was probably
I thought he was
a graduate assistant?
Yes, so someone that just come and work with lecturers and leave. Until like maybe when we were finishing like second semester in 100 level, and I'm like, okay. So I get to see him when all other people are rehearsing, And I get to say, and I'm like, oh, okay.
He's one of
so
us.
So you're a student here. This gentleman that always comes with a big bag on his back. So you're a student actually. Yeah, so that's it.
What was in that bag?
Everything. My toothbrush, my clothes for the next few days, soap, food, books. Yes,
Why
just
did
anything.
you live like that?
Well, I didn't know. So of course, I enjoyed carrying my bag. And because of the nature of my work, I would probably leave school to another film set, to another rehearsal. So I'll end what I need to do maybe around 11 p.m. or 12 a.m. midnight that same day. And I can't go back home, so I just have to crash somewhere around or that same place. So it was just really easy for me to get things done.
And your parents didn't complain?
I wasn't even living with my parents. I had left my parents since about age 13, 14, thereabout.
Oh, really? So it was easy for you to just be yourself?
Yes, it was.
No qualms?
No qualms at all. They also didn't know what was going on. I had left my dad's house because he didn't want me to study theater. He kicked against
I wanted to hear that now.
He didn't want me to study theater.
What did he want you to study?
He wanted me to be an accountant.
Oh.
So he did all he could. But also, my passion for theater, my passion for telling stories, came from my mom. My mom then, even though a very devout Christian, but she was a choir mistress, a fashion designer. She played the instrument. So everything my mom did, I learned because we were also very close. And I still do.
Wow.
I make a lot of things. I can make soap. They laugh at me sometimes that what can't I do? I make so many things. I can do so I can make money from so many things. Okay. But then I would go with my mom to the village. She used to attend the different festivals, the Shango festival. Her father was a Shango worshipper and was a Olode. So he would pull tricks and magic, and I fell in love with the whole color, costume, music, dance, the gun shooting. Everything was just really interesting to me, and that was where the passion for telling stories, for acting, for performing.
We will come back to you and your mom, because you just revealed something that's very, very interesting and key in the process of development of a person. Right now, and in your case, his bag attracted you, or what?
Yes.
How easy was it for you guys to hit it off?
Well, it was quite easy for us to hit it off because I saw someone with fire. I saw someone with passion. And for one, I was not one. I didn't come to study theater in the first place.
What was your original interest?
My original interest was law. I came to study law, and unfortunately, I always say fortunately, I fall short 2 cut-off marks. I think 3 of law. I was angry. I was pissed because at the time I could study any other course in the University of Lagos, even medicine, apart from law. So I said, I'm going to do JAM again. I need to study law. And they said, come, this guy, no waste time, now high cut-off, go find something study.
Okay.
So I went back, I said, okay, I'll do a change of course. And they convinced me that 1 year you can go back and study law if you don't like it. And I found myself there.
And 1 year in?
And 1 year in,
you
and
were
I'm
fully
like,
in.
okay, I don't think that this young man can be serious in court anyway. So, and when I saw him, he had this drive, he had this passion, like, he made me believe we can actually make a living out of being a theater practitioner.
That's good.
That was what I saw. I'm like, okay, you have the fire. You know what? Let me join you. Let me bond with you. Let's do this together.
That was to burn or to bond.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break here now. When we come back, we'll resume our talk with these 2 gentlemen who are shining the light on a very glorious path, I believe. Welcome back. It's still Timeless Conversations on this channel. My 2 guests, 2 wonderful young men. Let me simply call them Joshua and in Ethiopia, right? I got that right?
Yes.
Very good. Before we took the break, you were talking about your mom and her influence on you when it comes to the development of the theater bug in you. You said she is a devout Christian, but still related with her father, who was a Shango worshipper and the head hunter of the community. Which community was that?
Modakeke in
Osun State. Okay. Now, how were you able to balance those different belief systems that you saw?
For me, it wasn't totally different. Firstly, I was in love. I was all out for the fun and the depth of it. The music in church, I would sing, I would play the harmonica, I would perform acting, drama, work and with people, with other young people. Same thing in the village. The people would work together, would sing together, make clothes, and there was the performance bit. So for me, it was more about the performance and the engagement, how the people work together to have fun.
You said something about making clothes.
Yes, they made clothes. They made their costumes. Okay. All the hunters and I remember I used to meet with some of the Unifas. Then they used to make their own clothes, tying the beads, dye some of them, and it was fun. It was entertaining.
So it was like a hands-on thing for you.
Yes, it was a hands-on thing for me, and I didn't totally understand the depth of
there was some mystery to what
the mystery, yes, and the depth of this is Christianity, it was the same thing. I only remember that then my dad used to kick against my mom taking me there because he saw how engrossed and yes, I was with this thing. I didn't know there had to be, you had to choose one, Christianity or this, but I think on the long run, both have built me. I mean, I believe I'm a Christian, but at the same time, I understand culture and I love it, and I use my culture to tell religious stories sometimes.
So many years after, do you still relate with your granddad?
Yes, I mean, even though they are all late now.
Yes.
But yes, I really do. There's an aspect of them in everything that I do.
That you do. That's very good. Now, he was the one that brought you into all of this. But since you got into it, what has it been like for you?
Since I got into it, for me, I tell people that I couldn't have made it as a lawyer.
Wow.
Yes, I tell people that because for me, this is an expression. It allows you to, what I would say, impersonate any character that you want to be. It gives you the freedom to express yourself. So we have the liberty to go on stage and look the politician in the eye and tell him that you're corrupt. And he can't do anything about it.
Yes.
So for me, that freedom that I enjoy is what I value the most.
Okay.
Yes, it's a place to hear my voice. It's a place for my opinion to be heard.
Okay. Now, there's something you guys have said you've done about training about 10,000 young men. How did you do that?
Okay, so when we say we've trained over 10,000, but not just in Nigeria. I mean, I think if we were to count in Nigeria, maybe about 5,000 to 10,000 just alone. But we've worked in other countries. We've worked in several African countries, Rwanda, Cameroon, Zimbabwe, Angola, Egypt, and so much more. But in Nigeria, we have a festival called KIFT. With that festival, we engage at least a minimum of 5,000 students.
You said
and
KIFT?
KIFT, K-I-F-T.
Oh, okay.
Kenesa International Festival of Theatre. So we create works for children aged 0 to 2, 2 to 7, 7 to 14.
When does that hold?
It holds every November.
Oh, okay.
November every year, and we bring in international facilitators, workshops. We engage the teachers with psychologists on how best to teach children and teenagers. So in the area of arts, we teach young people, we teach secondary school, primary school children, and then we also work with communities. We have series of trainings. There's also something called the lab. So there's Bariga Lab, Oregon Lab, Ikeja Lab, where we teach young people on hands-on skills, photography, animation, and different things. We also teach business of creativity. So it's quite a lot that we do. And we work with communities as well on our advocacy project, our theatre for development. We research a lot. We work with some of the NGOs, and it's quite a large community.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about your Bariga experience. How did you, coming from your background, you know, and then ending up in Bariga?
It was I mean, that's also part of how the second bit of how Kennesaw was formed. I'd always been curious about, you know, asking questions and wanting to know things. So I found myself in Bariga. I like to, you know, express it that way. I had lived in Ogba and then to Alagbado. And even that area of Alagbado, my father built his house. It still felt like we were living in our own interesting space. We had everything. And then I went to Bariga, smelling, you know, kids. And then Bariga was very, you know, one of the most violent places in Lagos. You would go to the downtown, you would go to down Ilaje or Sosa. You'd find young people with guns and, you know, so on. It was terrible for me. I joined a theatre company there, and we were always in constant battle, constant confrontation with the street talks. The street, you know, with the streets, and then with the artists. We were the only people who could face them, we had no guns, but we would take our performance to the street or to their base and then begin to dance and begin to do some poetry. And they would get angry, scream. They couldn't harm us because while they were trying to recruit some young people, we were also trying to recruit some young people. And that's how the art in Bariga has blossomed so much. And yes, in my quest to wanting to say something, to ask questions, that's how we formed Kennesaw to say, what do we want to say? We want to say that Nigerians, young people in Nigeria can do better, can be bold enough to look into the eyes of any leader and say, you're not doing it right, you have to do it right. How do we do that? Through theatre.
No, the advocacy that grew out of that has led you to collaborate with a lot of NGOs and civil society organizations. There's a particular play that you guys did recently?
Talk and Do?
Yeah, something like that.
Talk and Do was at Alliance Francaise in Lagos. It was also in Kano and Abuja. It was supposed to go to Edo and other states, but we couldn't due to COVID. With Talk and Do, we were dealing with addressing the issues of impunity, corruption and accountability amongst the leaders. So we brought in leaders from the police commission, from the police force, from the judiciary, from the Nigerian Bar Association, from other CSOs, from the community as well. We brought them all into a room, made this theater piece called Talk and Do. And for us, just the way the name sounds, it is what you say, do it, practice what you preach. So, and then we brought them, performed this piece that had to do with how they're treating issues of people with disability, issues of police brutality, the deteriorating judicial system, and all of these issues, real issues that happen. So we performed for them, and afterwards put them all in groups, including the artists, to have a conversation, to discuss what's the feedback, what's the commitment, what are we committing to do after this, what do we want to do better.
Okay. Now, when you look at such a performance, the curious mind in the public would say it's convenient for young people to point accusing fingers at the leadership. What are young people themselves doing? There's so much yahoo around. There's so much ritual killings around. There's so much of violence motivated by this get-rich-quick attitude. What would you say as a young person?
These issues the issue of Yahoo ritual killings, I don't think and I don't believe they are issues that can be exhausted so quickly, because the root cause sometimes are just something that they are quite disturbing. Sometimes you look at the background where some of these people are coming from, and then you look at the pressure that the social media is putting so many young people through, and these are some of the things that has driven so many young people. It has given them, they say, you know what, I want to get rich quick. For me, I say it's greed. Like the popular saying, you want to chill with the big boys, you want to roll with the big boys.
Yes.
I mean, these are the things that drive most young people. When I was 18, I never dreamt of driving, I think 504.
Yeah.
I never dreamt of driving a 504. It was beautiful from afar, and I looked at it and I appreciated it.
Yeah.
But all I knew is that the time was coming when I would drive a car.
Yes.
But not at that age. So what young people fail to do now is they fail to follow process. My father taught me to enjoy process. He said something that has never left me from when we were young. He said, it is better for you when you're writing an exam. He said it's better for you to fail and fail honorably than for you to cheat and pass. So for each time in the university when I did a course and I failed, and people say, what did you? I said I failed it. I'll do it again. So that for me is a lesson that has and will never leave me as a person.
Sure.
Yes. So for me, I think these pressures in the society are those things that are driving young people. Process. Young people now don't want to follow process. They don't want to endure the process.
You know, carefully, when you say something like pressure from society, it sounds as though the home were being pushed out of that equation. What is society without the home?
Very true. The first place a child learns anything is the home.
Yeah.
I learned, my behaviors were built from my home. So the home is the first place that children learn, that young people learn. And it's so sad that some of these young people are put under pressure from the home. So many times I have a nephew that I've raised for a long time. And many times I would say to the mom, don't ever compare your son to someone else. Your son is your son.
Yeah.
If he gets this and that grade, he's your son. Don't tell him that, see, your friend is getting that grade and you're getting, no. This is his grade. So whenever he comes back with his grade and I'm like, okay, you got this, you got this, you got this. I say, wow, fantastic. This is good. But you know, I know you can do better. That's so. Let's strike a deal, make it better. I do not ever try to compare him with someone else.
So that's positive pressure.
Yes.
The negative one will come in the area of
it's destructive.
Money.
Why? Yes. So why not be like this? So when young people see that, I mean, some parents. I have a friend whose mom would curse on her when she needs money. Just would do anything for her to give her money, and she often says, "So this woman know how to get money." So those pressures most of the time would lead people to doing what they would not normally want to do.
There was a story I read of Professor Sam Aluko of blessed memory, who returned to Nigeria with his PhD and all that, got a job, and he went home with a car. And everybody in his village celebrated him and all that. In the deep of night, he said that his father and mother called him and said, "Where did you get money to buy that car?" And he now smiled and told them, "Oh, that car is on loan, that he bought it on loan." These days, people buy cars and nobody's questioning them. Young people. Would you take a car home and your dad will welcome you?
I mean, let me say this. If I take a car home right now, my father, if he were to be alive, would still question me. Yes, he would still question me like, okay, so what do you do? What he's trying to do is, he's not saying that I cannot own a car now, but he's trying to vet, what do you do? Your job, is it able to get you this lifestyle at this particular point in time? But these are the things that some parents don't do. Some parents don't care. Our society right now, we've come to a stage where, you know what, just make it. We don't care how you make it. All we want to do is we want to celebrate you. Now the latest big boy be that.
So Joshua, where does that lead us?
It leads us into destruction.
But we don't want to be destroyed.
Yes, we don't want to be destroyed.
So what is Kinninsor going to do?
Kinninsor is actually doing a lot.
Yeah.
We're hoping to do more. With support, we believe we can do more. We've, over the years, touched almost everything that affects us as a people. Aside treating the subject of malaria, of cancer, we did a research for about 2 years and came up with a script and a play and some short campaign on a work called Sniper. And Sniper focused on depression, mental health, suicide. Why young people would rather just die rather than, I mean, I don't think when my parents or the older generation during their time, when they fail or when they're unable to buy the big cars, I mean, even though they were not even, the race wasn't even about to buy the big cars then, the race was to impress the family, impress the society, be the light of that, you know, of that society. But they wouldn't die, they wouldn't jump off a cliff or into the river. But now, so Sniper tried to deal with the issues, and we met with families of people who have committed suicide or victims, and it was quite an intense project. So we touched the area of Sniper to let young people know that you're doing fine, choose life first, hard work, do not devalue hard work. You know, take responsibility. You fail, you try again, you move on. So with Sniper, we've done that, and with Join Body, Join Body was Sorry and Join Body. We had a performance called Sorry before the election in 2019, and we had Join Body after the election. What Sorry did was, Sorry went to different stops in Lagos.
Stops? You mean bus stops?
Bus stop, yes. Ilaje bus stop. Obalende, Yanoba. We kept going from place to place around Lagos to perform to young people, market women, young and old, to let them know that their vote is their power. Even though you think you're old, Nigeria cannot give you anything. For those coming, they still need you to vote. So for young and old, we really interacted with a lot of street boys, Agbero, under the bridge. We were able to convince some of them. It was quite impressive working with them. With Join Body as well, we also looked at the aftermath of the election. Why violence? Why is that the way? Why do we, in the name of political party, break apart? You know, how can we come together to decide and say, this person we've elected into office, you must be accountable. We must, as we were saying earlier, we must have your phone number. We must know what you're doing. We must be able to monitor the work that you've promised to do for us as a people.
No, the interesting thing is that on the one hand, society complains about young people feeling so entitled. On the other hand, the young people complain about the older generation, that they don't want to leave the scene. But can you say that the younger generation is prepared to take over?
No, we're not. We're not prepared to take over, and it is still very, it is pronounced in our body language, our attitude. We have a friend called Effective. He's a radio presenter. Effective now is vying for the, I think, House of Rep office, and he's finding it difficult to even bring his own friends to understand his vision and to support him. And we keep saying politics is for the old people, it's a dirty game. it will keep being dirty until we get involved. But to answer the question, we're not ready. And why do I think we're not ready? I think we're not ready because what we consume does not reflect a generation that wants change. What we consume in terms of content, in terms of in terms of content, in terms of our social behavior, even the economic behavior, it does not reflect it. We still reflect Nigeria is not working for me. The government has done nothing for me. So I either japa or I stay here and make it rich anyhow. And with that attitude, we really cannot do anything.
I totally agree with him. Young people, we are not ready. And the reason why I'm saying we are not ready is if we take a look at the lifestyle and we want to separate generations from one generation to another, now the values that our parents had as a generation is totally different from what we now see as values. So today, our lifestyle, we've all thrown away our values to social media. So the social media instructs most young people on what to do. And for me, I'm scared because I have little ones, younger ones, nephew, and I'm asking myself, is this what they are going to come up to see? We've seen 18 years, 17, 19, wanting to drive a car, wanting to use the kinds of phones.
Well, they can drive a car if they have access to the car.
Yes, but they want to buy. They want to buy a house. So I had a friend, a sad story. We left the village together, came to Lagos. He went to school, studied electrical and electronic engineering, University of Lagos. And when he came in, he was fascinated by the lifestyle. He saw young boys driving tinted cars. And the next thing was that he wanted to drive a tinted car. Wow. I was satisfied trekking to school. I was glad doing it. But he wanted to drive a car. And today he's no more.
Oh my.
So he bored for 2 years, like they say in our time, and he left the scene. So for me, this is a problem that our generation
But how do we solve it? It can't be all that gloomy. There are still young people who are hardworking, who are dedicated, and who are committed to making a difference in society. Seems we're not hearing so much about them.
That's where I think for a generation that is prepared or that wants to show that we are prepared, we need to begin to celebrate those people, the people doing small things. We know a few of them, a lot of people don't. And it's not about the big things, it's about the small
things, yes.
The small many things. We know Isaac in Ajegule, we know Shiwa Ubaju in Bariga, who started a free school.
Yeah.
He built by the seaside, he bought the land, I think about 250 per plot. He bought about 6 plots with wood, and him and his friends, they built the school. And all the children within that community, when you're driving on 3rd Mainland, that, the wooden part you see of Bariga, every child, now they have over 300 to 400 children from primary 1 till JS3, SS3 presently. And actually last year, some of them wrote JAM and WAEC, and they came out in flying colors.
That's the kind of story we should be telling.
Exactly.
Hold on. We'll take a break now, and when we're back, we'll continue that. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations. Before the break, we were talking about celebrating the members of the younger generation who are making positive waves. And you were talking about the free school. That's one Mr. Awubaju.
School, yes,
Okay.
In Bariga. The school has about 300 to 400 children, and Sean has had to regularly find a way to raise funds to pay the teachers and for the children to attend the school for free. And now the government, the local state government, has seen the good work they're doing, and they're looking at ways to help. There's also a Bolore Inushodi who built Chelsea Art Center and teaching every young person that's interested within Inushodi painting, adire making for free.
Really?
Them to exhibit, also looking for platforms for them to exhibit anything they make and get it bought by people, and then thereby making money. So quite a lot of people, also at Kenzo, we are also doing quite a lot with young people, and we should begin to celebrate.
So that's the thing you said about process, that to make money there's a process, to make an impact in society there's a process. The process doesn't need to be created by government though.
Yes.
Because all this you said now were created by those young people who had the inspiration to want to do something. Now, the inspiration you guys have is being expressed in the area of advocacy, of theater, of the moving production that you move from one point to the other. However, what about getting involved in politics? Why are young people running away from politics? Why?
I think it's still that thing of that question of what has the government done for me? They fail to remember that the government is you and me, whether we like it or not. You know, call it whatever you want to call it. The government is still us, and until we can speak together, get engaged, and that's the way forward. No time for fence sitters anymore or back sitters. We want change. You're sure that you want to do something good. You're sure that you have great ideas. Step forward. Let people, and don't expect to be supported at that point. You know, but keep trying. That's the thing. Everything in life is about, you know, trying again and again and again. But as we've discussed earlier, our generation, we don't have that focus. We don't have that ability to concentrate on one thing and put all our energy and effort into it to understand it, to achieve the big picture. We believe that it starts now, it has to be successful now, it has to come out fine now. If it doesn't, then it's not the way. But getting involved in politics is the way to go now, and not just getting your PVC.
Yes, I was going to say, okay, so do you have a PVC?
Oh yes, I do have my PVC.
Okay.
And a long time ago, I changed my mind about politics being a dirty game.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Tell me the story.
About even if I vote or I don't vote, the person who's going to win will still win. So I changed my mind a long time ago, and it took me to the point that I left my house. I walked for like 30 minutes just to go and vote.
That's a very long trek.
Yes, I did it just to go and vote. And when my friends heard the story, they were like, Kushel, patriotic Nigeria, change maker. And I'm like, you know what? If we are all going to come out and say, you know, we are going to vote, it's going to make rigging an election very difficult.
Yes.
When people come out and vote, it makes rigging very difficult.
Yes.
But that's one point that we don't understand. And for young people going into politics, we always have the ideology that politics is a dirty game. So if you don't want to play dirty, don't go into politics. And this has also been a mindset that has been spread around even Christians and Muslims.
Yes.
People that say, oh, we are Puritans. We don't want to soil our hands in a dirty game. And I'm so glad that right now we've realized that we have made a mistake.
Yeah.
If you want to change things, then you need to be in the gathering where decisions are made.
Yes.
So if we don't get into politics, how do we even want to change these things in the first place? How do we even want to choose our own leaders? Someone was saying, "Oh, thank God I didn't vote." I said, "Thank God me, I voted." I might vote and my candidate does not win, the person I voted for.
Yeah.
But I have one thing: I voted for someone. That is my point. That is what I want to take home.
Yes, so now if we mobilize to get young people involved in politics, what should be the drive? For instance, the impact of social media was felt during the recent NSAS protests that took place majorly were firstly in Lagos, Abuja, and then spread to other cities or states in Nigeria. The mobilization was done majorly through and by social media. But the coordination of, okay, what to do beyond the protest failed. Because if you talk to government, if you talk to anybody who is in leadership, you call attention. They must have people to relate to. That didn't follow. A political party could have emerged from that protest. So as young people, what kind of examples can be set for your generation, by your generation?
So I would say that passion, that will and drive we had during the NSAS protest, if we continuously have that for another 8 years, then this real change will start. Our generation, we must understand that in everything we do, we must be willing to compromise. We must be willing to stoop to conquer. We held the nation for a week or more, and we could not make anything out of it. Why? Because we wanted to be louder than we were already. For me, at that point, I was saying, my opinion was, we could have gotten, we can't get the presidency, we can't get it. Not because we can't, but because we're not prepared for it.
Yeah.
So, Kosovo is a good example. But at least, if our generation had asked for seats in the House of Rep at that time, if we had asked for if we had taken major decisions, if we had asked for local government seats to, some local governments around Nigeria, because really that's what the change is. The change is not totally up there as far as I'm concerned. The change is the local government chairman who's doing interesting things in his community. So in Lagos, if we have 20 local governments or 15 filled up with young people, that's a great achievement.
Young people who are working.
Young people who are working, who have a vision.
Because there are young people who have already joined the old bandwagon.
Exactly. So I think that's the way to go. The way to go is not to bid for the biggest. The way to go is to bid for the many small, the councillorship, the House of Rep, the House of Assembly. That's what we need to start from, because those are the people actually making the law. Those are the people controlling that immediate environment. So for me, that's my recommendation.
That's what's yours?
For me, my recommendations would be that young people should learn to support people for a cause, not for my cause.
Okay.
So.
Or what's the need for me?
Yes, what's in it for me? If we are going to be working to build a nation, let's build a nation. For instance, I don't want to support a Joshua, because when he gets there, he's going to give me all the contracts in the States. I want to support him because when he gets there, he's going to do what is right for the States. So that would be something, so I don't have expectations that, I supported him, I gave him all my support because I wanted this and that from him. I'm supporting him for the greater good. And then young people should also learn to use the social media to their advantage. We have used the social media for every other thing right now, and for more negative things than positive things. I think we should be able to use the social media now for more positive things.
Yeah.
The social media is a platform for people to converse, air your opinions, and all of that. Why not use it positively? If I'm to run for a position now, I have a platform of the social media to campaign. I have the platform of social media to tell people, this is my dream, this is my vision, this and this is what I want to do. So let's use that platform well. Let's not abuse it.
I'm smiling now because of what you just said and realizing that a lot of people on social media make noise. Many of them don't have PVCs. And whether we like it or not, we need to keep up the campaign for PVCs. Because that's when the statement, your vote is your power, makes sense. You can't vote without a PVC. And many young people deliberately are not enrolling to have their PVCs. Is Kennesaw doing anything in that regard?
Yes, we're doing quite a lot though. Of course, we have our PVCs, and jokingly last week at the office, I was saying, how can we, I want to create a TV show. How can we gather people that are our own personal people, about 1,000 people, to get their PVC and vote through a prank, because we watch prank videos everywhere. And then I was just thinking randomly like, okay, at least if I begin to count people from my church, people I know from all sorts, everywhere, I should be able to get at least 500 people that I know. My WhatsApp, I have over 3,000 people on my WhatsApp. So how can we get them all to have their PVC? Let me cook up a lie that I'm vying for a position. They will want to vote for me. I mean, well, maybe not vote for me, but I know the 500 that would respond to my call when I make the call that I want to have a meeting, and they will come. Have your PVC. So these are some of the things we're thinking of. We're also thinking of creating the ideal Nigeria, the ideal future, because we know that that's the power of storytelling. Tell people for something over time, let them hear it over time, let them see it over time. It begins to register in their consciousness. How can we create a campaign where we no longer show the sad Nigeria, the pain in Nigeria? How can we begin to show police as what they should be? How can we begin to show our schools, the education system, as what it should be? How can we show in pictures, in stories, how can we show justice being delivered on time? So these are some projects that we're thinking of that would help young people to change the mindset, to change their perspective of things, and take charge of the political space.
Now, you said something about there being money in theater, in the dramatic arts and all that. How do you rate the coming of Netflix to the Nigerian space? How? The impact you think it's had or it's having and could even further have on the income?
Okay, so I would say it's a good development. We should always expect change to come. And why I'm saying it's a good development is coming into this space, we now have the opportunity to meet these people one-on-one. And if I have a work that is good, I now have a platform. I can always run around and try to get them to see it. It might be difficult, but just the fact that they are there gives me that hope that, guys, you know what? Let's just keep doing this thing. One day, they're going to see it. So for me, it's a good development. And of course, it's good money. It's good money for the pocket.
Are you planning anything towards being able to tap into the Netflix money?
Yes.
Or let's say Netflix opportunity?
Opportunity. Yeah. Yes, actually, since 2020, we've been talking to a distributor who's also on the Netflix who's also a Netflix consultant,
Okay.
who sources for films and so on. And we haven't, not that we haven't found the ideal story yet, but we personally, I would say, I don't know what it is. We have great stories. We have great work. We have great stories, scripts already, stories. But maybe the time hasn't come.
Yeah.
That's how I believe, that's how I say it, that when the time is right, the right content will find the right platform.
That's what he said about process again. That it takes time.
Yes.
You prepare for it. When the opportunity comes, then to say it in the parlance of the younger generation, you blow.
I just want to say this in light of this, what we're discussing. Maybe it would make sense or help anybody to understand what we mean better. Since we started Kenenso in 2011, our dream has always been to, yes, tell stories across Nigeria, but be that organization that would employ 90% theatre graduates and take them around the world, make money, get exposed, gain more knowledge, and so on. And from the first year up until the third or fourth year, we kept trying, we kept contacting universities abroad that have theatre departments, and it wasn't working. And the first opportunity, second opportunity, we were slammed this time. It didn't work. And after the second one, while planning for the third one, we told us, as we discussed, we said, this will be the last time. This will be the last time. And indeed it was the last time. And we moved it to the point where the embassies in Nigeria are the ones who then look for opportunities for us abroad to say, we found this or we know these guys. We want you to come do something with them. So the process never fails.
That's the power of process, right? And taking your time preparing, not giving up at all. Now, with the experience you've had now, you started some almost 11 years ago, and respectively between you, each one of you will be anything between 30-something and 40, right? In about 10, 15 years' time, you'll be about 50 or a little older. They'll start calling you old man. What do you see yourselves doing in the next 10, 15 years?
I see myself still telling stories, but most importantly, teaching.
Okay.
I apologize for using those words. I hate the way the system of teaching and training in Nigeria. It's like a war zone. So that's why I train, that's why I facilitate workshops quite a lot, from team bonding to any other thing. In 10, 15 years' time, I want to keep training, I want to keep developing people in different fields, not just arts, in business of creativity, in different art forms. People need to be able to not just communicate effectively, but through the arts, through this training, know where they want to go, know what is right for them.
All right, so Anifa?
I'm not going too far from that. Yeah. And the reason why I would say teaching, training people is so far we are products of people that have gone ahead of us, even though we don't have the opportunity to really learn from as much people as we would love to. That's why I would say teaching. I want to be able to open my doors and have 50 people, 100 people who say, you know what, I actually learned from this guy, and he's a great guy. And for me, it's a ripple effect. When you teach people, you are giving them a part of yourself that you don't get back. And when you teach them, they teach others who teach others. So it's a ripple effect.
So that's like you're both committed to giving back to society.
Yes.
For the opportunities you have had.
Yes.
Before we go, I'd like to say to both of you that you're such an inspiration.
Thank you.
You are. And you show that there is really hope for our country and society. But I want each one of you to look into the camera and say to your generation what you want them to do. Joshua?
Okay. Take responsibility. Take responsibility. Know that if you have a sister, if you have a brother, they are looking up to you, and you can't do things for them because you want it in return. So if you open up that mindset and do it for everybody, for the greater good, then things will change. Those things you want will change.
And yeah,
Wow. I would say to my generation, life is a process. So endure the process or enjoy it and wait for your time. Your time will surely come. And don't ever forget, in whatever you do, a good name is better than riches.
Yes, and it's been a wonderful time with these two gentlemen, Joshua Labi and Aniefio Iyang of Kennesaw Concept Productions, right? Yes. I have enjoyed myself, and you have really lifted up my spirits and hopes about the younger generation in Nigeria. Until the next time on this program, it's been nice having you. Thank you.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, PlusTvAfrica, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajitumobi.
Welcome to The Advocate on Plus TV Africa, where we discuss thought-provoking topics in an atmosphere of seriousness, decisiveness, and laughter. Here we call a spade as usual. Today I'm going to be talking about how we can fix up our values as we approach 2023 elections. Elijah points out the lack of preparations for presidential aspirants, and Tolu Moyon is saying that owning a PVC cannot be enough if you don't vote. So sit back, and after this break, we're going to be here to dissect it all. Do stay with us. Let's fix up our values. As recently conversing with my friend around the whole frenzy going on in the political sphere of Nigeria, she was really disappointed with the way our leaders in the political space are piloting the affairs of Nigeria. It's not rocket science. I mean, we've got appropriately skilled resources to deliver the future that Nigeria deserves. I personally believe that they know the technical know-how to get this done. So the big question is, why are they not doing this? This is why I'd always keep advocating for rebuilding our value system. The reality here is that the people we have on ground as leaders were once teenagers. What values did they build on? Someone said, we deserve the Nigeria we currently have. Well, in a weird way, that's not far from the truth if you think about it. Behavior determines results at any level. If we must create the new results, then we must re-engineer our value system, which determines behavior at a given level. The leaders that will pilot the affairs of Nigeria in the next 30 to 50 years are probably still in primary schools. What kind of values are we instilling in these young chaps? The problem with having excellent skills is that it could be dangerous when combined with the wrong values. We need to fix our values, and it begins right at the family level. So today, I'm interestingly asking, my fellow advocates, can we begin to rethink our value system at the very fundamental level? So I'll start with Tulu. What do you think about it?
So I think that you have touched on a very important, very significant, very life-changing, topic. Because clearly, you're not going to go above your value system.
True.
As a person, as a country, as a people, as a community, as anything. And the question is, the current values that we have, where did we get them from? I always say we give too much credit to our leaders. On one hand, these guys came from among us.
Yeah.
Right? And so they didn't fall from heaven. Okay, so where did they get the value system from? And wherever they got it from, where did those people get it from? So we have to do a deep thinking and a deep cleansing.
True.
And ask ourselves, like you said, the leaders of tomorrow, let's not talk about leaders of tomorrow. Hopefully, the leaders in 30 to 50 years, right? They're probably still in nursery school and primary school.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any of those subjects ingrained into our curriculum that talks about values, right? Parents, like you said, also from the family level, the parents have in tandem with the schools, do they have anything that is value driven? Because again, you must ask yourself, if you as a parent have taught yourself good values, then the children get to the schools and they're teaching them something differently, then there's a bit of a conflict. So there must be a general holistic appraisal of the situation, and then start to ingrain from churches, mosques, religious organizations, to schools, to homes, and let's have a value system that we all believe in and start to work towards.
Wow. So Elijah, what do you think? In terms of how do you want to think about approaching this, rebuilding the value system? There's a part where I said we deserve the Nigerian leaders that we have. So how can we begin to build like a new roadmap in terms of reengineering value systems, and what can you say around that?
Well, you were right. We deserve the Nigeria we have now, because the quality of
leadership we have is a reflection of who the society or what the society has turned into. You can't plant a mango tree and expect to reap orange from the fruit. So those leaders in the helms of of the political governments, they are Nigerians. They live and dwell amongst us. They are a product of the society and the values. So if you term them as corrupt or whatever they are, it's what is in society. Corruption is everywhere. Yeah, it's the truth. When you go to meet as well, some people on the road, they are too quick to give bribe to police. They are quick to flaunt order, to break traffic rule and all these things. So if we want to talk about value, instilling positive value, we start with education. A lot of persons are teaching primary and secondary schools. They are not there because they really love to teach. It's because of the situation in the country. Let's just take it, that's the available job. And they are not really doing their job wholeheartedly. And it's not even the curriculum per se. We have moral instruction. While I was in primary school, we did moral instruction. Did you do it?
Yeah, well, I mean,
they did it.
I did it.
They
Do they still have it? I
have it.
know.
I think it's civic education.
Civic education
and
now.
They infuse some things to you too.
Interesting, it's not the same thing.
But if you go to
and it's
the
not just
content,
semantics. There's difference between civic education and moral instruction.
But if you check this,
there are two different things.
If you check the content of the civic education, you still see there are some positive. I've gone through their stuff. It might not be the same name per se, but they have some. These things are there. The problem is not head knowledge. The problem is heart knowledge, heart response. So when you have young persons that are teaching these people are not qualified to be teachers. They just, there's no job, let's just do it. They go, they don't even teach with their heart. Anything goes. After all, I'm just here to mark time and make my time, get money and go. And it goes on like that. Nobody cares. They go to the society over monetization of everything. You want to go for anything, how much will you pay me? You want to do no, nobody's willing to volunteer to do something. No, these things matters a lot. Money, I want to do things at all costs, to cheat someone to gain for financial gain or self-aggrandizement and other things. So these are the problems, these are the loopholes. And that is why we have some persons in government mismanaging government resources, and you are condemning them. You can't condemn them when you are also like them.
But let's even pick it from that morning power. I was going to chat with my friend, and so guys, what do we think? This whole, the delegates that were sent, and we know, the dollars that rolled, that shake hands and all of that. Someone asked me a question, Victor, these delegates know those that would deliver the Nigeria we're looking for. Why are they not, standing behind those people? Why are they standing behind those, giving them, the money? So, again, it's just very funny. Like, we know, but we still are we going to say that, is it a conscious thing, right? Is it a subconscious thing, or is it a level of moral decadence that had happened in terms of values?
It's the three of them.
Yeah. So I think that pretty much you've answered your own question.
It's the three of them.
Because on one hand, the fundamental issue with this, delicate situation is the system that's been designed. Once the system is faulty, there's very little you can do to beat it. I stayed up all night to watch that.
The primaries, yeah.
People were like, Tolu, and I said, the truth is you can't change a system you don't understand.
Exactly.
You can't beat a system you don't understand. So the first thing is we have to understand how the systems work. A lot of people don't even know how those things work. To be honest, it's the first time I'm actually sitting down to watch how the system of, getting the flag bearer works. And if you look at the system, it's already flawed. And once the system is flawed, there's very little you can do to change it.
Sure.
So we must start by redesigning that system, or, like I was going to advocate for, create a third force, and you design a different system. And when you see the numbers, you see that things are possible. If you actually look at the numbers of voters and the numbers that these winners actually go home with, you find that if you create a different system, you can actually, disrupt that system. So it's a systemic issue.
Yeah,
it's not really a delegate issue. It's actually
a systemic issue.
It's a systemic issue. Corruption has been systemized and institutionalized in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And corruption is broad, though. It's not only when money exchange hands.
Many other things.
But my point is, looking at that, what you were talking about, delegate, these guys, they know what they were doing. You said subconscious, yes. Subconsciously, they were corrupt because they grew up in the corrupt society. Consciously, they made efforts and went there to make sure they get something, because in their mind, they'll say, after all, in this election, we could chop our own. And if you ask I've interacted with other Nigerians. There's some few persons I have around. They are not. They seem not to be interested in politics, as if it's a way of being self-righteous or something. Talk about what's my business with politics. To them, they are being self-righteous, and some other people come for their own that I don't care, I beg, let them do what they want to do. I will go and open shop and sell my market anyhow. Maybe they want to do, good do.
Yeah.
If you don't claim ownership of Nigeria, who else will?
Absolutely.
Do you want?
Is Kayode there by any chance?
No, I doubt.
If not,
Just go on.
I mean, someone even made
a tweet. a very funny tweet I saw that Tunde Bakare spent 100 million and 30,000 naira. So like, what are you saying? 100 million for the form and then 30,000 naira.
30 million.
No,
it's correct. It's 100 million.
Hold on. 100 million for the form, 30,000 naira for the bulk SMS. He didn't do what other people were doing.
Then someone added 100,000 for tickets.
For tickets. Doesn't that reflect the values? These are young people
looking at the money.
These are young people making joke. I mean, it's funny, but it reflects the value system that we're talking about.
Generally, I feel like, just to take on from what Elijah said, I feel that there's a general sense in which the average Nigerian just feels as if politics is a means,
the highest bidder, wealth, the highest money giver,
and connection to that, to any politician, is just an opportunity for them to also, harness the opportunity. Because if you think about it, let's not even start going into service, because that's what politics is supposed to be. I mean, as a leader, or someone in government or in governance, you should be a leader. You should serve. You're there to serve. However, it's been turned upside down. If you get a chance to become anything, from the lowest councillor to chairman to House of Reps, House of Assembly, senator, anything that you are in Nigeria, most of the time in politics, is always an opportunity for you to make money. So if you think about that already, because there's a perception that has already been set. It just once, like they say, once the use of a thing is not known, abuse is imminent. So already we don't understand the idea of leadership and governance. So naturally abuse is what's taking place. Until people start to understand what leadership is and what governance is, then we actually haven't started.
Well, the thing is, it's unfair for people to price positions in Nigeria and make it worthless by attaching money to it. That's why we are saying that the too much monetization of political. We know that political parties have to sell their fund, maybe to generate some source of funds in sustaining the party, but you have to make it 100 million. I said it before that, is it possible to make presidential form almost free, but then it's difficult for you to have it if you don't meet some certain criteria? Can we do that?
Yeah. I mean, so what happens, in my opinion, I think that setting the form at that price already just cuts out a lot of people. That's what it does for you.
Yeah.
I think there should have been other criteria, beyond just money that qualifies you. So does it mean everybody that can afford 100 million can then vie for the position?
Yeah.
So let's look at how it's done in Senate claims. What are the things that qualify you to aspire for the highest position in the land? And have a long list of things, a strenuous, and mostly intellectual, and knowledge-based process.
Intellectual bank,
Ask these people. I mean, when they give these guys 2 minutes to speak,
clean record.
Talking crap. So if you can't say in 2 minutes what your plan is for the economy, for education, for technology, for power, for renewable energy, I mean, those are things I expect to be hearing when they give people 2 minutes to talk. They're just talking crap, more or less. So it just goes to show, the quality of people that we're. And like I said the last time here, I said the quality of our candidates actually reflects a lot on us as a people.
As a people. And chiming on that really, because when people see failure succeed, right, they begin to see success as failure.
As failure, exactly.
So which is this person that has almost next to nothing won. So that means I don't need to, this is my path of integrity, honesty, being intellectual, having a clean record doesn't work in this ecosystem. So I need to throw this other part. I must have a track. So that means for me to actually even claim that title, I must be well, bred in the in the art of scheming people, in the art of, laundering money. So let me even start laundering now so that when I get to that level, my portfolio in money laundering is robust. And these are the values we are now subconsciously selling, which is now destroying the polity. And I think it's something that we need to really, really give it.
Yeah, that's why I said the last time that we can make this thing almost free, but then just like you said, the process to get it will be difficult. We need to do more as a country.
All right, the future is all we can be but have not yet become, all we can do but have not yet done, all we can have but don't yet possess. We need to go back and refix our values if we must create, a better future for Nigeria, and it begins at the family level. Up next now is Elijah. Please do stay with us after the break.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
National elections, the stark unpreparedness of some aspirants. When you open your mouth, you tell the world who you are. That's from Richmond Dial Johnson. He's a Nigerian British international trainer and executive. He's now of blessed memory. The race to a leadership seat in Aso Rock requires dogged, structured, and skilled politicking, thus leaving little or no room for nonchalance or any form of inadequacies. Observing the just concluded manifesto delivery in some parties' primaries, it can be deduced that majority of these aspirants were ill prepared to defend their cause and individuality beyond politics. The world is watching, and the world sees every speaker as a representative of a faction of the populace. It is believed that the art of political showmanship entails the bearer's ability to package and present values, visions, and set goals on a pedestal of excellence. Despite having to surrender to baton to the next fit candidate, the following has to be in place to assure citizens and the global populace at large that it is not a game of clownery. Vision precision, ability to articulate goals and agendas properly, define goals, consciousness of recent and past happenings of the states, empathy, and awareness of the people. Lastly, the recent attack by unknown gunmen in St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo, Ondo State, which left at least 70 people killed and injured. Also, the killing of a 30-year-old Ahmed Usman over alleged blasphemous comments against Prophet Muhammad, peace be unto him, in the Lubo area of Abuja, Nigeria's capital city, is a call of awakening from all and sundry. As security, healthcare, and sound education are bedrocks to any given civilization. Political aspirants and candidates should therefore be certain about what they are bringing on board to address these issues. May the soul of those massacred in St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo, and other victims of violence and insecurity rest in peace. Here we are again.
Amen. Yeah. So, I mean, to be honest, it's what we just said. I mean, it's basically just taken out from the last conversation. If someone has said that they're aspiring for the highest position in the country, and they're given 2 minutes to make their case, some of them spend 5 minutes, some maybe more, and you're not hearing. So the first thing that I noticed, like you said, about that convention is what I expected them to even start from was a minute's silence. It just shows you the tone deafness and the stark, lack of empathy and thinking through and deep thinking in this country. Because in a crowd of 10,000, 20,000 people, or in an organization of maybe 50, 20, 100 people that put this event together, none of them thought it wise to actually give a minute silence for the departed soul. Then eventually one of the candidates, finally spoke about it. But throughout all the speeches, I was waiting to hear, even the one that people, and there's only to mention it, even the one that people thought was such a wonderful speech, it was just an inspirational speech. I didn't see any action points. I didn't see any, tackling the issues of insecurity, of the economy. But why am I surprised? There's nothing to be surprised about. It's been 7 years of, stuck, I don't even know what name to start to call it. But if you look at the scorecard of this government in 7 years, the truth is, if you're part of this government, there's really nothing you have to say. What are you going to say? Because you've been part of government for 7 years. So what are you going to say you want to do? Some guy came and said he wants to build on the legacy that, the current government left. And I'm like, what are you talking about? So I can understand why these guys actually have nothing to say, because most of the people that are vying for this position were part of this government past 7 years. So to say anything is actually to contradict themselves, because they've had 7 years to prove that they can do something and have done nothing. So I'm not surprised that they're unprepared. There's nothing to be prepared for. But for anybody else that's been outside this party, and I expect, so unfortunately, the opposition in Nigeria is really weak, and they just get distracted with, the unnecessary mundane details. I think that whoever is the opposition has more than enough material and resources to deal with this, with the ruling party. They have more than enough material. Just look at the past 7 years and ask the people, is this, what you want? This is what I do for a living. So I'm not about to give anybody any free advice. There's too much material.
Sure.
There's way too much material.
Sure. Thank you very much, Tolu. So, Victor, just like what Tolu said, many of them could not articulate their idea. Many of them, we just had few of them were able to do that. And what touched me most was the fact that the only female candidate among them, a female aspirant among them, they gave her 2 minutes, a lawyer for that matter. You couldn't even say something for the sake of encouraging other women in politics. You came, you ranted nothing, you stepped down and you left. And then people were like, why? Women for that. No, I was disappointed
You're
actually.
expecting too much.
So Victor, I know you're a life coach. You deal with behavioral, you learn, you talk about behavioral approach, people behavior and their speech and their, so what's the advice? We have the major debates coming up among candidates. So this time around, we want to hear them communicate. We look forward to that. What strategies and would you advise them, these candidates?
Maybe I will even tell the power of Tolu, I'm not here to give free advice. They should contact me. But anyway, the truth is, the reward system is so dilapidated. We are rewarding mediocrity. We're rewarding moral decadence. We're rewarding ill-mannered, lack of values kind of people. We're just rewarding nonchalancy, and it's a problem. And like Tolu earlier mentioned, can we begin to think about a third first? Before we got on and said, I told you that how we think about this third first has to be very strategic. When you look at the tech ecosystem and what they had done to really disrupt, traditional businesses, we must come with that kind of spirit, right? But of course, also taking cue, because the truth is, we can throw away the fact that, some of these people had, been working for the positions they are trying to get in for maybe 20 years ago, 20. So it's a roadmap. But oftentimes I see we millennials or we revolutionaries trying to come and say, 4 years election, I've got the clincher. I've got the strategy. We'll take over this nation. You can't take over this nation in 4 years. You can't even take over America. It doesn't happen like that, right? So I think 2 things are critical. One, have a proper roadmap, and that roadmap has to be built in such a way that we take some intelligence. In as much as these old chaps are, annoying us, but there's some intelligence we need to draw from how they have built the political system. If you must disrupt anything, you must understand how that thing works. And back to what Tolu kept saying, we don't even understand what's the dynamics of we don't understand how it works. When you talk to some, they're just saying some bogus motivational stuff, which is not technical. There's no dynamics as to how the politics works. And I tweeted something a few days ago to really get things to really command the kind of power and the kind of influence, because leadership is intentional influence. So there's no good or bad leader. There's a leader who is either good or bad based on their personal values. So no good or bad leader. Osama was a leader. So he used his skills to, so everybody. So you
towards Obama. Let's
Osama. Yeah, exactly. Obama too was a leader. So it's about. So again, back to what I tweeted. I said 3 things are critical, right, to build that political influence. Number 1 is, mobilization. Number 2 is money. Number 3 is structure. So you've got to mobilize. You've got to have a structure, and you need money. You can't just be fully thinking that money is not important, so you can't be speaking words. So those 3 things are key. Can we begin to now, because again, you can't change who doesn't want to change. You can only reinvent, okay, someone said something that the old people are irredeemable. Can we begin to recreate a new order? Can we begin to recreate a new pathway? So I think we should rethink this thought first, right, and begin to build. Show me a 2050 roadmap. We may not all feature in it, but let's do it for the culture. That's what I think, really.
That's very apt, actually, both of you. If you check, let's take a look at the pathway of the person that emerged winner of APC. I'm talking about Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. If you check from some years back, this man has been on the opposition to the ruling party at that time, and he stayed in that line. And if you watch his processes, his strategy, whether you like it or not, we're not here to campaign or commend him or condemn him, but I just want us, let's just look at his principles, his strategies. So he worked a long time for this. Even though, yes, there are still some other factor of luck, God, and other things, maybe money, like you said, but this man...
maybe, absolutely,
yes,
definitely money.
Yes. So this is what we young people need to learn. And then more importantly, I'm going to say this to all aspirants, just like I quoted Richmond Dyer Johnson, the Nigerian British executive, is late now. He said, when you open your mouth, you tell the world who you are. Means that they give you opportunity. They think that it's just Nigerians that are. It's not a Nigerian affair. The world is watching. What kind of person do you want the world to remember you as? We were here in Nigeria. We were at least watching aspirant debates in America, in UK. Mention those countries. So it's not just about being the president. It's about having an identity of yourself. What kind of person I am. When I come outside to speak, I speak value, I speak intellect, I speak reason. They gave you the ticket or they didn't give you the ticket or you're stepping down for someone should not stop you from communicating. This is what many of the aspirants lacked.
So I totally agree with you. And I always say, you can't give what you don't have.
True.
The truth is, it's actually unfair to demand from someone what they don't have. So if you look at, the current situation of the country in Nigeria, the bar has been set so low. The bar is so low.
Really low.
You just need to be a thinking person, to sit down, analyze the issues, and then ask for solutions. I don't think that it's so complicated. The problems in themselves, solving those problems might be complicated, but I think just on the face of it, the problems are obvious and we can start to solve the problems.
So much has been said already about the importance of coming prepared. You don't just come to the race unprepared. Up next is Tolu. Just stay with us.
Your PVC is not the answer. Your vote is. The main contenders are in, the aspirants are ready, the real politicking is about to start. The electorate is scared, excited, apprehensive, agitated, and every other emotion in between. The drumming of get a PVC is reaching a favorite pitch. Unfortunately, the almighty PVC will not solve your problems this election season. Only your votes will. So yes, I know you cannot vote without a PVC. However, recent statistics have shown that the main problem is voter apathy, not actually the PVC in itself. I mean, let's look at some numbers. In 2011, 73,528,000 people registered to vote, but only 53.68% of those people showed up. That's about half of that number. In 2015, 68.833 million people registered to vote, and only 43.6% turned up. Again, less than half of that number. In 2019, the most recent election, there were 82.344 million registered voters, the highest so far in the history of Nigeria, but unfortunately, only 34.75%, way less than half of that number, showed up at the polling station. So for 3 election cycles, 30 million people in the first one, 40 million in the second, and 50 million people, respectively, in the third cycle, registered to vote, but they didn't show up on election day. And that exactly is the problem. Leaders do not win election on election days. Trust me. Election is already ongoing right now. Delegates have chosen your candidates for you. If you're not careful, they will also go ahead and choose your leader for you. Let's put this further in numbers perspective. In 2011, 30 million plus registered voters did not vote, and that election was decided by about 10 million votes. In 2015, 40 million plus registered voters did not vote, and that election was decided by less than 3 million votes. In 2019, about 50 million registered voters still did not vote, and that particular election was divided by 4 million votes. So, does that tell you the actual problem? The actual problem is not your PVCs, it's actually voting on election day. In 2023, what are the margins needed to win this election? Just think about it. It's a numbers game. It's an advocate that will set up a database of voters to constitute a third force. We actually have the numbers. We have the people. We have the funds. Everybody just needs to chip in here and there. We can set up the structure. And we have the youth, technology, we have the diaspora, we have the know-how on our side. We can make a loud statement if we actually vote.
That's a very, very interesting angle to look at it. You know, it's just like when I'd normally tell startup founders that ideas are $0. Execution is the game.
Absolutely.
It is a person that moves first that gets the answer.
Absolutely.
So ideas are like the PVC, which is I've gotten the PVC, I've registered, and you know, just putting myself out there openly. I mean, I'm putting myself very responsible to the whole world, right? I checked to just confirm that, you know, where I registered my PVC is still intact, and you know, I haven't gone to pick it. I've been scheduling and scheduling. I think with what you've said now, right, you've triggered me to really make our time this week and go get it, because I mean, I voted last time and I'd moved places and all of those things. So it just got me thinking that I believe you're correct, that it is not the PVC, it is the vote, which is that day, they're not going to count, let's count how many PVCs that are in, you know, so that let's mark them. This PVC, are you for this person? I'm going to ask PVC questions. They're going to, you know, count votes. And again, the votes that we cast. So I believe it's something that we can start from our space. And here's what I'm proposing, right? I recall then, you know, where I used to work in the last 2 elections, I think 2011 elections, you know, and they would always ask in every stand-up meeting, guys, we've gotten your PVC, you're voting, and sure you come out to vote. You know, so it was always a song, and it was almost like we're going to deduct your salaries if you don't vote. You know, so it was almost like that. But I thought that also triggered some action. I think what we can do is, in our space, back to what I said about values, as you're probably chilling out with your friends, guys, how far now? We need to We need to take this in serious. You go to ATM point. Guys, have you gotten your PVC? I mean, you just engage people. You get on Uber. You're asking the Uber driver, hope say you go vote, Sha. You know, let's begin to consciously, not just say, go and get your PVC. Are you going to come out to vote? You know, I think it's a very good thing.
Because
I love
you
it.
see, one question actually begets the other.
True.
So if you say, oh, go and get your PVCs, then people get PVCs. They don't show up on election day. But if you say to people to vote, then they understand that to vote, they need to get their PVC.
That's
so we're missing the actual point.
That's very intelligent.
The actual point is not the PVC. Because the PVCs there, last election cycle, there were 82 million registered voters.
It's crazy.
Less than 40%. 50 million people refused to vote in that election. Wow. That was won by less than 4 million margins. 4 million people margin. So you must ask yourself, imagine just half of those 50 million people that didn't vote, that come together and say, you know what, these are our candidates, and this is who we're waiting for. We would have a different result.
It's true.
You know, so it's really not the PVC. So the PVC is important, but the voting is more important. So you must begin to ask the question, when you meet someone, are you going to vote? And they say, oh, I'm going to vote. Then you say, okay, now go and register, make sure you get your PVC.
Fantastic.
I think we need to start asking that question.
My point is PVCs are not just means of identification. No.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Some of them will tell you, I have my PVC, no go vote. You say, I beg, go get time. I want this to open bank account. That's number one. Number two, the government should try as much as possible to enable the facilitation, to facilitate the process. You want to go to collect your PVC, the crowd there can discourage people. Some people are of weak faith. It's not everybody that is as dogged as you that want to stand long. So, in queue, you know, some Nigerians are easily discouraged. Like today, let me tell you what happened. I was coming from Ojo today. So I was coming, and then on my way, I saw that I saw this mammoth crowd in front of Ojo local government today, as sort of today being so I saw them standing in front of the local government with placard. We need our PVC. We need our PVC. I don't know what was happening.
You see?
I said, okay. I was like, wow, I wish one
Those
of
are the
these,
movements that we need
so
to be
they
happening
should,
now.
No, they were there. They actually went to pick up their PVC. Obviously, someone is not responding to them. So the government should try and facilitate the process.
Yes.
We don't make this thing difficult so that people can just do this and get out. Because not everybody have that strength and stamina to stand long and waiting for people. If they don't, they just discourage and they will go back.
Yes, because again, when I looked at the numbers, right, there are two things conclusions I came to, because numbers don't lie. So it's one of two things. It's either there's actual voter apathy, where people refuse to show up on election day. Or, because remember, these are registered voters, or people actually register and don't pick up their visits to vote. Or there's a system that's been designed to frustrate people from getting their PVCs. And that in itself is voter suppression.
So you stay for
and
2
voter
days,
suppression is actually an actual crime. So maybe people need to start suing the INEC. Right? Look at the system.
Hold them to high standards.
If I can walk into a bank and literally 5 minutes I get my debit card out.
Debit card. What can I do?
Why should the PVC more difficult to get?
Very true.
It's difficult.
We need to
Why should it
hold
more difficult to
INEC
get?
to
It must be
very high.
that easy to get. I must literally walk into a space and in 5 minutes I can get out my PVC. But you see, they understand also that the average Nigerian, because the apathy already exists, all they need to do is just trigger it. Trigger that apathy and you've given up.
Yeah.
So they know
that's the margin
and that's that margin that you're
facilitates
seeing.
rigging. You
Yes,
know.
absolutely.
Can we talk to Kayode if Kayode is still here with us?
Okay, he's not.
Okay. You know, so that's the margin that
makes the difference.
That facilitates that rigging, because you know someone said, I mean, when I said this, I knew I was correct, right? Which is rigging needs something to trigger it. Nobody just wakes up and says, you know what, I'm just going to. So there has to be, just like in chemical reaction, you need something that triggers something that triggers something.
I'm not a science student, I don't know.
So he's talking about chain reaction.
Chain reaction. But the truth is, if there is no favorable, and I mean you did biology, so you know photosynthesis, sunlight. So there has to be the perfect condition for photosynthesis to happen. There have to be the condition created consciously or subconsciously for rigging to happen.
Yes.
And oftentimes we are subconsciously creating that condition by what you said. Number one, not going to pick up your PVCs. Number two, the system frustrating you from picking up your PVCs. Number three, picking up the PVCs and not actually going out to vote. Say, I beg, they know who is going to come in. And because of that, so it's now learned helplessness.
Yes.
Since I know that even if I vote, it will not count. Right? So because of that, my vote will not count. I refuse to vote. And guess what? If 10 million of me, right, or 10 million people think like me, rigging has been
absolutely,
been
and that's just a fraction of 200 million people.
This is the strategy for rigging.
That is where belief
absolutely
comes into place. A lot of Nigerians have lost hope in the country, forgetting that they have no other country. These same Nigerians will have the opportunity of go to America and behave well, go to UK and abide by the principle. Here in Nigeria, you feel beg, may they go stay their own. Election is public holiday for them. Yeah, I know a lot of people that will tell them, I beg, let me rest, I beg. This election process is public holiday.
And I think also there's a
believe in our country.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So I think also there's a narrative, redesign that I want to start doing. There's a narrative problem, and there are several. So, for instance, someone says, "Oh, my vote will not count." There has to be a narrative shift
around that, right?
Think about it. If your vote does not count, then why are they buying votes?
It counts.
Why are they buying people?
True.
Why are they paying people?
True.
That's because they expect those people to vote, because it's those numbers. Because, like you said, there must be a platform for rigging to take place. Someone cannot rig on 0 votes.
Exactly.
He must have 200 votes for him to say, "Oh, it was 2,000."
Or 2,000.
You saw when they were counting the thing yesterday. The guy went from 79 to 100. Yeah, they, during the primaries.
I guess it's.
But guess what? He had to account the 79 to get to 100. The guys that had 0, there's no way they would have gotten 79 in the first place.
Exactly.
So you have to create first.
There has to be an enabler.
Yeah, there must be an enabler.
And we're enabling the rigging by ourselves.
Yeah, so you must make people understand. Every time people say, "Oh, after all, the vote won't count," you must let them realize that if your vote did not count, why would they be coming to give you money? Because they need you to cast your vote for the rigging to happen. So if you're going to make a change, it's the same environment we have to create. Because think about it. If you have 50 million people not voting, just think about it in 2019.
It's a very ludicrous number.
And imagine how frustrated we were in 2019. And 50 million people decided not to show up on election day. So the question is, are we actually really tired? You must think about it. Those are heavy numbers. That's a quarter of Nigerian population.
Yeah. Not showing
up on election day. And these people registered. So there are critical questions we know we're asking ourselves. So that's one narrative. The other narrative is, oh, they already know who is going to be there. If they already know who is going to be there, then why are they conducting elections?
Yeah. So because they spend a lot of money, billions of naira go into planning, preparation.
Yes.
So why do you waste all that money if you know? When you say, guys, this is the new president, thank you, goodbye.
Yes.
So
which is why I'm saying that elections are already taking place now.
Exactly.
Elections are not won election day.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I think that Nigerians will understand. Elections are not won election. They are one way before. So look at yesterday now. So today was the deadline to present, candidates for each of the parties. Which means that by today, you have no choice as to who you are going to vote for.
Yeah, except those that are already
as who you vote for. Do you know what I'm saying? So now they've presented 7 people. You must vote for one of these 7 people.
Exactly.
Which is why Nigerians will not come and say, "Oh, we are voting for the lesser evil." But what happened to you making sure that you had no evil in that mix in the first place?
Yeah.
Which is why everybody needs to get involved. You need to get involved in politics.
It's a roadmap.
On your street and your community. It takes a while. But I believe that if we start to create that critical mass now, we would absolutely get there. What's the youth population of Nigeria?
Sure.
You must think about it.
That's why I said we have to encourage religious organizations, religious bodies. They can't say there's no politics should not be mixed with religion. Now we have to mix it now. Tell your members to go and.
I think a pastor said that no counseling, no PVC, no counseling.
That's a bit.
Pastors and imams.
It was funny, but
that's a bit dicey because the reason it's dicey is because
the
reason why that's a bit dicey is because a lot of times the leaders of these organizations also align with some, politicians. And in the event that the person your leader is aligned with does not align with your own personal values, then how do you? So what I think that the religious bodies need to do is to encourage registration, encourage voting, encourage participation. It's not just to say, oh, go and vote for this person, because a lot of times, we've heard, a lot of some of these people that get involved with some of these, politicians, and there's a lot of inconsistencies in that area. So I think that religious bodies need to start encouraging their people to get involved in early participation as well.
That's
what I meant. That's why I said the places of religion should be non-partisan, but should encourage healthy politicking. First things first, encourage your members to get their PVCs. I'm not saying pastors should endorse any candidates. They don't necessarily have to endorse any candidates. Even if you're the pastor, you're running yourself, you don't have the right to compel your members to vote for you. Let your work and your values and your vision and your idea speak for you. Absolutely. But they should go and get their PVC.
I mean,
vote.
Vote. You
need to keep
get your PVC and vote.
You need to keep adding.
Get your PVC and vote.
So thank you so much. I mean, just for your thanks so much for bringing this to fore. It's really amazing what you've said, because that vote is the action, like is the completion of the exercise.
Absolutely.
You know, so once we shift the message to, you know, are you voting? Why are you not voting? Oga, I don't get PVC. Why don't you have PVC?
Exactly.
Oga, you know, so we begin to, you know, take out the root cause of the, but if you say, go and get your, I'll get it later. So that means action ends at when I have my PVC. That's what we're subconsciously saying. And what Tolu is, you know, saying today really is to charge us. And again, I'm bringing to bear what I said before. All advocates, right, and everybody in Nigeria, literally, we can control this one, which is the people in your circle of influence. We can actually begin to ask them, are you voting? You know, and it's a very good thing Tolu has said. Thank you so much, Tolu.
Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, absolutely, like I said, until we ask the right questions, you know, sometimes we won't get the right answer. So the question is actually, do you plan to vote? If you plan to vote, then surely you must get a PVC to vote. We thank you for your attention while the program lasted. We hope that our conversations resonated with you and that in some small way, we've been able to encourage you to contribute to your immediate environment. Little drops of water, they say, make a mighty ocean. Don't forget, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, PlusTvAfrica, #TheAdvocatesNG, and on Twitter and Instagram, @PlusTvAfrica, #TheAdvocatesNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to PlusTvAfrica.com/TheAdvocatesNG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, PlusTvAfrica, and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. Join us next week, same time on this station. Let's keep advocating for a better society. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Like rolling my strong this way. I call it strong. I call SK Popo. I call them strong because, as I said, it motivates me, it gives me energy, it makes me move. I'm addicted to tramadol, Baba Blue. Everyone knows it as well. No, codeine, Benelin with codeine. Tramadol was given to me by my father. Him too, he didn't even know what it was. My name is Tunde Smith. I'm a drug addict, and well, I'm here to tell you my story about drugs. I started taking drugs when I was 20. I was this kind of child then that I was always trapped in my house. My dad didn't always allow me to go out, and my mom didn't always allow me to go out. So when I got out to the world after I finished secondary school, and I spent 1-2 years at home out of frustration, then I started going out, meeting people, and that was when I now found out about SK. And that's the street name outside. It got to a time that without it, I couldn't eat anymore. I was very, very much fatter than this, but I guess it's drugs that did this to me because I lost my appetite. I didn't know how, I didn't know how to get it first of all. It was always a friend that always bought it for me. So when he was not around, when he had to go to school, even only me around, I had to wait for a while before I could find my way to get into the Zanga zone and get the drug, you understand? So it was very, very hard for me to hold on to it, saying, okay, fine, I won't take this thing for a long period of time. But when I had the chance to take it, I took it excessively. I took it like there was no tomorrow. I took it like that was the last one that was on earth, just to make me feel good. I won't say I'm proud to say I'm a drug addict, but well, I guess I found myself here and I have to actually tell myself the truth. So yes, I am a drug addict. I steal money from my mom, I steal money from my dad. I just try my best to like get a shot of it a day at least. My curiosity always got the best of me when it came to drugs. So I moved on from just taking SK to taking other ones. And it got to a point in time I tuned into hard drugs. So I was taking all of them together. I would take tramadol, I would take Ruchi, I would take all those kind of stuff. I would take them, you know, just like know what this does and what this does. You know, all those kind of drugs, they're very, very easy to get. All you can do is just go down to the pharmacy and just ask for it. You don't need prescriptions, you don't need anything. You just go there, you get it. Hard drugs like that, I call it hard because of what it does when you take a large amount of it, because the feeling it gives and everything like that. And it's so easy to get. It's like just to walk down the park and you get it so easy.
Psychologists receive phone calls day and night from addicts who want to give up drugs. Every 2 calls is about one particular medicine, tramadol.
Parents shouldn't give their children medications containing the narcotics codeine or tramadol.
Tramadol was given to me by my father. Him too, he didn't even know what it was. When I don't take it, it makes me feel like the whole world is on top of me. It makes me feel like I am nothing. I'm about to go get some supplies, you know, talking about the usual stuff, SK, tramadol, pawpaw and stuff like that, you know. It's not an easy task getting these things and actually trying to get a video of it as well, but let's just pray that I don't get caught. But I just want to show you how easy it is to get these things at no extra cost. Is quite easy. Okay, this is where I have to pass if I want to go get, you know, if I have to go get the stuff, you know. It's a very, very long way. It's a way and it's known to everyone. Everyone knows that if you want to get drugs, this is the place to be if you're in Lagos, especially this Yaba side. You can see the environment is a place whereby it's not conducive, you know. You can see everyone, no one knows I'm doing this. So, you know, if I'm being caught over here, if anyone should just suspect that I'm doing something like this, I'm screwed already. Like, I'm literally screwed because no, the police is not going to come here on time. This place is so deep inside the location that I'm going to this stuff. Before the police gets here, I would have been dead. It's so sure about it. This place that I'm about to enter now, I want to go get tramadol. It's, as I said, it's just another shop, another pharmacy that you can just walk into and just get anything you want. Hello. Good afternoon. Do you have tramadol? Yeah? 100 milligram. Okay, let me have one then. I'm asking for her now if I could get tramadol, and she says yes, she has it. I'm going to take 100 milligrams. That is about 5 pills. So I'm just going to wait for her and let her, you know, sell it to me. In the meantime, I'm showing you guys around the pharmacy, you know. As I said, it's all being done secretly, so no one knows I'm actually doing this. As you've seen right here, this view that you're looking at is what we call Zanga. This, as you can see right there at the far right corner, you see that you can see some guys sitting right there. I can't go down there because I'm not meant to do this kind of thing at all. If I'm caught doing this, that's it for me right there. But as you can see over there now, you can see those guys seated right there. Those are those people that like take drugs. They're always there. This is where you can do anything you want. In fact, this place that you're looking at right here, it's not even on the Lagos State map. this place doesn't exist at all. This place is like, it's meant to be a canal. There's a canal over there. That's where you see the bushes, right at this corner, after this house. There's a canal that passes through that side. So all this place is meant to be like a gutter, you know. But, you know, you can see houses everywhere. Everyone just trying to survive. Over this place that you're looking at, the guy that you're seeing over there, that's actually the dealer. Because he sees me standing here for so long, he's like wondering what's up. Like, he wants to come and meet me, but I'm just like giving him the signals not to come yet, because I don't really want anybody to see me doing this. That's it for me. Tramadol, this is 250 milligrams of tramadol, just one pill. You have some people that take 2 sometimes, and you really want to get high. Then this one is the normal one, the ones that you get like anywhere on the streets. Anywhere you go, you can just ask anyone and you get it. This is 100 milligrams. The normal dosage, any normal guy that takes trams, when they start, this is what they start with, because before you get to 250, you have to like start with 50 milligrams, 100 milligrams. You can't just get up to here, you just get messed up. Rochi. This is Rochi. This one you take, this is 100 milligrams. Yeah, this 100 milligrams, just one pill. Just one pill of this, and you're good to go. Having like the motivation to like come out and speak about this is because it wasn't easy for me as well. I had to like seek help from, you know, a doctor. When everything was going crazy for me, I had to like seek help medically, and they were the ones that gave me the motivation to like do what I'm doing here today. If there's anyone out there that it's into drugs and feeling depressed, and you just feel that okay, fine, you want to step out, but you don't know how to. It can be hard, but it all starts by that step. It all starts by you just going out there and just seeking help. No one is gonna like hunt you down. No one is gonna arrest you. It's just about you just coming out and just saying this is it. Because that was the step I took.
Slick City Empire.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on PlusTvAfrica.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church, CGCC, formerly known as the Lateran Assembly. Today, all across the world, there are rumblings. Nations are plagued by perplexing situations. Societies are drowning in unprecedented upheavals. Cities are grappling with complex problems. Families are overwhelmed by seemingly insurmountable challenges, while multitudes in the valley of decision and people are in dire need of hope. At the same time, there is a stirring in the hearts of those who know their God and are said to do exploits, those who understand the times and the seasons and know what their nation ought to do, those with a compelling call to respond to the mandate of God in this decade. Brothers and sisters, this decade is a decade like no other. It's a decade of the designated favor of God upon his people. To accurately position ourselves for this current move of God and to be adequately equipped for the call of the hour, we must shape the decade by the word of God, which is why I'm so glad to welcome you to the Moment of Truth, a life-transforming time in the presence of God and under the influence and power of the Holy Spirit, as well as the Word of God. So invite your family, neighbors, and friends as you sit back, relax, and receive the engrafted Word of God, which is able to save your soul.
David said, I really don't know what God will do with me. I didn't ask for the anointing in the midst of my brothers. I didn't ask to be king of Israel. Look at the trouble I've gotten just by defending Israel against Goliath. I don't know what God will do to me. But let my brothers, let my father, let my mother stay with you. So he brought them before the king of Moab, and they dwelt with him at the time that David, all the time that David was in the stronghold. Moab means of his father. Of his father, which can be interpreted in pidgin English as Nami Bonam, Nami Givam Bele. I'm sure you know about the incestuous relationship between Lot and his two daughters that produced Ammon and Moab. I'm not about to delve too much here into spiritual DNA of David or tinker with a crack in the wall of David's moral fiber that produced his character flaws. It's okay to start your field practicals in the cave of Adullam, which means testimony. But if you're going to sustain that testimony, you may have to check your roots. Romans chapter 11. It's critical that you check your roots. It's critical that you take your history. Familiar spirits are looking everywhere to sell you the same product that your ancestors bought. Do you understand me? Okay. In Romans chapter 11, 16 to 18, for if the first fruit is holy, the lump is also holy. And if the root is holy, so are the branches. And if some of the branches were broken off and you, being a wild olive tree, were grafted in among them, and with them became a partaker of the root and fatness of the olive tree, do not boast against the branches. But if you do boast, remember that you do not support the root, but the root supports you. Now, have you ever considered looking at the tree of knowledge of good and evil? It has a good part. It has the evil part. Do you know many will be deceived that since it's tree of knowledge of good and evil, I will take the only good part. I will not take the evil part. It is the same root that supplies both. When you are rootless, you become fruitless at the end of the day. God will take you to Moab to locate your roots, because if you don't do so quickly, you may struggle through life not appreciating the need to be firmly rooted in Christ. Look down your family line and see the crisis there. and see them haunting you and see you repeating them. God is taking you to your own Moab so that you can discover your root and then relocate yourself and be rooted in Christ. The Yoruba say, Kokoro tunje for, Lara follower. Lamentations put it in a very straight manner. Lamentations chapter 1, 8 to 9. Lamentations 1, 8 to 9. Jerusalem has sinned gravely, therefore she has become vile. All who honored her despise her, because they have seen her nakedness. Verse 9. Our uncleanness is where? Our uncleanness is in our skirts. She did not consider her destiny, therefore her collapse was awesome. If you're not driven by destiny, you'll be driven by what others give you to do. The moment you're not purpose-driven, others will give you fresh assignment to latch onto and to begin to embark upon, and yet it's got nothing to do with your destiny. What's your name? Jacob. I checked my record. That's not your name. Your name is Israel. Who called you Jacob? Being called Jacob has already made you a supplanter even from your mother's womb. And now the struggle continues. But in my record, you are a prince with power. You have power with God and power with men, and you have prevailed. He will continue to bear Jacob for the rest of his life if God did not reroot him. Look at the man called, what's his man? The man that was born out of sorrow. Oh, remember his name, Jabez. How can you give birth to a child and say your name is Jabez? Because his mother gave birth to him in pain. He said, this pain is too much. Your name is Jabez. Do you remember that Rachel almost placed that trouble on Benjamin? What did he call him? Benoni, son of my sorrow. She was dying. And the father said, of the 11 brothers or sons in my house, all of you mothers named them. This one, I'm accepting responsibility. I'm going to refuse your death wish. His name is not Benoni. His name is Benjamin. Oruko Amaroni. His name is Benjamin. When I was born, according to Islamic heritage, my father gave me the name of his grandfather, Sindiku Bakari. Do you understand me? I became the Bakari to my family. That's why they call me Babagba. Nobody could mention my name, but I got to school. And Olu Anitilo, Isaac Anitilo began to call me Sindiku, Sundoko, Sandaka, Sandeke. I said, this name has to change. Nobody pleaded with me. I went back home and said, were there other names given to me when I was born? They said, yes. Your father named this. My grandfather named this. I said, I changed Baba to Babatunde. I took Bolan from my father's, the name they gave to me, and I changed my name myself to Bolan Babatunde Bakari. Left to my father, I should have been Bakari, because he gave me Bakari as a name. That was why nobody could call me by that name in that family. They call me Baba. But you old Lati Kekere. Are you still here? Now, I'm not asking you to go change your name if God is not asking you to do that. But if you call a child Benoni, it must have some significance. If you call that child Benjamin, it must have some significance. Benjamin was called Benoni and Benjamin because he was a type and shadow of Jesus Christ that will be born in Bethlehem. He will be a man of sorrow, acquainted with grief. But when he finishes his work here, he will sit on the right-hand side of the Father. Does your name have a meaning? If your name does not have a meaning, go to God. Maybe he will show you the real meaning. I like your name, Olowo Dollar. And if you really want to twist it, we say Olowo Dollar. So from now on, I will not collect Naira from you. I will only collect dollar. Madam, please say amen. Thank you. We have done you in today. Hallelujah. Colossians chapter 2, you must be rooted in Christ. Every one of you must relocate yourself back in Christ. Family troubles could pursue you all the days of your life. And all you need to do is to relocate so that you don't suffocate. Colossians chapter 2, verse 6 to 10. As you therefore have received Christ Jesus the Lord, so walk in him, rooted and built up in him, and established in the faith, as you have been taught, abounding in it with thanksgiving. Beware lest anyone cheat you through philosophy and empty deceit, according to the tradition of men, and according to the basic principles of the word, and not according to Christ. For in him dwells all the fullness of the Godhead bodily, and you are complete in him who is the head of all principality and power. There is nothing more to add to what Christ has done in our life. When he said, it is finished, truly, it was completely finished. There's nothing more to add. From the stronghold of Moab, David and his men relocated to the forest of Hereth. They relocated to the forest of Hereth. 1 Samuel 22:5. I'm making this easy for you, diligent study. And I trust God that you take note of everywhere God took David to for practical training. 1 Samuel 22:5. Now the prophet God said to David, do not stay in the stronghold, that was in the stronghold of Moab. Depart and go to the land of Judah. So David departed and went into the forest of Hereth. This new location is very interesting according to Jewish tradition. And please don't just take my word for it. You can Google and find Hereth and look for it. It will tell you the pronunciation and it will tell you what happened there. It was in the forest of Hereth that David wrote his most popular psalm, Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. When you study, you discover that Hereth, though called a forest, was a dry place where no vegetation could grow, yet God came through for David. The forest of Hereth became the forest of his freedom. If God could feed David in a desert, as he did for Israel in the wilderness, then he can sustain you and sustain me in any situation or location we find ourselves. Hereth, the Lord is the shepherd, I shall not want. It looked like everything was bare, dry, everything. And yet God sustained him and all his men there. If God came through for David, in the name of Jesus, as you listen to me today, will come through for you. The fourth location, from the forest of Hereth, David relocated to the city of Keilah after helping the city by fighting and defeating the Philistines that came against the city. 1 Samuel 23, 1-5. Is this boring you or are you enjoying this? I'm showing you his field practicals. God was taking him from place to place. You'll find out why. This is how he fixed his life. The circumstances you are complaining about and you want to jump out of the boat is unnecessary. Just stay and ask, what is the reason for the season I'm going through? He has a reason. He has a purpose. When men will rise up against you, he has a purpose. He has an assignment that he wants to commit to your hand, that he can't commit to your hands where you are presently located. Then they told David, saying, look, the Philistines are fighting against Keilah, and they are robbing the threshing floors. Therefore David inquired of the Lord, saying, shall I go and attack these Philistines? And the Lord said to David, go and attack the Philistines and save Keilah. But David's men said to him, look, we are afraid here in Judah. How much more then if we go to Keilah against the armies of the Philistines? Then David inquired of the Lord once again. And the Lord answered him and said, arise, go down to trouble zone, trouble spot, difficult terrain. Arise, go down to Keilah, for I will deliver the Philistines into your hand. And David and his men went to Keilah and fought with the Philistines, struck them with a mighty blow, and took away their livestock. So David saved the inhabitants of Keilah. Can I give you some insight here? Are you ready for this? Fasten your seatbelt. Are you sure? Because we are about to enter into storm. Are you ready? You can hear the pilot telling you, fasten your seatbelt. We are about to enter into some storm. Keilah means citadel. Woo. Did God bring us here? Are we being mocked? Are people not tongue-lashing us? Welcome to the citadel. It was here that King Saul thought that David was locked in and could not escape from his hand because the town had gates and bars. But David's reliance upon God and his default, his ability to constantly seek God's direction, build him out. 1 Samuel 23, 6-8. Now it happened when Abiathar, the son of Ahimelech, fled to David at Keilah, that he went down with an ephod in his hand. And Saul was told that David had gone to Keilah. So Saul said, God has delivered him into my hand, for he has shut himself in by entering a town that has gates and bars, citadel. Then Saul called all the people together for war to go down to Keilah to besiege David and his men. When David knew that Saul plotted evil against him, he said to Abiathar the priest, bring the ephod here. Then David said, O Lord God of Israel, your servant has certainly heard that Saul seeks to come to Keilah to destroy the city for my sake. Will the men of Keilah deliver me into his hand? Will Saul come down as your servant has heard? O Lord God of Israel, I pray, tell your servant. And the Lord said, he will come down. Then David said, will the men of Keilah deliver me and my men into the hand of Saul? And the Lord said, they will deliver you. Dear friends, David and his men, about 600, arose and departed from Keilah and went wherever they could go. No fixed address. Do you understand me? You can see when he dedicated the house that Hiram built for him, the king of Tyre. Because he didn't live in the palace of Saul. He lived in the house that was built for him by the king of Tyre. He said there at the dedication, tears may tarry for the night, but joy comes in the morning. You claim the scripture, but you have no experience. You don't know what birthed it. Do you understand me? Hey. Tell your neighbor, welcome to the citadel. In every citadel, there are inhabitants of Keilah. They will repay you evil for the good you have done for them. And if you are going to try to walk in victory, it is better for you not to get hurt badly by expecting that those you are good to will pay you back in kind. I've seen all kinds of rivals and all kinds of dagger, even by those who had benefited from our ministry, turning against us because we have come into the citadel. But because we rely upon God for everything we have done, we seek him constantly, we will always escape unhurt from their evil machinations in the name of Jesus. I want to encourage you, let God be your rewarder, and you not be so disappointed by those who return evil for good. Our word is enough for the wise. From the city of Keilah, the fifth location, David relocated to the wilderness of Ziph. Here in the wilderness of Ziph, Jonathan came to David, just as I did to you this morning. You didn't expect it, you didn't plan for it. And I started telling you, we are going to be strategic partners. Somebody had done that to me when I was in the U.S. When we opened our ministry and we started flourishing, he said, from today, we will connect with you and we'll give our tithe to support your ministry. He didn't give me one kobo. Not one time. I won't mention who. So I've given you words of encouragement. Even if I've not put a dime in your hand, do you trust that I will deliver? Do you doubt me? No, because there's character. But here comes Jonathan with his mouthful falsehood in 1 Timothy 23, 14 to 18. 1 Samuel, I beg your pardon, not Timothy. 1 Samuel 23, 14 to 18. And David stayed in the strongholds in the wilderness and remained in the mountains in the wilderness of Ziph. Saul sought him every day, but God did not deliver him into his hands. So David saw that Saul had come out to seek his life, and David was in the wilderness of Ziph in a forest. Then Jonathan, Saul's son, arose and went to David in the woods and strengthened his hand in God. How did he strengthen his hand? Listen. And he said to him, do not fear, for the hand of Saul, my father, shall not find you. You shall be king over Israel, and I shall be next to you. Even my father Saul knows that. So the two of them made a covenant before the Lord, and David stayed in the woods, and Jonathan went to his palace. And let's make covenant. You do the suffering, I'll do the enjoyment. I'll be next in command when God has delivered you. But me, I can't sleep in the forest. It is in the wilderness of Ziph that you begin to learn that the path of destiny is a lonely path. Oh Lord, help me. Can I stop? Just like the inhabitants of Keilah, the Ziphites now ganged up with Saul to destroy David. They plotted to deliver David to Saul, and Saul regarded their act towards him as being compassionate. 1 Samuel 23, 19 to 23. If you are David, you will start now cursing the day you were born. Because those you are good to gang up against you. Those you thought will realize what trouble you are going through will gang up against you. All of a sudden, left, right, and center, you seem to be alone. Then the Ziphites came up to Saul at Gibeah, saying, is David not hiding with us in strongholds in the woods, in the hill of Keilah, which is on the south of Jeshimon? And David, therefore, O king, come down according to all the desire of your soul to come down, and our part shall be to deliver him into the king's hand. And Saul said, blessed are you of the Lord, for you have compassion on me. May your compassion not be given to the enemy of those anointed by God. In the name of Jesus. He said, please go and find out for sure and see the place where his hideout is and who has seen him there. For I'm told he is very crafty. See therefore and take knowledge of all the lurking places where he hides, and come back to me with certainty, and I will go with you. While Saul was plotting with the Ziphites, David and his men had relocated to the rock in the wilderness of Maon, or Maon, M-A-O-N. 1 Samuel 23, 24, they were plotting to destroy him, but he relocated into the wilderness of Maon. So they arose and went to Ziph before Saul, but David and his men were in the wilderness of Maon in the plain of the south of Jeshimon. Okay? Meon means the house or place of sin. If God has fixed the cracks in your life in Moab, if you have been to the cave of Adullam to understand the testimony of God, He has brought you to Moab to show you your roots so that you can be rooted in Him, then He would test whether you have passed or you have understood all He has been teaching you. So He brought him to Meon, the house or place of sin. This was the operational base of Nabal, the husband of Abigail. And you know the rest of the story in 1 Samuel 25. That David sent his men to go to Nabal that had been given free security services to them. And he understood they were sharing their goat or their sheep. He said, would you give some to your servant, David? And he said, when you get there, greet him, peace to you, peace to your house, and peace to all that you have. He said, greet him that way because he lives in prosperity. And David came, his servants came, and he insulted them. And David said, the Lord do more so to me, if by this time tomorrow there will be any male that pisses by the wall. Women don't do that, it's men. They can do it anywhere. If there's any male that pisses by the wall in his house, I will kill all of them before daybreak. They gathered. But one of the servants told Abigail, a dove that was dwelling in a vulture's nest, and said, Abigail, your whole family will be wiped out because Nabal had insulted David, who provided free security service for us. Are you still here? This is the place where God will test whether or not you take laws into your hands and you become vengeful instead of understanding that vengeance is the Lord's. David was ready to pay back in his own coins to Laban, but Abigail did not let that happen. 1 Samuel 25, 2-3. Now there was a man in Meron whose business was in Carmel, and the man was very rich. He had 3,000 sheep, 1,000 goats, and he was sharing his sheep in Carmel. The name of the man was Nabal, the name of his wife Abigail, and she was a woman of good understanding and beautiful appearance. Why would such a woman marry such a nuisance? But the man was harsh and evil in his doings. It was the household, it was of the house of Caleb. He just bought package without checking the content. He bought a pig in the pork. No, check the content. Check the content, don't just jump. David would have committed the heinous crime of revenge here, but for Abigail. I'm not going to teach detailedly into that because you know these things, but here is a way of escape when you let go and you put everything in God's hand. While Saul was about to kill him, while he was in Meon, God distracted Saul. 1 Samuel 23, 24-28. He caused the Philistines to invade the land of Israel. It was here in Meon that Saul would have caught up with David. Hence, this place is called the Rock of Escape. So they arose and went to sleep before Saul, but David and his men were in the wilderness of Meon, in the plain of the south of Jeshimon. When Saul and his men went to seek him, they told David. Therefore he went down to the rock and stayed in the wilderness of Meon. Read on. And when Saul heard that, he pursued David in the wilderness of Meon. Can you see how close he was? He would have destroyed him there. If he had gone to destroy the seed you sow, you reap the harvest. Then Saul went on one side of the mountain, and David and his men on the other side of the mountain. So David made haste to get away from Saul. So for Saul and his men were encircling David and his men to take them. That's what vengeance does to you. It has only one shape. It's not square. It's not circle. The shape of revenge is boomerang. You bind yourself and tie yourself. But a messenger came to Saul saying, hurry and come, for the Philistines have invaded the land. Therefore Saul returned from pursuing David and went against the Philistines. So they called that place the Rock of Escape. I want you to stand to your feet and to begin to pray. May you always locate your own rock of escape every time the enemy pursues you. I want you to pray. You've been sitting for a while. Pray, pray. Open your mouth. Lord, show me the rock of escape. Rock of ages cleared for me. Let me hide myself in you. No matter how hot the pursuit of the enemy is, always show me the rock of escape. In the name of Jesus, my life is hidden with Christ in God. Rock of ages cleared for me. Let me hide myself in you. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. I'm almost through. Please be seated. From the rock of escape in the wilderness of Maon, David relocated to the stronghold in the wilderness of En-Gedi. En-Gedi, a place called the Rocks of the Wild Goats. En-Gedi. En-Gedi means the fountain of happiness. It was here that David first spared Saul. You know the story in 1 Samuel 23, 28, 29. That's where it was located. 1 Samuel 23, 28 to 29. Therefore, Saul returned from pursuing David and went against the Philistines, so they called the place the Rock of Escape. Verse 29. Then David went off from there and dwelt in strongholds at En-Gedi, which means fountain of happiness. 1 Samuel 24, verse 1. Who pursued him to En-Gedi. Now it happened when Saul had returned from following the Philistines that it was told him, saying, take note, David is in the wilderness of En-Gedi. Then Saul took 3,000 chosen men from all Israel and went to seek David and his men on the rocks of the wild goats. Look, 3,000 men against 600 people with David. They were outclassed, outnumbered. And then the king wanted to ease himself. So he left 3,000 men and went to a cave because he was not in the palace to use his WC and his robe, like that of the first Minister of Finance in the Federal Republic, in the First Republic. You know his name? What's his name? I didn't mention name. His robe was long. And David came close to him and caught his garment. But that shows you his sensitivity. His heart smote him. He had opportunity to kill him. But cutting his garment was too much of a burden to him. He said, nah, this is not right. There were people around him that said, this is the day. The Lord has truly delivered your enemies into your hands. I will not stretch my hand against the anointed of the Lord. Well, you read the rest of the story in 1 Samuel 24 down to verse 22. You get the gist of how he spared the life of Saul. From En-Gedi, David relocated to the hill of Aquila. Say, I'm doing your work for you. I pray you go and sit down. You begin to see why God is taking you from place to place, and it looks tough. Don't die in your comfort zone. Don't die in your comfort zone. 1 Samuel 26, verse 1 to 12. Now the Sivites came to Saul at Gibeah, saying, is David now hiding the high hill of Aquila opposite Jeshimon? All right. Then Saul arose and went down to the wilderness of Zim. I've read that. Go on, sir. And Saul encamped in the hill of Aquila, which is opposite Jeshimon, by the road. But David stayed in the wilderness, and he saw that Saul came after him into the wilderness. Give me about verse 10. David sent out spies and understood that Saul had indeed come. David said all this, go on. I'm looking for something here. Take the spear, the jug,
David, for they were all asleep because a deep sleep from the Lord had fallen on them. That was what happened in En-Gedi. I'm looking for Aquila. Whoa, where is Aquila? I didn't say Aquila. Can I get my Bible? 1 Samuel 26. I want to see where I relocated to Aquila there. That's it, verse 1. It came to Saul at Gibeah. Is David now hiding in the hill of Aquila? Thank you. I jumped in while I was reading. Aquila means there's hope in her. My hope is in her. I want you to put together En-Gedi and Aquila. If you put it together, the fountain of happiness and great hope is located in overcoming evil with good. The fountain of happiness and great hope is in overcoming evil with good. One of these days when I get there, I'll be preaching on the subject, doing good to those who wronged you. That you go out of your way to just bless them. Out of your way. They harmed you, they hurt you, they wanted evil to happen to you, but you rise above their evil and do good to them. Romans chapter 12, you must overcome evil with good. 17 to 21, write it down. You must constantly overcome evil with good. Do not repay evil with evil. This is the basis of the message I preached here in December 2022. That's now being used to launder the image of one of the 2023 presidential hopefuls. When you do good to those who wrong you, the blessing of God's goodness will never depart from you and from your household. You wait and see what will happen between now and 2023. It doesn't matter if they take the tape out of context and use it to promote themselves. Some people are saying you need to reply, you need to let them know. I don't need to do all that. I put the pieces of my life in God's hand, and He knows what He would do with my life. But I have a song. Are you bored? It was my friend who sang the song. You know my friend? What's his name? Thank you. Tó bá ń lé kú sí wọn, tí wọ́n bá ń léjò sí ẹ, ọ̀rẹ́ mi ìyẹn ò burú. Tó bá ń lé kú sí wọn, tí wọ́n bá ń léjò sí ẹ, ọ̀rẹ́ mi ìyẹn ò burú. Òṣùpá láyé ọ̀rẹ́ o, ńṣe láyé mi yí ọ̀rẹ́ o. Ìwà tó tọ́ ló yẹ ká máa hù. Torí kò sẹ́ni tó mọ̀jọ́ ọ̀la. Òṣùpá láyé ọ̀rẹ́ o. Ńṣe láyé ń yí ọ̀rẹ́ o. Ìwà tó tọ́ ló yẹ ká máa hù. Torí kò sẹ́ni tó mọ̀jọ́ ọ̀la. Ọ̀nà ló jìn o, ẹrú mà ní bàbá. Ẹ ṣayé jẹ́jẹ́ o nítorí ọ̀la o. Bó jẹ́wọ́ ló lò ní olótìrẹ kó dára. Ẹlòmíràn ń bọ̀ tí ó lọ́jọ́ ọ̀la. Yé má dánwò, rárá má dánwò. Yé má dánwò, rántí ọ̀la o. Yé o. I'm coming to the night location, and you'll be on your way home. Finally, David fled. He fled. He said, Saul will kill me one day. He left Israel territory completely, and he fled to Ziklag. David fled to Ziklag, where himself and his men became so desperate and operated as bandits and terrorists. Desperate people do desperate things. This is one area of David's life that the faith movement and protagonists of positive thinking and confession would like to sweep under the carpet. But God had it recorded for our learning. Ziklag means pressed down, shaken together, running over. It was here that David lost all that he had acquired, including all that he gathered through banditry and terrorism. Dear friend, what goes round comes round. Every city, every town that David will enter, sir, he killed every man, male or female, destroyed them so that Achish will not know. And they said, where have you gone? I said, I went to the southern territory of Judah. He became a terrorist. His name changed from David, the son of Jesse, to David Boko Haram. It's one of my sons, Dr. Adebayo, who told me that. He said when he heard that message, he suddenly realized that Boko Haram is not new. You will never think of the man who wrote almost a third of the book of Psalms doing this. But desperate people do desperate things. He had to survive. He had 600 people. We are not looking at the root of terrorism. Now, if there is terror, it's because there is error. Saul drove him out of his heritage. He had to survive. Well, he wanted to join Achish to go fight Israel. The war leaders rejected him. By the time he returned to Ziklag, everything he had acquired was pressed down, shaken together, burnt up completely. He wept till he had no more power to weep. There was an implosion about to take place in the camp of David when his men said, let's stone him to death because of the anguish of their wives and their children they have carried away. In the midst of that distress, when he had wept without any power to continue to weep, he encouraged himself in the Lord his God. And he said, bring me the effort. Shall I pursue? Shall I overtake? Shall I recover all? And God said, pursue. You will surely overtake and recover all. In the process of pursuing was when they found the Egyptian servant of Amalekite, who became the key to the recovery. Brothers and sisters, please note 3 important lessons in the life of David. 1, every time David was face to face with danger or major crisis, he sought divine direction. I appeal to you by the message of God from this day forward. Do not join those who say only God is left for us to consult now. It's not your last result, it's your first result. Stop carrying people here, there without consulting God first. You say, all alone, consult him first. Tell your neighbor, whatever takes you to the top, we have to sustain you at the top. If intercession takes you to the top, intercession will sustain you there. Don't stop praying, don't stop studying, don't stop seeking the face of the Lord. Number 2, for those who can discern from all that I've shared so far, it took being emptied from vessel to vessel for God to heal all the cracks in the life of David. It was being poured from vessel to vessel, being emptied for the dregs of sin, for the dregs of weaknesses to be sifted from the life of David. Or else it would have been at ease like Moab. That's why he was taken to Moab. The reason they were like that, it was a life of ease. They gave him alcohol. He drank into stupor. Did they force him to drink? He drank and he drank. I mean, please. You mean the man was so drunk that he slept with his daughter he didn't know? You can buy that. So his daughters raped him. You can buy that. He said, let's give him wine to drink so that I will go in tonight and sleep with him. And he became pregnant. He said, the following night is your portion. We'll get him drunk again. Did they force him? It was in a dream that Peter saw a child that came from heaven. He said, rise and kill. He said, I'm a Jew, you are God. I've never eaten things like this. In his dream. If someone said he's drunk and he slaps you, slap him twice. He will wake up. Peter sober will pay for the misdeeds of Peter drunk.
You understand me? God had to take him back into all this and pour him from vessel to vessel, from vessel to vessel, so that it will not be like Moab that has been at ease from his childhood. Jeremiah 48. Jeremiah 48, 9 to 13. I'm stretching you, but you get benefits from it. Give wings to Moab, that she may flee and get away, for our cities shall be desolate without any to dwell in them. Cursed is he who does the work of the Lord deceitfully, and cursed is he who keeps back his sword from blood. Moab has been at ease from his youth. He has settled on his dregs and has not been emptied from vessel to vessel, nor has he gone into captivity. What will God do? Therefore his taste remained in him, and his scent has not changed. Therefore, behold, the days are coming, says the Lord, that I shall send him wine workers who will tip him over and empty his vessels and break the bottles. If David was not emptied from vessel to vessel, from this place to that place to that place, that he had to rely totally upon God, he forgot all about his skills, he forgot about killing Goliath, he forgot about stepping into stardom. All of a sudden, he was in the wilderness, he was in the cave, and everything was stripped of him, except these men who are in dead distress, discontent, who are ready to kill him by stoning him. He was poured from vessel to vessel so that he could be delivered. Well, for the sake of my friend, you permit me to come to course number 5. It's one of the smallest courses that he took. When David had mastered his training in righteousness, he became a local and global icon. This is for you, sir. I know you are typing, but if you don't mind, I will respectfully ask you to rise up. And I will ask you, ma'am, to please rise. Thank you. After David had mastered his training in righteousness, he became a local and global icon. He became the moral compass for his nation and other nations of the earth. 2 Samuel chapter 22, verses 44, 45, and 46. This is what David said after he had been poured from vessel to vessel, after he had been deprived of all that he ever labored for, becoming an icon in his own land. They were singing, you have killed, Saul has killed 1,000, you have killed 10,000. He became an icon. And they chased him away from what looked like what he labored for. At the end of the day, this is what David said. You have also delivered me from the strivings of my people. You have kept me as a head of the nations. Hold on. A people I have not known shall serve me. The foreigners submit to me. As soon as they hear, they obey me. The foreigners fade away and come frightened from their hideouts. I know God has spoken to you, sir, and you have been following him, but I want to tell you what he put in my spirit, and I'm doing this so publicly so I can be held accountable. You see what I just read? Those who major in deliverance will tell you that that passage is for causing demons to manifest so that they can be cast out. You see their eyes like globe shakon. Is that not so, brother Bode? And then they will be telling demons, come out, come out. No, this is about foreign missions, sir. It is to go to territories where Christ is not preached, where it's not known, and they will respond to you because you are sent. Micah, that passage has nothing to do with devils. This is the destiny and the future exploit of global mission in the name of Jesus Christ. Give me Micah 7:16-17. I want you to see. The nations shall see and be ashamed of all their might. They have been given their strength to this God of sun, God of moon, and all kinds of foreign gods that they've been serving. The nations shall see and be ashamed of all their might. They shall put their hand over their mouth. Their ears shall be deaf. They will turn deaf ears to demons that once held them bound. They shall lick the dust like a serpent. They shall crawl from their holes like snakes of the earth. They shall be afraid of the Lord our God and shall fear because of you. Hey, read on. Is that the end? They will be afraid because of you. Not a whole. Who is God like you, pardoning iniquity, passing over the transgression of the remnant of his heritage? He does not retain his anger forever because he delights in mercy. You are going to be vessels of mercy, and God will begin to send you to territories that you don't even speak their language, but you'll be so apostolic, and grace, apostleship and grace is deposited into your life that those territories will open. Those who are in the caves will come out. They will turn deaf ears to their foreign gods. They will fear God because of you. Because of you, they will fear God. They will turn to Christ. No evil shall befall you. Missionaries are sent and killed. That's not your portion. You are going to live for Christ, and you are going to cause people to live. You become the head of nations. You become a global icon. You become locally relevant, globally relevant in the name of Jesus, and help will come from east, from west, from north, and from south. And global mission will become a force to reckon with. This is what God spoke to me. This is what I've spoken in the open, and may God confirm with his word, his word with signs and wonders following. It's just the beginning of your life. Your latter end will greatly increase at your beginning. In the name of Jesus Christ, you will see the desire of heart upon the nations of the earth, and the Lord God Almighty, by the time you finish strong here, he will say, welcome, thou faithful, thou honest, thou man of integrity, woman of integrity, faithful in my assignment. Enter into the joy of the Lord your God. God bless you, sir. Stand to your feet. Stand to your feet. David became a global icon. Nations feared him because he was poured from vessel to vessel. It's time to fix Nigeria. Do you understand me? It's time to fix Nigeria. All the pouring from vessel to vessel. My son, Dele Oshomakinde, sent me a photograph. If I have the time next week, I will show you. I've just finished doing Save Nigeria group rally in Abuja. And I was so tired. I removed my shoes and put a bottle of drink, and I lay flat on the floor while they are looking for the keys to open my hotel. He said, I took the picture of this that day. You have paid the sacrifice. The price is on the way. Nigeria will be saved. Nigeria will be changed. Nigeria will become great in our lifetime. It's not by struggle. It's not by jumping up and down. It's by God making it happen. This training is yours in the name of Jesus, and you will become righteous. You will operate righteously. You will make a difference in a perverse and crooked generation. As God emptied David from vessel to vessel so that it will not be at ease like Moab, everything you are being poured into either to is going to make you a king of nations. You'll be relevant at home. You'll be relevant abroad. In Jesus' mighty name. What an amazing time we just had in the presence of God. I hope you are richly blessed. My heartfelt desire is that you may light up your word with the illumination you have just received. May the immeasurable grace of God empower you to act on what you've heard and to walk in the revealed counsel of God. Always remember that it takes a transformed life to transform a family, a society, or a nation. So let God do his work in you so that he can do his work through you. And as you proceed on this journey of destiny, remember that our ultimate destination is God. I pray that God's footprint will become your pathway,
and that your path will be as a shining light that shines brighter and brighter to a perfect day. Till we meet again next week, remain sandwiched between the peace of God and the God of peace. Have an amazing week. Bye for now. Shalom.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Today on the Justice Court, the plaintiff Oyetunji Omobolanle is asking the court to compel her husband to be responsible for the upkeep of their children.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Oyetunji Omobalanle versus Oduyomi Samson. Parties sworn on oath.
Thank you, Akin.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Oyetunji Omobalanle.
Yes, Your Honor.
You brought Oduyomi Samson to court.
Yes.
So what happened?
He's my husband.
Oh, he's your husband? Okay.
So what happened is, since last year, we had issue, which leads to violence. So, and it keep coming. So we both agreed that we should go our separate way. But he said we'll be paying for the children's school fees and upkeep, which is, he didn't do anything. And I reported him to Human Rights close to our area. So they begged me and we closed the case. We didn't show up again. But the same thing keep coming because he has another woman he's bringing to the house because it got to a certain time that I have to leave the house for like 3 months. And I keep calling, telling him, see, I can't be paying bills for 2 children. He said I should take them to public school. Those kids are still small for public school. And my first child she just clocked 6 last month. The second one will be 3 by July.
6 years and 3 years old.
Yes. He said he can't afford. I said, okay, when you know you can't afford this bill, in the first place, why do we take them there? Okay, let's change their school to where I'm staying. You said no, that I should not worry. You'll be paying for one, I'll be paying for the other one, which I agreed then. Now, okay, since we are sharing the bills now, then their upkeep, everything they will be needing, we have to be sharing it. You said no, I have to face that one myself. Later, it came up that I'm having an affair with some men. That's why he can't cope with men. Okay, even though I'm having any affair with any man, those are your kids. You have to take care of them. He said I should go and tell those men to take care of them. And this issue, because we've been married for like 7 years, our marriage will be 7 years by November. Along the line, he has to tear our marriage certificate that he's not more interested. He packed my stuff out so that I should go to wherever I wanted to go to that. Because it was this afternoon that I heard, he was telling my friend that he saw tissue paper and then used condom. So that's why he had to pack my stuff outside. And according to the tissue paper, it was from my child's school. They requested for tissue paper. So I bought 2 and I kept 1 inside. I didn't know about the condom he was saying because what I know he accused me of, that he saw soap, all this hotel small soap, that where did I got it from? And I told him, see, this boy is the one that brought it to my shop. And the house soap has already finished then. So I just took 2 out of it. See, you know this boy, just ask him that, who has the soap or who owns it? He can confirm, he's a small boy. And he even used the soap to bathe. Later, he said it's from hotel, that one man took me to hotel, that's where I brought the soap from. And you have girlfriend that will be threatening my life. You even send me a message that I should stop coming to the house because your wife might be around. The girl even sent me a scanned message that she's pregnant. And that's not the first lady that will be sending me such message that they are pregnant for him. And I said, okay, I'm even tired of beating. There was one time that he beat me, like 3 months, I can't see, I have to be using glasses. See, there is this mark here due to his beating. And I said, I'm done. Just take care of your children. That's what I need.
Okay, so what do you have to say to all this?
First and foremost, let me start from the beginning. Actually, when we got married, it was fine, it was cool.
When did you get married?
That was 2015. But literally, after 2 years, normally I don't used to use our phone right from the beginning. That day I was like, I wanted to do something online, and my phone was bad. Please, can I use your phone to do this thing? Reluctantly, she gave me her phone. Unfortunately for her, her boyfriend sent in a message. Meanwhile, she has told me she's traveling to Bado to go and see her father. That was on Thursday. She said she'll be going on Saturday. I said, no problem. So the message came in, how they're going to meet, how they're going to make their move from Lagos to Ibadan. And I called her, come, That was almost 5 years ago. Look at this message. I wanted to give him something. Then I opened a shop for her where she was doing makeup. And I called her. We were both using that shop. So I was doing barbing at the front while she was doing makeup inside. Come, this thing you are doing, almost every week, you tell me you are traveling. I'm not comfortable with this job. So to that, we started having issue. That was 5 years ago. We started having issue over the guy. The guy's name is Kola Adine. So we started having issue over this guy, and I told her that I know you cannot drop this guy, probably because he's giving you money or something. So we had issue that was very, 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 very serious. That she had to leave the house to move into another's house. So after like 2 weeks, my own parents called that they are still alive, that they can still resolve it. So they called myself and herself that we should come to our own family house, which we went. And we got there, they resolved the issue. We came back to the house, living as husband and wife. Once it has been settled, I've forgotten about the issue of somebody sent me a message, So 2 years ago, I was at home. I came back from office. I was in the sitting room when my daughter came to me, my firstborn, that, Daddy, I know my mommy's password. That was during COVID. So she brought the phone. When I opened the phone, when I unlocked the phone, I saw the same guy and our conversation, telling the guy how much she loves the guy. The guy telling her as well that this one, the way this thing is going, it seems I'll collect you from your husband completely. She now said, "You just don't cash me, oh." That's her own response. Oh. I laughed. I called her, "Babe, see this thing. Look at this message. Look at this conversation." As a man, I overreacted that day. I slapped her. But she told me they were not dating, but they were about to start dating. They were about to start dating. And I asked her why. She said, I have nonchalant attitude. I said, fine. I used to give. I provide your meals, and I pay. You are not paying any bills in the house. You are not paying any bill on the children. I'm not doing everything. I pay all the bills. To the extent that if she buys something from our neighbor that sells school stuff for the children, when I return from the office, she will tell me to go and make the payments, to go and pay the person. I said, no problem. But I've been doing that. No, I've not been complaining. So last year, I took her to a fashion home to go and learn sewing, which I paid. After learning the sewing, so last year I took loan from my office, 620, to establish her. So I bought machine and I got her, and I rented a shop for her, which I just like, at least if you are busy, you don't have time for the collar of a guy. I never knew. I just opened another this. So the guy keeps coming to the shop as well. One day I was passing by. I was on bike. I saw the guy. I'm like, all these ones, they don't know anything. I went home. I called her on phone. She came to my at home. His wife wants to make this in cap. That's why this that. He brought his wife. He said he was with his wife in his shop. This. Okay.
That's fine. He will respond later.
No problem.
Let him finish.
So, but after like 2 weeks, she told me she was traveling to Ibadan again. I said, now you are traveling, no. She will go on call out. That's why I told her, hope you are not going to go and meet Kola. Said, no, I don't want to do something bad on this. She went. And I told her, she shouldn't stay long. She went, she spent like a week plus. When she came back, and I asked her, how come, why do you stay this long? So they're shouting, raising her voice. So the issue was told that she had to leave the house again to another's house. So, and she left a phone that she got from Easy Buy. So, I now pick up, my phone was bad again. I fixed my SIM inside our own phone. So, as I put on this thing, so their chat started popping up on the phone, on the messenger. So she was telling that guy that, you see, this thing is serious now. Now I told him that. Now I told her, tell us that, don't mind him, he cannot leave you. Samson cannot leave you. Just be cool, be calm. So after the whole chat, the next thing is, babe, let's go tomorrow. So I called her. The guy was just shooting his shots. He was trying to see, because we are having an issue, that he can take advantage of that. That's why, if this person, even if you guys have not been doing it, you know that God to tell you, let's go and do that tomorrow.
Okay, saying that they should come and make love the following day.
Yeah. So the issue was still on, but our parents, our own mother and my own parents too, came together to resolve the issue again. So during last year festive, during December, during Christmas, she said she was traveling to Ibadan. I said, you cannot go. I'm a Christian. And fortunately, my cooperative gave me 50,000 naira for the festive stuff. But I told her that I didn't tell her. I just said, you cannot go to Ibadan. You have to stay by me, Christian. I don't want to eat on Christmas Day. Okay, I should go and buy rice from your Mulika or from your Sherry. So you cannot go. She said, she will go. I can stop her. That if she goes, I should do my worst. The least I can do is to take her stuff out. And she went. The third day, when she returned from Badon, she went straight to her mother's house. She started calling from her mother's house. Started calling. Her mother too called me. So they came to her house. I said she would not enter my house. That she had said I should do my worst. So my landlord said, my landlord came from his own apartment. As an elderly person, he tried to resolve the whole issue. But ever since that day, I decided that I will not eat her food again. And I will not make love to her because I know my life is not safe with her. So since that December up to date, I've not been eating from the house.
They're still living together?
Yeah, she packed her things 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago?
Yes.
The plaintiff, Oyetunji Omobolanle, alleges that her husband abandoned his responsibilities over their 2 children after they both agreed to separate due to frequent disagreements leading to domestic violence. She said Samson already has other women in his life and those women are harassing her. The defendant, Oduyomi Samson, claims he had to move his wife's belongings out of the house due to infidelity. He further mentioned that he obtained a loan to set up a business for his wife and claims that the repayment of the loan has diminished his capability to support the children's upkeep. Judge Fumi wades into this matter.
The two of you, don't have it on mind that because your marriage is not working out, then you are going to use the children as pawn to get at each other. Do you understand me?
Your Honor, that's what he always
These are your
does.
biological children. You brought them to the world. When you were both honey, you brought those children. So make it still, even if it's not really, you just have to learn to tolerate each other for the children's sake. That's just it. Nobody can force the two of you to stay married to each other.
He has already told him.
Especially if you are alleging domestic violence and the two of you have actually sat down together to agree that this cannot work and you both want to move on. No problem. But the only thing tying you together right now is the children. And the welfare of the children is always paramount to the court. So that's it.
So, okay, but right now, I cannot afford private school. Due to the loan I took from my office to establish her.
So, which school are the children now?
My first child will be promoting to Primary 1 after this third term exam.
So she's not in any school. You're just going to look for a school.
No, they are still going to their former school.
The former school. Are you not the one paying at that former school? Were they attending public school then?
No.
So suddenly, because you are not in good time with that, they deserve to go to public school.
But I've been telling her before now that see what's happening. See what I'm hearing right now.
What you're hearing, and you have another wife that you are transferring money to.
I'm earning 22,000 naira right now.
Pardon?
22,000 naira. That's my take home for now. My total salary is around 100,000 naira. But I've taken loan just to put the house in order and to establish ourselves. So what I'm take home now is just 22,000. And I can see she cannot help in any aspects.
I've been helping you since. What do you used to do except school fees and house rent? Who is doing the feeding and school snacks, everything? Feeding. Who is paying lesson fee?
Feeding.
Who is paying lesson fee? You that when you're already drunk, you won't remember to drop money in the house. Do you used to buy food stuff in the house? If you are going to buy food stuff, you buy 1 pint of rice, only rice. No beans, no garri, nothing. There is witness. People can bear witness to this. Where we used to buy food stuff.
Okay.
Do you know what? Do you know what? All these facts that you are referring to, I'm not interested. I'm only interested in the welfare of the children, of the marriage right now. So that's what we're addressing. For the school fees, I saw what you wrote. You are making proposal of paying 70% of the school fees and for her to pay 30%. Is that not what you said?
Yes.
That's what you wrote there. And what about the feeding?
On a monthly basis, I will be giving them 10,000 naira.
For 2 children.
That's what I can afford.
When you were at home, how much was he giving you then?
It doesn't.
How much were you giving her when she was in the house?
When everything was fine. Mm-hmm. I used to buy foodstuffs and they cook. So I'll give them money when I have money.
Okay, so it's like food stuff in the house. Not as if you give every month. You just bring stuff to the house. Okay. So that's 5,000 naira per child for a month.
She just parts. Not all.
How about clothing? They easily outgrow. You can buy that. Sure. And the shoes.
Buy footwear
He has never done it before since I gave birth to them. Swear by your God. Else he gave me money to buy baby items. He has never done it. It's only once, and that was 2 years ago that I dragged him down. And this is December. But you have never.
When did you start working?
When did I start working?
Yes.
Before I married you, am I not working? You said it yourself. I'm a makeup artist, but due to your jealousy, you said I used to travel for work. We can have bridal works. You do travel for bridal works. You said you are not convenient. You cannot, maybe I'm not going for work. I'm going to see different men. You have to stop me that I should go and learn another work so that I will be staying at home, which I did. I agree with you. And the shop you said you opened. Did you open or we opened it?
Which one?
The shop. The makeup shop.
How did we open it?
I didn't contribute to the shop.
How?
Even this new shop that you rented, I didn't contribute.
How?
Did you pay all the bills?
You know what? You can call the landlord. I'll give you the landlord.
You paid for the shop.
I transferred money from my account.
I didn't say.
You don't say you didn't pay out of. She said she
everything.
She said the two of you paid.
I paid everything, and I transferred money from my account.
I'm not talking about the shop rent. What about the machine? Everything inside the shop.
Which man? Okay, fine. I bought 2 machines.
You bought 2 machines. You bought one industrial machine. I used the naming money to buy the second one.
One industrial and one manual, which is 2.
All this goes to no issue right now.
The rug in your shop.
Samson.
The fan.
Samson, I'm talking to you.
It was what we are using in the former.
Will you keep quiet? We're talking about the children. Like I said earlier on, you've both agreed to move on.
True.
So you are just referring to the past. We're talking about the future, present and future. That's what I'm interested in. Where the children are concerned. The medical bill comes to you. For the welfare.
I have a HMO.
You have HMO. Perfect. So that is it. So you go, you handle that. Then for the feeding, they're talking about 5,000 naira per 5,000 naira per child. Is a bit low. How much are you looking at?
Maybe like 20.
20, no. Can you go for 15?
No, I cannot cope.
You cannot cope?
Presently.
Presently.
I told you my take home presently is just 22,000. My house will be expiring by June.
When did you set up the business for her? How long ago?
That was last March.
That was last year, March. So how much are you paying by installment from? How much are they deducting?
30,000 per month.
How much?
30.
30. Okay. You know, you are aware of that.
I am aware of
You are aware of that as well. So I suggest that for now.
He said the salary is 100,000. If they are deducting 30,000 naira, and he has a shop, a dry cleaning shop. So if they are deducting 30,000,
you didn't mention that before. Or you had another source of income apart from the salary. Pardon?
It's not functioning.
Huh.
Look,
it's a new place.
We're talking about your children. Do you understand?
It's a new place.
It's not a new place.
You are not paying. Listen to me. When I'm talking, you keep quiet. The accommodation, are you going to pay for that? You are not. Who is going to pay for that? Your children are there. And what the law says is, wherever you must provide shelter for those children. Even if you are not living together. Even if you were never married. The law says, you must provide shelter. And I've shifted that to her.
The way I'm saying this now, it seems as if we have agreed on something and probably I couldn't meet up.
You've agreed before? Have you agreed on that before?
You just said you will be paying their school fees and giving them monthly allowance.
I didn't get that.
Since last year, I've been the only one paying for their school fees and upkeep. And he's there taking another woman up and down.
Let me see that. Okay, let me see.
That was a chat between me and the lady. Like 3 of them like that. You said you did not have money. You even have the God to send me scan and test report. You said you did not have money. You don't know about all the screenshots of your chat on my phone.
Well, the bottom line is, I'm not going to say anything about this because it's overtaken by events. You are no longer, you've agreed to both move on. If you're still a couple that are married together and you are still living together, you have not agreed to move on. Do you understand me? Then it becomes an issue. Because this is a chat between different girls. I think one is even pregnant there.
Yes.
I can see it. She's pregnant. She's taunting her in the conversation and everything. But if your challenge now is because somebody else is pregnant and you're expecting another child, is that so?
No.
It's not so. Nobody is pregnant for you.
I was another friend, not a girlfriend. And she's even late now.
She's late now?
She's late. She died last year, December. Is she not late?
I don't know. How would I know?
Anyway, I'm going to give my judgment. You have to...
Did you introduce her to me as a wife? So how would I know if she's
just
late or not?
You have
just
to...
a friend.
The school fees, because I need to... Hold on. Just hold on, because we're going to round up this matter now.
Judge Fumi helps both parties to reach amicable settlement. After the break, Judge Fumi rules.
The school where they are, you've been paying the school fees there. You keep on paying the school fees to the school directly. If it defaults, you come back to the court. That's for the school fees. On the shelter, you provide shelter, accommodation for the children.
Okay.
When it comes to the upkeep, it's subject to review every time. can always, either of you can come back for review. Him, you can come. You can approach the court for review. But for now, for the 2 children of the marriage, you'll be paying 15,000 naira. Then you, whatever other things, you subsidize, because I know 7,500 cannot feed a child in a month. So you two, you subsidize. That's my job.
Your Honor. All right. Next teacher, as in, I have one thing to say. I want to say something.
What's that?
Can I change the children's school?
If the food is okay, why not? It's just the welfare of the children. So you just bring the names, you bring them, then we get across and we find out, and we come to a conclusion.
If it's changed,
but
their school, it has to be very close to where I'll be staying.
You know, for now, the issue now is like, for now, you have not gotten accommodation.
Yes.
That's why I said you have to quickly do that. Get school, go around, look for alternative school if you want to change their school. And you both agree, so that based on that, she can look for accommodation within that environment. So that there is no... Is that okay by you?
Okay. Thank you.
Addition to my ruling.
Follow the conversation on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter.
Have you been cheated or have a dispute and want justice? Don't take laws into your hands. Log on to www.thejusticescourt.com and submit your case.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and listen to the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
Now, the national chairman of the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, Professor Ahmed Rufai Alkali, says, and I quote him, "The NNPP has become the party to beat, not just in Kano State, but all over the country." End of quote. And my guest today seems to agree with him. He says that the New Nigeria People's Party is on a mission to dislodge the ruling party, the All Progressives Congress, APC. And he goes further to say that Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso, the presidential candidate of the party, and the NNPP are going confidently into the general election because Kwankwaso is a name that both the APC and the major opposition party, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, respect, because his contributions to both parties cannot be quantified. Ladipo Johnson, the national auditor and now vice presidential candidate of the NNPP, joins me on the program today. Congratulations on your nomination as the vice presidential candidate of your party, the NNPP.
Thank you very much.
I wanted us to start with your assessment of your rival parties, that is the APC and the PDP, their primaries, their results, their processes, their candidates, now that the candidates have emerged. Who worries your party the most?
After the end of the second set of primaries, that of the APC,
yes,
and the emergence of their candidate, you will recall that there was this rush to get registered by a lot of people in the country. That in itself says something. The people of Nigeria, we believe, have looked at both of them and are saying to themselves, no, it cannot and it must not be one of these two. The primaries, as to be expected, depicted all that is bad about our democracy. I'm saying the two primaries.
Yes.
It was purportedly a cash and carry affair. One person purportedly took care of the delegates. The other primaries saw one person purportedly take care of the delegates and aspirants as well. Whichever way you look at it, Nigerians must realize that the distasteful throwing around of money should show Nigerians that these two parties really have nothing new to offer. No one will invest and spend that much money and then go to government and think about the masses of the country.
What about the point raised, talking about monies now offered to delegates and aspirants, allegedly? People say, yes, people will take those monies, but people still have and reserve the right to vote as they wish, irrespective of having received monies. I mean, we know of some aspirants who, after losing, decided to try to recover such monies from the delegates.
Once you get involved in that process, then whatever comes out from the process you have to take.
Yes.
But be that as it may, that's what we tell the people, especially when it comes to the general election. And you see people being induced 2,000, 5,000 naira, 4,000 naira. We keep telling them that you take that money and you vote that way, you've mortgaged your next 4 years and beyond.
Yes.
So it is part of the education we have to give the Nigerian voting public between now and February next year.
Yes.
To know that those who have been in government, one for 16 years, one for 8 years, would not, if they had performed, they wouldn't have to buy your votes.
Yes.
But because they haven't performed, they have to try to induce you one way or the other. Their argument is always that this is Nigeria, it's a big country, you have to spend money on politics.
Yes.
If your party doesn't have the money, that's your problem. Now, yes, you have to spend money on adverts and on everything. But it's immoral to try to induce people.
All right, now that you've, dismissed their primaries, I wanted to borrow a leaf from the United States presidential elections, where they tell candidates to say something nice about their opponents. You've said that the NNPP is on a mission to dislodge the APC, and you can see I'm giving you the side eye.
Yeah.
The APC is the ruling party.
Yes.
If for nothing, you can't say they haven't done anything. We've seen infrastructure development massively. They have their weak points, So what would you say, as far as you are concerned, that the APC has done well in the last 8 years?
I really have to think. It's difficult. They've spent quite a bit, as you say, on infrastructure. But then I always ask myself, at what cost? What are the costs of these projects? Do you just keep borrowing? This government has borrowed more than any other government we've had.
So you're not against the borrowing?
No, I'm not against borrowing, if it is constructive borrowing. And then at what time do you go a borrowing? So if you're doing a lot of infrastructure, for instance, how many of these Nigerians have you employed in these projects? Are they just the Chinese bringing in their people to ensure that they're there working on the railways and doing what have you? You see, you have to look at these things closely.
Yeah.
Someone said, look at Lagos. And I know that their candidate is going to say that.
Yes.
That look at what I did in fact, he said that. He said that. Look at what I did in Lagos. And my answer to that is, do not compare Lagos to Borno or what have you. Lagos might be ahead, but it is not what you have achieved, or what you ought to have achieved with what you are given. The economy in Lagos is bigger than Ghana and most countries around the area. Yes. So what have you achieved? We're not where we're at. We're not where we ought to be, rather.
Yes.
So don't come and tell us that look at what I did in Lagos. It's sort of with what we should, where we should be. And that's, among other issues, are the things that we will be discussing in the next 9 months. We're bringing that to the people of the country, and it is left to them to decide.
Yes.
Either way.
Yes.
And whosoever wins, we will respect, we will support, because Nigeria first before us all.
Nigeria first.
Yeah.
Right. So you are the coordinator of the Kwankwasia movement. So I've always wanted to know, what is the Kwankwasia movement? What does that mean?
I'm the coordinator of the Kwankwasia movement in Lagos.
In Lagos.
Yeah. Now, but the Kwankwasia movement, may I say, I make bold to say, was the biggest political organization outside the PDP and the APC.
Yes.
Now, the Kwankwasia movement was, as you all know, developed naturally from the political movement of Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso. He was a student of the late Aminu Kano.
Right.
He started early, as you know, some 30 years ago. During the SDP days, Kwankwaso was the deputy speaker as a young man of the National Assembly. You see that we adopted the colors of the late Aminu Kano, the red on white and black as well. He
Yes.
used to put on a black jacket and a red cap. It was a mass movement, something for the people to belong to, somewhere for them to belong to and to believe in. Basically, it is about making sure that government bends over backwards to ensure that the average man, the average citizen, benefits from the system and is granted opportunities that you and I might have easily.
And we're talking about the people at the lower rungs
Yes,
of the ladder.
Exactly. The movement is basically about uplifting the people. And we say to ourselves, we say Kwankosea, and the answer is Amana. Amana actually means trust. Yes, so it is something imbibed in the leadership and the followership of the Kwankosea movement.
Right.
That if you're given any position, it is in trust for the people, and you have to make sure that any decision you make,
yes,
you do not look to yourselves first, you look at what would be better or best for the generality of the people.
You've talked about, the issue of security or insecurity going forward as one of the main thrusts of this general election. I can't help thinking that as a former Minister of Defense, he still has access because he's been in the APC, he's been in the PDP. Did he ever prefer any suggestions, for instance, to the current President, Muhammadu Buhari, on issues of insecurity or how we could actually tackle the incessant attacks and insecurity in the country?
Well, just to buttress your point before I answer the question, I know, for instance, that up until very recently, Kano, which is the beehive of commercial activities in the north, if you think about it, was spared from this Boko Haram scourge, basically because as governor at that time, he spent money, made sure that they equipped the security forces in Kano as well, apart from leaving it to the federal government.
Yes.
And he was able to organize the various native traditional groups to defend themselves, to also get, you see, the most important thing in this war, I'm not a security expert, is intelligence gathering. Most of these people lurk in society, among us, in villages and whatever. When your people are happy, when your people have confidence in the government, they will volunteer information. And then you can nip these things in the bud. But unfortunately, that hasn't happened on a federal level. And but as to your question, I wouldn't know whether or not he's had an audience with Mr. President or the National Security Advisor or whomsoever. But what I would ask cynically as a politician is, would they have listened? You understand? Because I know that there are other things that have happened and occurred and where unfortunately they don't seek other people's opinions and what have you. You see, when you get in to government, then you should reach out across the aisle. Reach out to people. I'm here for the next 4 years, but I need your input. We have to work. It's all for the benefit. Presumably, the APC is there, PDP is there, NNPP is there. We're saying that we want Nigeria to be better.
Yes.
Presumably. So you should talk to senators, members of the House from other parties as well. Try to bring up bipartisan solutions to the problems we have. You know?
Right. So when people say that the next president, and I'm guilty of that, will come from either the APC or the PDP, thereby discountenancing parties like the NNPP and dismissing the formidability of Rabiu Kwankwaso, for instance. How does that make you all in the NNPP feel?
It makes us feel that good, we have more work to do, and we will do it. It inspires us to work harder. But I keep saying to people that, look, psychologically, the average Nigerian thinks that the exam was last week.
Yes.
Yet the exam is February 25th. I still have 9 months to work.
Yes.
So it's, and a lot of things are happening. But by and large, I will say that with that quotation, I'm not sure if it came from The Godfather or wherever it came from. It is, let your enemies overestimate your faults and your friends underestimate your virtues. So that's where we are. I don't mind people saying, oh, Kwankwaso is not a threat. We keep working.
Yes.
They will know who the threat is or was at the end of the day on February 25th next year, by God's grace.
Join us again after the break. Now, so once the NNPP was real, I mean, established as a party, we've witnessed so many defections to the party, and if truth be told, many of the defectees or defectors seem to be people disgruntled because they didn't get tickets in the parties they're coming from, or there's a power struggle going on. For instance, like in Kano, where there were two factions in the APC, and in the end the Supreme Court ruled that the faction loyal to the governor, the sitting governor, was the authentic faction. Yeah. So, you know, all these people coming to the NNPP seem to be disgruntled. Do you agree with me that if they were happy where they were, they wouldn't move to the NNPP?
Exactly. If we were happy with the way the country is, we wouldn't vote out the APC. You understand? That's natural. You see, it's natural. Especially because you find that these two major parties do not really have a proper internal democratic process. They don't. You know, in 1999, 98, 99, I joined the PDP.
Yes.
So I know the PDP like the back of my hand. When the APC was being formed, I was there. I was on the Presidential Campaign Council for the first, the 2015 election. So yes, I know about the APC as well. So one might be slightly better than the other, but I don't want to campaign for either of them. But basically, that is why you get so many people who are not happy about the democracy there. You see, when you lose an election, or when you're not even allowed
to participate,
you know, you're not allowed to participate, then you get disgruntled.
People looking at you will say that, well, that's ironic, because on Tuesday, June the 8th of 2022, Rabiu Kwankwaso emerged as the presidential candidate of the NNPP. He was unopposed. In fact, he seemed to be the only one who bought the nomination and application forms, and he was the only one screened as well. So what does that do to your point about
what it does to my point? You see, the thing there is this: how many people attempted to even purchase a form? No one. It was there in the papers. You could pay directly into the bank and collect your form. No one stopped anyone else from collecting the form. They chose not to. The same question someone asked me recently. He said that, oh, why isn't the NNPP zoning to the east?
Yes.
I said, the forms were open. I wouldn't buy a form myself and then go to the east and say, please, who will come and take the form of the NNPP? It doesn't work that way.
You have people of Southeast extraction in the party.
The party, the NNPP, New Nigeria People's Party, was formed some 21 years ago.
It's not a new party.
It's not a new party. It was formed some 21 years ago. The chairman board of trustees is the founder of the party, Dr. Boniface Anyebunan. He is the chairman board of trustees. The deputy national chairman is a retired Air Vice Marshal. Is Igbo, from Igbo extraction as well, and many other officers of the party. So it is a party. You see, the mistake. Like a mistake people are making is because they haven't taken time to find out about the NNPP.
To research it properly.
They just assume it's just Kwankwaso. It's just Kwankwaso. It isn't just Kwankwaso. Okay. Ladipo Johnson is not from Kano. Yes. You understand? And many other people around the country come from where they come from and are participating. So it's a country, it's a party with national spread. All that has happened is that, yes, it was a choice we made that, look, let us all go into the NNPP. You will recall that just before we went into the NNPP, there was a body formed by Kwankwaso. It was the National Movement.
Yes.
And that movement took TNM. We took in people, especially a lot of people who had been non-partisan. That was one of the main things we tried to do, to get more people involved in the political process. Yes. And I think we've done that to a certain extent. We're going to do more of that from now until election time. We want to get Nigerians participating. If you recall, the last elections, I think the voter turnout was just about 25%, which is poor. You know. So, and that is because Nigerians do not believe in what they're getting, governance-wise. And unfortunately, they feel that whether we vote or not, it will be rigged and what have you. But we are going to do, as we said, we're on a mission. We're going to ensure that we educate the people, that we go on to register as many new voters as possible. Yes. Many other people are singing the same song. And I believe that if we have a large turnout in this country, come next year, early next year, that we might just get the decision right. You understand? The important thing, I always tell my friends, whether you vote for us or not, the important thing is that you participate. It's more important to me that you participate in the process, so that we know that whenever a person is in government representing us, we can say, yes, this is Nigeria. This person is representing us, not representing a quarter of us.
And you know, with the spate of defections now, I'm trying to look at the permutations, especially in the light of reports that there had been talks between Senator Kwankwaso and the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. What is the strategy going forward? Because a lot of the defections are happening in the north. People who are already in government, we have people who are chief of staff in some state governments. We have members of the House of Representatives, senators, all defecting to your party. So is the strategy, for instance, to weaken, divide the votes available to Atiku Abubakar in the north? Is that the strategy that the NNPP is going with? And is there any truth, you know, to the rumor making the rounds that the NNPP just may have a merger agreement with the PDP? You know, if both of you are united in your decision to dislodge the APC.
It is natural that with someone that has the political will and strength and force of Rabi Musa Kwankwaso, it's natural that the NNPP, as it were, would begin to make inroads, especially from the northwest out. It is a natural thing. And it's natural that where there is someone very strong and where you see that the masses in that area support that person and that place is the Northwest, which carries most of the votes of
highest
Nigeria.
number of registered voters.
It's natural that he would become a bride, and people would want to woo him
Yeah.
or build bridges that way. So I won't say that there have been no talks between the Atiku Abubakar people and our people.
Yes.
Some people have also said in the news as well, we've read that the Labour Party
Yes.
seems to, people are saying, encouraging the Labour Party. And I must be frank that I have received hundreds of calls from a lot of my friends, whether from Eastern extraction, whether
Yes.
Yorubas or whatever, who are saying that, look, it cannot be any of these two. Woo Labour, both of you should come together, and so we know that it will be a three-horse race, properly so-called.
Yes.
But whichever way, I assure you, as I said, and you know the person of Konkozo, we're not here to joke. And whatever we have to do within the means of the law to get our message to the people of Nigeria, to get them to support our vision
Yes.
for the country, we will do. We will not let ego or tribalism or religion stand in the
your way. Did you see the posters though? You know, before before Peter Obi landed in the Labour Party,
Yes.
He had stopped by the NNPP. Obviously, talks didn't work out. But we saw that poster, and in that poster, Peter Obi was the presidential candidate, and Kwankwaso was his running mate. Did the talks ever get to that point to warrant a poster being printed?
No, this is the age of the social media. I'm not even so sure that he even knocked on the door of the NNPP. What was out there on social media.
Right.
It's still out there. You get posters and you get people calling me to tell me that why, for the sake of equity and the sake of Nigeria, just tell Kwankwaso to put his whole structure in the Northwest and around the country, not just the Northwest, and support Obi. And I always smile and say it's not that easy. And I'm sure it's not that easy for Obi either. And I am certain that our uncle in Bodilon and Waziri Adamawa would be praying that it remains uneasy, and that it doesn't happen. Because if it happens, I tell you, I know they're gone. But whichever way, they will lose. That is the two major parties. But definitely what I can tell you today is that we are open to anything that will bring about better governance for the people of Nigeria.
Yes.
At the moment, no one has convinced us that the people in the APC meant well for us. If they didn't say anything in the last 7 years, with the way the economy was tanking, I know we had COVID and other things as well.
And the economy tanking seems to be a global thing as
yes,
well.
Yes, it is. But then what has been done globally by others? You name me one thing, ma'am, that our government has done or did to cut its costs when they were telling the masses of Nigeria to tighten their belts. Not one thing in the last how many years?
We're still top heavy.
Not one thing. They're buying jeeps all the time, National Assembly spending money and everything. And you tell the people of Nigeria to continue to suffer, to continue to adjust. So that shows you that they have no intention. They just believe that Nigerians will not get up, will not do anything. That is why they have taken the people of this country for granted. And that is why they're disgruntled people like myself. We're not happy about how the system is. Especially if you know a bit about what there is in this country that could be for the use of the people and everything, then you look at yourselves and say, what will happen in some 20, 30 years' time? What will your children say to you? Yes. Oh, Dad, Grandpa, you were part of them. It's a sad thing. Yes. But as I said, yes, we're open to talks, because if you want this country to move forward, then it must not just be about you. You must be able to open up, talk to people, look for other ideas, and if you feel that it's better you open up a place for a person to come in with his own people or her own people, yes, and get a stronger force going, then we should do that, and we should make sure we work for the people of the country.
I wonder why the NNPP didn't zone the presidential ticket to the south and even micro-zone it to the southeast, yes. Considering that the last 8 years has been, we've been governed by a northern president. Yeah. If Rabiu Kwankwaso wins, that will be probably 12 or 16 unbroken years of a northern president.
Yes, as I said earlier, the forms were there available. No other person, yes, had the vision or belief or faith that it was possible, or it would be possible, or that at this stage people will be saying, yes, it seems that there are 3 or 4 parties, yes, in this race. Yes. No other person, no one did. So one, you can't just zone to the east when you have no one who has come to purchase the form. The other thing is regarding zoning. 3 points, that's the first. The second is that you don't just look to zoning, you look to competence, capability, capacity to do the work. We've had 7+ years. Unfortunately, Mr. President, we thank God, he seems much better now. He started out with medical issues that got things were slow, yes, at that time. We don't want that again. Nigeria has too many problems. As you said, there's a world recession coming up, and we need someone who's on the ball, who can face the rigors of that office. I tell you, it is rigorous. Because even during this campaign, I'm a young 50-something-year-old. Yes. And Senator Kwankwaso is now 65. I tell you, even now I complain to people that, look, this man, you're with him till about 3 a.m. And by the time he says you should meet him for a meeting at 9 a.m., he's dressed in his white babariga, looking like a baby, and you are tired just coming in. So you need someone who is fit, someone who has the capacity to do it, and someone who has the political will to do it. And the last point I was going to make, the issue of rotation or zoning is a political party issue. Before you can bring about positive change, yes, you have to get into government first. So if at that given point in time, you look at the field, and that field is, oh, there's a south here, there's a southwest here, there's this. You look at the field. You look at the possible candidates from your opponents. Yes. Then you take your decision.
Because the whole idea is to win.
Yes. Before you can bring about that positive change, you have to be able to take government. Yes. When you take government, then you can now say, oh, are we going to restructure? Oh, are we going to do this? Oh, are we going to do that? But if you make those decisions and start shouting about them before strategizing about how you're going to get into government, yes, you fall flat, and you cannot bring the positive change you want to bring to the people. Yes. So those are the 3 main reasons why it is as it is with us in the NNPP.
And I want you to clarify now, yes, straight up. was Peter Obi ever offered anything in the NNPP, be it as a running mate or you know, did the talks happen?
Well, as I said,
you're a small boy.
I wouldn't know.
Yes.
But as at the time I spoke to Senator Kwankwaso about it, some evening we were together, just relaxing. Obi is a friend of his. They're friends. They talk, you know.
Right.
I don't think that those talks had held.
Right.
Not between both of them anyway.
And,
now,
and
that might
not
have
officially.
Happened, not officially. That might have happened now. But I know for certain that there are people from both sides talking. Personally speaking, myself and the Abure,
yes,
the national chairman of the Labour Party, were very good friends. So we talk often.
Yes.
And it's work in progress. That much I'll tell you.
Right.
And there are many others. I was fortunate enough to speak to, about a week and a half ago, or 2 weeks ago, I was fortunate enough to talk to one of the, in fact, before he went to Labour,
right,
I was able to talk to one of the equivalent of a general in this country, retired, that is an OB person.
Yes.
Because a friend of mine came to visit me. I said, no, talk to this man. OB should come to NNPP, he shouldn't go. And I spoke to him. And he was like, oh, young man, you know, this and that. I think we're going to Labour. And I said, yes, I think I heard that. And I asked him certain questions. And he was like, well. And I said, exactly. Think about it.
Yes.
And everything. So a lot of things are still happening.
It's not yet very clear, the picture.
Not clear.
But the two major parties seem to have decided on their running mates. Before we go into that, has the NNPP decided on a running mate, which zone he would come from, for instance, if he will be Christian or Muslim?
Well, Senator Kwankwaso is a northern Muslim. He's an astute politician. He's an astute strategist.
Yes.
So I trust together we go forward to fight the many battles that we'll have to fight so as to win the war in February.
Join us again after the break. Welcome back. Now let's talk about the permutations. You know, Nigeria is divided into 6 geopolitical zones. The NNPP prides itself as being strong in the northwest and the northeast. You and I know that the most number of registered voters belong in the northwest. What are your strategies? You also know that the Constitution, the way it is crafted, you can't win only in one zone and be president. It has to have a spread. So the way I've divided it is you must get at least 4 zones, which translates to an average of 24 states. So you will win some of those 24 states and you will score a quarter of the votes in others. Going forward, where do you think your strengths and weaknesses lie in the NNPP? I know you won't want to tell us.
I wouldn't want to do a SWOT analysis on the on TV, but from what we have out there, as you mentioned, the northwest, the northeast are looking very, very good. There are parts of north central that I believe will do relatively well. In the southwest, I'm quite confident that we will do very well there. the Southwest is going to be unlike, it will be tough because of the way some people will try to run it, but it will not go one way like some people think.
It won't be impossible to get 25%
Definitely
of the
not. Definitely not. It will not be. So I think the thing we'll be looking at here is whether the NNPP can bite into the southwest parts of the southeast, southeast and south-south.
Yes.
Once it takes a bite there, then I think we're getting home. You understand?
Yes.
You see, with the Northwest, what you have to understand is that there's some 4 or 5 critical states that you need to get the presidency. You understand? We're fortunate that our party is very, 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 very strong in those areas.
Yes.
And then we have to make sure that we add what needs to be added before February. We have to do the work.
Yes.
I keep telling people when they say, you know, those you analyzed it properly. Most people will say to you, Ladipo, you can't win Lagos, you can't win Ibadan or Oyo. And I laugh at them and ask them, did Obasanjo win any of these places in his first term? You see? So you have to understand the dynamics. I keep telling people, when you look at the American system, it's slightly different from ours.
Yes.
Gore against Bush Jr. Al Gore went to the whole of the U.S. He went to all the states, campaigned in all the states. George Bush went to the states with the electoral votes.
Yes, that matters.
And didn't touch everywhere. So that is it. The game is on in February. It's Nigeria, and we will do what we have to do legally.
You know, I can't have you sitting here without talking about your political ambition. I mean, you contested for the seat of the governor of Lagos. I think your party then was the Alliance National Party, ANP. You've contested 2019. I thought under this party, NNPP, you would be trying to contest again. You've been a Kwankwasuman, you know, for forever, is what I say. But with the entry of Adedosunmu defecting, you know, resigning from the Lagos State PDP and coming into the NNPP, does that put your ambition, if it's still there, in jeopardy?
Well, the first thing is, in 2011, I was the Director General of Adedosumu's campaign in the PDP then against Fashola for Fashola's second term.
Yes.
Dosumu was chairman of the Kwankwasia movement in Lagos. We ran it together for quite a few years. Dosumu, however, remained in the PDP when we came to the NNPP.
Yes.
He remained there because of his ambition to be governor. Because of the sort of primaries or non-primaries that they had in the PDP, he wrote a letter. He said he was leaving, and he came to talk to us. And we reminded him that, yes, this is his home, you know, but for one reason or the other, he still is patched things up with the PDP, so he's still there.
All right. Now, I want us to talk about former Kano governor now, Senator Ibrahim Shekarau. His return to the NNPP, and stories making the round today that perhaps he's one of those being considered to be the running mate to the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, APC. It's confusing.
No, I doubted that would happen. You know,
Is he still in the NNPP?
Shekara is still in the NNPP. As at this morning, he's in the NNPP. He's a senatorial candidate from Kano Central.
Right.
And they're working together. I don't know. Well, I thought they would have said Ganduje, the governor of Kano, because he seems to be very close to our uncle in Bodilon.
It's confusing for me because one of the reasons Shekara moved to your party was the result of the court decision that ruled in favor of Governor Ganduje's faction of the APC. And I wondered, with Ganduje's involvement in the APC presidential campaign and his closeness to the presidential candidate, how would the running mate ticket be offered to somebody who left the party?
Yes, I doubt it very much. I doubt it very much. I doubt it very much. But on social media and what have you have all these permutations.
All these stories making the rounds. So there were earlier reports of a purported alliance between some political parties and a third force. I think parties like ADC, AA, YPP, etc. Is that completely off the cards now? We have about 16 candidates that have emerged. I mean, I'm thinking if there was going to be a merger between all these smaller parties with your party, they wouldn't have gone ahead to elect a presidential candidate. Now that they've all had candidates, are we ruling out the possibility of any merger happening between NNPP and any other parties?
Not necessarily, because at times you can have a full merger, and at times you can have presidential candidates stepping down for presidential candidates, and the party adopting, saying all the supporters, please support the candidates of the NNPP now.
Yes.
And you come to terms, you talk about how you would work together in government.
Yes.
So there's still a possibility of that.
All right. So in my introduction, I talked about how the national chairman, Professor Alkali, said that the NNPP has become the party to beat, not just in Kano, but all over the country. Nigerians are tired and are therefore looking for a better option. Two things that came to my mind there. First, he acknowledges that your strongest state is Kano. I think that's understandable because Rabi Kwankwaso was governor of Kano State for 8 years, also represented them at the National Assembly as a senator. When you say Nigerians are tired and are therefore looking for a better option, people talk about structure.
Yes.
You hear that word bandied about a lot in the last couple of days, especially, of course, as related to Peter Obi and his candidacy in the Labour Party. Do you think Nigerians will actually give up the two main political parties, the APC and the PDP, who seem to have the type of structure that we're all used to all over the country, in 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, in 774 local government areas? They're widespread and they have people working for those parties across the country. You've said the NNPP isn't a new party. I'm surprised at that. And I'm sure many people watching us now will be surprised at that.
Yes,
can you compete with these two major parties in terms of funding and in terms of party reach?
Yes, as I said, the examination is not today. It is in 9 months' time. By the end of the campaigns, we would have reached all those places that are slightly weaker now, and we would have decided on our strategy moving forward. When all the candidates have emerged, when you know which senators are where, you know the vice presidential candidates, then you can plot what you would think is your path to the presidency or to the elections. Bottom line, though, is that we do have the structure around the entire country. As I told you, and as you well know, we've had the Kwankwasia movement itself, and it had structures everywhere around the entire country. Now, we all moved into, the Kwankwasia movement, we still have people in the APC, we have people in the PDP, but most of us have moved into the NNPP, along with those who were in the NNPP originally, and those who are also coming in from different political parties and what have you. And as you say, we've had people coming in, sitting senators, members of reps, members of assembly. We even have about two serving deputy governors who have come across. So I think if I want to sound spiritual, I'll say that the good Lord is covering our steps. You understand? And the, not enemy, but the political enemy seems to be underestimating us. And they do so at their peril. So we're ready. We're working towards it. We're going to be stronger. In the next 2 months, we'll be much stronger. And I think that by November, November, then you have December, January. By November, people will begin to realize that, one, the elections will be too close to call, and I think that by early February, our man will pull ahead.
We'll win. Of the two major political parties, who is your most formidable opponent? Is it the APC or the PDP? And don't forget, the former Vice President, Atiku Abubakar, you know, everyone says he's a formidable politician as well.
Yeah.
Well-grounded.
They all are.
And
they both
very
are.
experienced. And, you know, we talk about the APC candidate as well.
I don't think that, you know, the unfortunate thing is that a lot of people, you know, it depends on what if you talk about Nigeria now, if you ask any child born recently, say, who is Atiku Abubakar? Who is Oshibajo? Oh, I know him. You see, some people have name recognition because of where they've been. Oshibajo doesn't have the structure Atiku Abubakar has. In the same vein, a lot of people tend to underestimate Rabi Kwankwaso. I told you that in the SDP days, Abiola's
1993, that's 30 years ago.
Abiola's election, it was his local government that Bashir Tofa was. He defeated Tofa for Abiola. And he was made deputy speaker of the House of Representatives. So when you have such a person, people down south may not know so much about him. But I assure you, in the next few months, especially with the interests being generated naturally by people, you can see registrations going up and what have you, people will find out and they will know more about him. And they will know that he is just as formidable as both men that we have spoken about. And he is even more so, you understand, when you look at the area of his area of strength. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
If you look at Atiku Abubakar, take Adamawa, you understand?
Yes, that's northeast.
Northeast. Look at Bola Tinubu, start with Lagos.
Southwest.
You understand? Look at the dynamics, the breakdown, ethnic breakdown of Lagos State. The Igbos, the Arewas, together probably form about 50-something% of the voting bloc in Lagos.
Yes.
Will he control those people with
As
the
well.
candidates that are out? If you look at the Southeast, if Obiwe is contesting,
yes,
and if the Southeasterners are supporting him, then look at the votes from the Southeastern states.
Yes.
Do they equate to Kano State? Just Kano. I'm not talking about Katsina, Jigawa, Yobe, Zamfara. So it's going to be interesting.
Interesting times ahead.
Exactly. It's going to be interesting. But we pray that things will be peaceful, that it will be a fair game, that all candidates will work towards a better Nigeria. Leave it to the people of Nigeria to decide. And we urge the people of the country to get registered, get involved, and we pray that whoever is best and has the interests of the people of this country at heart should be the one to emerge in February 2023.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson, for speaking with me today.
And congratulations again, Mr. Johnson, on your nomination as the vice presidential candidate of your party, the NNPP.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for watching. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
On Plus TV News now, tonight, Governor Matawali directs residents to obtain guns for self-defense. At least 22 young people found dead in South African nightclub as police probe cause. Russia steps up missile strikes on Ukraine as G7 leaders gather. Good evening, I am Justin Akadonye, and this is the news now on Plus TV Africa. The Ika Bigbo community in Esako West local government area of Edo State has been thrown into panic as the cleric Reverend Father Osia was abducted by gunmen. He was whisked away from his residence by gunmen while preparing for Sunday Mass. A source who is familiar with the situation said vigilante group in the community were searching the area as well as combing the bush to ensure the rescue of the priest. The traditional ruler of the community, Brahma Alege, who confirmed the incident, explained that efforts were run to ensure the release of the Catholic priest. He further condemned or confirmed that the army, in collaboration with local vigilantes, were combing the bush to ensure the release of the cleric. However, SP Chidi Nwabo, the State Police Command spokesman, promised to get back when contacted. Meantime, a Catholic priest of the Archdiocese of Kaduna, Reverend Father Vitus Boro, has been killed by bandits in Chikun local government area of the state. Until his murder, Boro was the chaplain of the Catholic community of the Kaduna State Polytechnic and the chairman of the Nigerian Catholic Diocesan Priests Association, Kaduna State Chapter. Although the police authorities have yet to confirm the incident or give details about the attack, the Chancellor of Kaduna Catholic Archdiocese, Reverend Father Christian Okewu, said that Father was killed at the Nigerian prison farm in Kujama along the Kaduna-Kachia Road in Chikun local government area. Now, the Zamfara state government has directed residents of the state to obtain guns in order to defend themselves against bandits ravaging the state. The directive was contained in a statement by the Commissioner for Information, Ibrahim Dosara. According to the government, the measure became necessary following the deteriorating security situation in parts of the state. The Commissioner noted that the government had already concluded arrangements to distribute 500 forms to each of the 19 emirates in the state for those willing to obtain the guns. Beyond obtaining guns, the state government has also ordered for the recruitment of 200 additional community protection guards in each of the 19 emirates of the state. We're now being joined by the Commissioner for Information in Zamfara State, Ibrahim Dosara. Thanks for joining us on the news now on Plus TV Africa. Commissioner, good evening to you. Thanks for joining us on the news.
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
All right, fine. I just want to get a bit of clarity on this particular issue. This approval of distribution and ownership of arms by the masses, is this the only solution right now?
Can you come again?
I just asked the approval for distribution and ownership of arms by the masses, is it the best way forward?
You see, the measure taken by the government to allow people to possess legal weapons was born out of the government desire to give protection to the people during the rainy season and to ensure food security for the people of Zamfara State, as well as to ensure protection of life and property. About a month ago, there has been a resurgence of bandits activities in the state, and government felt it shouldn't condone that act. And one of the measures that the government thinks is appropriate is to allow people to possess legal weapons to defend themselves against the bandits who are terrorizing them, particularly in their farms.
of the 19th emirate in the state for those willing to obtain guns. Can you throw more light on that?
Yes, we prepared forms that will be filled in by all those wishing to possess legal weapons. Those forms will allow the traditional rulers within the localities to give them a thorough screening to ensure that the weapons have not gone to wrong hands, to ensure that all those possessing the weapons must not have criminal records in the past. And after that, the forms will be forwarded to the Commissioner of Police in the state to conduct his own screening to ensure that all those to be given the legal weapons must be people of proven integrity before it will be forwarded to the Inspector General of Police, who issues a license. But for the fact that currently there is an existing ban on possession of weapons by the federal government, the Zamfara state government is now in consultation with the presidency and the high military command in Abuja to ensure that permission is secured for the Inspector General of Police to give Zamfara people these legal weapons we are seeking for.
All right, Commissioner, if I got you correctly, you talked about the category of persons who are allowed to bear these firearms. You said people with proven integrity. How do you measure? What's the yardstick to measure these people who have proven integrity according to your government?
I told you that the issue is we have submitted forms to emirs and traditional rulers to screen people within their domain. Our local setting is that whoever you are well known in the community, and the people know who you are and what you are. The relationship here is very, very cordial, so much that whoever involved in what is known by members of the community. So it's very easy to identify those people with proven integrity and those people who have bad records in the past.
All right, let's look at it another way now, Commissioner, because a school of thought believes that for government to tell the citizens to go about defending themselves, it actually tells that the government cannot keep up with its constitutional role of protecting residents. Is that the case in Zamfara State?
No. You cannot say that because Zamfara State government has been up and doing in trying to protect the people, their property and their life. If you could recall, within the first months of the government, there was this peace dialogue, which was in search of peace process and in search of unity and peace within the communities, which Zamfara State spent over 9 months without experiencing any one incident of insecurity. So you can see how the government was doing well. And also, when conflict entrepreneurs scuttled that success by the government also gave ultimatum to the bandits to embrace the peace process, after which the government embarked on another search for peace, where we shut down these networks, closed down markets, and restrict vehicular movement. And that was also tried. And now we are trying the third process in search of peace, lasting peace in Zamfara State.
All right, Commissioner, just a bit of concern for some people and Nigerians generally, because in recent times, countries like the United States and others have had an upsurge when it comes to gun violence and gun control. Don't you think that this particular development might just spiral out of control, where children might just take up their father's guns and just go to schools and start shooting sporadically? Are you sure it won't come to that?
No, you can't compare Zamfara community with that of the U.S.
Why not?
It's classically different. You see, I told you earlier that we have a process of screening whoever is going to possess the weapon.
And the process is not flawed at all.
It is not possible for criminally minded people to get these legal weapons we are trying to secure for the people. So it's not like the case of the U.S. at all.
It's not like in the case. So how are you certain that people who may have some sort of issues with their neighbors out of anger would not just pull their guns and start shooting anyhow?
No, it's not in Zamfara State. If you could recall, Zamfara State was once one of the most peaceful states in Nigeria.
But no longer the case right now.
The most fundamental problem we are facing now is the issue of banditry. And everybody is very much worried about, and all people are wishing and wanting to see the end of the banditry activity in the state. So once the banditry activities are over, Zamfara State will restore back to the normalcy as the most peaceful state in Nigeria.
All right, I must say a very big thank you to you for your time. We have been speaking with the Commissioner for Information in Zamfara State, Ibrahim Dosara, bringing us up to speed on the new development as regards self-defense and, of course, residents bearing arms. We do appreciate your time this evening, sir.
Thank you.
All right, moving on, still talking security matters now. The Nigerian Army says its troops of 302 regiment and security agencies have dislodged camps belonging to indigenous people of Biafra IPOB and the Eastern Security Network East ESN in Anambra and Enugu State. Army spokesman Brigadier General Onyema Nwachukwu said the raids were carried out in conjunction with operatives of the Nigerian Navy, the Department of State Services, and the Nigeria Police Force. Nwachukwu said the IPOB ESN criminals were dislodged on Saturday at Idara, Nebo, Ihembosi village and Upo and Nnewi South local government area of Anambra State. He said the troops cleared IPOB fire positions and improvised explosive devices to dislodge the criminals from their hideouts. Now, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Ibrahim Mohammed, has excluded lawyers, including 7 senior advocates of Nigeria SANs, from the 6 present or future vacancies at the Supreme Court. Now, none of the 23 lawyers who heeded the CJN's January 19 invitation and applied for the position is on a 29-man provisional list. The list sent by Justice Mohammed, who doubles as the chairman, Federal Judicial Service Commission, to the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, was received by a Judiciary Committee chairman, Dr. Babatunde Ajibade SAN, on May the 27th. It comprises 29 justices of the Court of Appeal from 5 geopolitical zones. They are to fill 6 present or expected vacancies on the Supreme Court maximum 21-man bench. The shortlist includes 5 jurists aged from the North Central, Northwest, South-South, and Southwest, while the Southeast has a 9-man jurist team. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has filed a lawsuit against President Muhammadu Buhari over his failure to probe allegations that over 11 trillion naira meant to provide regular electricity supply since 1999 may have been stolen, mismanaged, or diverted into private pockets. The electricity grid has reportedly collapsed at least 3 times within 5 months and 130 times in 7 years, plunging many households across the country into darkness. According to the World Bank, epileptic power supply costs businesses in Nigeria about $29 billion yearly. Well, moving on now, the Ebonyi State government says it stands with the family of Senator Ike Ekweremadu, even as they tackled the embroilment brought about by the health condition of their daughter. Now, Commissioner for Information and State Orientation, Orji Uchenna Orji, said the government has been following up the turn of events and twists that followed the medical intention of the former Deputy Senate President over the health condition of his daughter, Sonia Ekweremadu. Now, Honorable Orji said the Ebonyi State government is well abreast as to the circumstances that led to the detention of Senator Ike Ekweremadu and his wife in the United Kingdom, and urged the UK government to act progressively and meticulously and critically look at the intention and the minds of the detained family and please give them the benefit of the doubt. Now, operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, have arrested the Brazilian returnee, Uche Iguedum. NDLEA spokesman Femi Babafemi said he was nabbed at the arrival hall of the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Ikeja, Lagos, with pellets of cocaine concealed in his private part. Now, the spokesman said Iguedum was nabbed at the Lagos airport on Monday, the 20th of June, upon his arrival from Sao Paulo, Brazil, via Addis Ababa. Similarly, the operatives of the agency apprehended a drug kingpin, Onyekachi Chukwuma McDonald, after 3 weeks of investigation and tracking. He is accused of being behind attempts to export 40 parcels of methamphetamine, popularly called Miri, locally to London, United Kingdom, through the NACO airports or export shed of the Lagos airport. At the same airport, the NDLEA operatives on Friday, the 24th of June, intercepted 500,000 tablets of tramadol, 225 milligrams, packed in 10 cartons. Meantime, the Apapa Area Command of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency has seized 19,703.25 kilograms of hard drugs worth over 6 billion naira between January and June the 20th. Its commander, Ame Inalegu, said that the command was ready to curb the menace of illegal drug dealers in the nation's maritime space. Now, Inalegu commended the NDLEA chairman, Brigadier General Buba Marwa, for rekindling the war against drug cartels. In the same vein, the war against drug abuse in Kano State has taken a stiffer approach as the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency discovered 4 cannabis farms in the state. PlusTV News Kano State correspondent Stephen Enoch reports that between June last year to June this year, the agency arrested a total number of 1,887 illicit drug traffickers and seized 12,611 kilograms of hard drugs.
Drug abuse and illicit drug trafficking in Kano is what the state command of the NDLEA says it will weaken in an effort to achieve a society free of substance abuse. Over the past 1 year, the command has arrested 1,887 illicit drug traffickers, seized 12,661 kilograms of hard drugs, and destroyed 4 cannabis farms in the state.
I'm not a liar. As I come from Ogun State, I just carry the team because of this library. So as I reach Corner Dawaki, and there they arrest me. Nobody, I never carried before. My first time. Which you carry? Which of them you carry? I just carry wheat. What do you want to come? No, we just want to do the celebrate this.
In marking the United Nations International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking, the state commander of the NDLEA in Kano told journalists that 185 suspects have been arraigned, with 70 convicted, while 109 suspects have pending cases in courts, pointing out that a 45-year-old suspect was convicted to life imprisonment within the past 1 year.
In the area of supply reduction from July 2021 to June 2022, a total of 12,611.656 kilograms of illicit drugs, made up of 9,735,000 kilograms of cannabis sativa, 2,875,000 kilograms of psychotropic substances. By that, I mean other substances that we put them together, the methamphetamine, codeine, diazepam, and all lump them under psychotropic substances. And we have 1.123 kilograms of cocaine, and we seized 128 grams of heroin within this period. Then within the same period, a total of 1,887 persons, comprising 1,465 males and 442 females, with the ages of 18 to 35 were arrested.
Hajia Mariam Sani, the commander of Zone E of the NDLEA comprising Kano and Jigawa states, gave statistics of the seizures and arrests made between January to May 2022 in both states.
The grand total of both records from Jigawa and Kano states stands as follows. Number of suspects arrested, 507. Number of suspects convicted, 105. Total weight of drugs seized, 2.275.049 kilograms. Number of clients who received brief intervention, 949. Total number of clients rehabilitated, 182.
The United Nations International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Drug Trafficking is celebrated every June 26th, and the theme for this year is addressing drug challenges in health and humanitarian crisis, with the purpose of raising awareness about drug abuse and trafficking menace in the society. Stephen Enoch, PlusTV News, Kano.
And now to political matters. The presidential candidate of the new Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso, has denied rumors that his party plans to go into any alliance with the People's Democratic Party, PDP, ahead of the 2023 general election. Now, Kwankwaso, who urged the public and his supporters to discountenance the rumors, described such as cacophony of important tales by the moonlight often spewed during electioneering period. The ex-Kano governor, who spoke in Ado-Ekiti, the state capital, during a consultation visit, said neither him nor the NNPP leadership was thinking of forming any alliance with the PDP, which he said grossly lacks clear-cut agenda to launch Nigeria on the path of greatness. He vowed never to return to the opposition PDP. Moving on, the Muslim rights concerns, Murik has raised the alarm that some staff of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, are denying to Muslims the right to register for permanent voter cards, PVCs, in some southwestern state. Murik director, Professor Isiaq Akintola, made this disclosure in Ibadan while delivering his speech during a program organized by a political awareness group, PAG, an association of Muslim professionals and technocrats in Nigeria. Akintola was speaking at the stakeholders conference themed 2023 general elections, Nigerian Muslims Decide, alleged that some INEC staff are preventing Muslims from registering for PVCs in Oyo and other southwest states. He said that Murik officers have been bombarded with a series of complaints and reports from Oyo and other states that they were being prevented from registering for PVCs. As the build-up to the 2023 elections gathers momentum, electorate have been tasked to elect good and credible candidates to champion the affairs of the nation. The Justice, Development and Peace Caritas, JDPC, gave this charge at the one-day strategic engagement awareness with relevant stakeholders. PlusTV correspondent Habila Dorofai's report is presented from our studios.
Few months to 2023 elections, civil society organizations, religious groups and various critical stakeholders have begun to engage the electorate on the need to vote and elect credible leaders. Speaking in Kaduna, the state coordinator of JDPC, Reverend Father Joshua Acher, said this has become important as the turnout for the collection of voter card is low.
As we look forward to the 2023 general elections, we brought in our brothers and sisters and friends from within and without to come and speak to us on the plans, as we look forward to this election, whether our votes will count or not, and what is that thing, that might make one's vote, void, not to count.
The coordinator said candidates must be fair and do justice to all, irrespective of tribe and religious difference.
One should keep in mind in exercising one's vote one such issue, non-negotiable issues. Candidates who speak and act like they would support abortion, euthanasia, medical experimentation with embryonic stem cells, or artificial reproductive technologies like in vitro technology will have no respect for life. We cannot vote such candidates.
Clergies at the event say religious leaders have greater roles to play in sensitizing the citizens to vote in elections.
It's not enough to want change. We should make the change by voting. So I think it is a clarion call for us all to be sensitized, to be aware of our civic duty, and in fact of our religious duty as Nigerians. And I think anything that can bring people together to go about getting their PVCs, and not just getting it, coming out en masse to cast their vote for the leaders of their choice, I think it is something very commendable.
Also, Kaduna State Resident Commissioner lamented on the 37% of the registrations in the state were invalid, while calling on all stakeholders to assist in
that H experienced in that report. The increasing popularity of the All Progressives Congress APC as a party in Osun State is not unconnected with the people-friendly policies, programs and projects being executed across the state. Governor Boyega Oyetola said this during his campaign tour to Oboko and Oyeade local government areas of the state. He noted that achievements recorded so far by his administration have endeared him to residents of the state. Now, some APC leaders in the area said the governor's administrative competence and magnanimity in infrastructure development are factors that have attracted to the APC vote most of those who previously belonged to other parties.
I believe with the turnout and the performance during the primary, I believe it's not the same thing. We are making serious inroads into Obuku. And we're going to win the local government. I'm confident about that, based on the performance of our government and the performance of our party. We are winning Obuku.
APC is going to win Obuku local government and SCD outrightly, because of what the acceptability, the impact of the governor in the last 3.5 years in terms of health, in terms of education, in terms of infrastructural development, in terms of raising the standard of living of average Osun person.
July 16 is here. That is why you will see everybody, the entire Oyeade local government, Oyeade constituency, to show support for Mr. Governor and to tell him that, to assure him that come July 16, victory is assured.
Straight now to Benue State. A second-class chief in the Chief Area Traditional Council, Interior Makudi Chief Vincent Aule, has called on the National Assembly to find a way of including the traditional institution in the Constitution. While applying to President Muhammad Buhari to create a federal Ministry of Chieftaincy Affairs, he noted that it would help curtail insecurity in the country as well as give traditional rulers a sense of belonging.
Traditional rulers forward all their activities in their various states and various local government to the ministry. And I believe if this is being done, it will help to even reduce the insecurity we are facing in our various states. It will also help the Nigerian government even the politicians to perform well.
The Metropolitan Traditional Ruler warned the chiefs coronated not to be biased in judging cases, but to be fair to everyone.
I'm very excited. What God has done for me, I didn't know I will be lifted up from the down where God has put me, but have lifted me up. I'm very grateful that I want to be fair in doing my work with fear of God and carry everybody along so that I will do my work.
I'm very, very happy. I'm very happy. I thank God for the opportunity to serve my people. I'm very, very happy. Give them what they want. And I know what they want is to be free and fair in whatever thing I'm doing.
Still ahead on Plus News Now, Commonwealth admits Gabon, Togo as new members. Details when we return to join us again.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
Welcome back. You're still watching News Now on Plus TV Africa to other parts of the continent. South African authorities are investigating the deaths of at least 22 young people found inside the popular tavern in the coastal town of East London. State broadcaster SABC reported the deaths resulted from a possible stampede, but was scant on details as the exact cause of deaths remained unknown. The bodies will be transported to state mortuaries where relatives are expected to help identify both male and female victims, according to a spokesperson for the Eastern Cape Provincial Health Department. Now, the Uganda Red Cross is caring for 700 children who lost contact with their families in the wake of clashes between government forces and M23 rebels in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. Abel Nomamanya, protection manager at Uganda Red Cross, told an Adoli agency that 800 children lost contact with their families, but 100 are under the care of the Red Cross in the DRC. The children lost contact following fierce fighting in Rutshuru territory between the armed forces of the Democratic Republic of Congo and the M23 rebels. He said in addition to providing accommodation and health services, authorities are also providing psychosocial services to the children. Now, dozens of migrants have been pictured lying by a Moroccan border fence, some bleeding and many apparently lifeless. This is the aftermath of an attempted mass crossing into a Spanish enclave on Friday, in which at least 23 died. Moroccan authorities said the disaster occurred after migrants attempted to breach a fence into the Melilla enclave, with some dying in a crush after what authorities called a stampede, and others falling as they climbed. The Moroccan Authorities Association for Human Rights local head Omar Naji said its members and sympathizers had shot the footage, which showed large numbers of badly injured people piled together with Moroccan security forces standing over them. And now to Mali, where the military government has passed a new electoral law. This is marking a step towards a return to constitutional rule amid regional pressure to hold elections since the junta forces power in an August 2020 coup. The West African country has been under harsh economic sanctions imposed by regional bloc ECOWAS in response to delays in returning power to civilians. Mali and the 15-member Economic Community of West African States have been at odds over the push leaders proposed 5 and then 2-year timeline to hold elections, with the bloc deeming them too lengthy. Now, Togo and Gabon have been admitted to the Commonwealth of Nations, bringing the number of countries in the bloc to 56. The two historically French-speaking countries were officially admitted to the grouping at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting held in Rwanda's capital of Kigali, with new chairperson, the Rwandan President Paul Kagame. Admission is based on the assessment of several standards, such as the democratic process, good governance, and rule of law, according to Patricia Scotland, the Secretary General of the organization. It was at the end of the meeting's consultation of heads of state and government that the decision was made. The two African countries were never British colonies. And outside the continent now, U.S. President Joe Biden has announced a G7 project to rival China's formidable Belt and Road Initiative by raising some $600 billion for global infrastructure programs in poor countries. Unlike China's huge BRI initiative, the proposed G7 funding would come largely from private investors and is therefore not guaranteed.
We have therefore discussed how our investment globally in climate-neutral and low-carbon energy, including gas, can help us as a temporary response to Russia's use of energy as a weapon. Given the progress we have achieved, time is ripe to showcase our offer to the world under a common roof. I am convinced the G7 makes a stronger, better and more convincing offer to partners globally. But beyond steps we have been taken, this is a long-term undertaking.
Today we officially launched the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. We collectively have dozens of projects already underway around the globe. And I'm proud to announce the United States will mobilize $200 billion in public and private capital over the next 5 years for that partnership. Collectively, we aim to mobilize nearly $600 billion from the G7 by 2027. These strategic investments are areas of critical to sustainable development and to our shared global stability.
Team Europe is mobilizing 300 billion euros till 2027 over the next 7 years from both public and private sources. 300 billion euros for sustainable, quality infrastructure, and also for health infrastructure. Investments that are transparent and that improve everyday lives and bring real benefit for the communities on the ground.
Now, Russian missiles have hit an apartment block and kindergarten in the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, in strikes U.S. President Joe Biden condemned as barbarism as world leaders gathered in Europe to discuss further sanctions against Moscow. Details in this report.
Russian missiles struck the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, on Sunday in the first such attack on the city in weeks. Up to 4 explosions rang out in the city centre in the early hours of the morning. Buildings smouldered and the streets were covered in debris. Ukraine's police chief Ihor Klimenko said at least 5 people had been wounded. Authorities said several people were trapped in the rubble of destroyed buildings. Footage shared by Ukraine's Ministry of Emergency showed a 7-year-old girl being carried out of a damaged building on a stretcher. Kyiv's mayor Vitaly Klitschko said the child's mother was still stuck under the rubble.
We listen to the voices under the crash, and we know the couple of people inside.
The renewed strikes on Kyiv come as world leaders from G7 countries gather in Europe to discuss further sanctions against Moscow. The Western alliance supporting Kyiv has been starting to show signs of strain as leaders fret about the growing economic cost, including surging food and energy prices. Life had been returning to normal in Kyiv after fierce resistance held off Russian advances in the early phase of the war. There had been no major strikes since the start of June. Russia's defense ministry said on Sunday that it had hit training centers in the Ukrainian regions of Chernihiv, Zhytomyr and Lviv, an apparent reference to strikes reported by Ukraine on Saturday. There was no immediate comment about Sunday's strikes on Kyiv. It released video showing missiles being launched. Reuters was not able to independently verify the footage. Russia denies targeting civilians and says it targets military infrastructure. Ukraine and the West accuse Russian forces of war crimes in a conflict that has killed thousands, sent millions fleeing from Ukraine, and destroyed cities.
Now, Vladimir Putin will visit two small former Soviet states in Central Asia this week in what would be the Russian leader's first known trip abroad since ordering the invasion of Ukraine. A Kremlin correspondent of the Rossiya's one-state television station said Putin would visit Tajikistan and Turkmenistan and then meet Indonesian President Joko Widodo for talks in Moscow. Pope Francis has urged Ecuador's government and indigenous leaders to abandon violent and extreme positions after the two sides met for the first formal talks since mass protests began 2 weeks ago and President Guillermo Laso's security measures. The sometime violent demonstrations in Ecuador, which broke out on June the 13th, driven by indigenous calls for lower fuel and food prices, among other demands, have led to at least 6 civilian deaths and multiple attacks on security forces. The protests have worsened Laso's already adversarial relationship with the National Assembly, where lawmakers have blocked his major economic proposals as he has struggled to contain rising violence he blames on drug gangs. Up next in News Now, pension assets rise to 14.2 trillion naira. And that's in business news after the short break. Stay with us.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
And in business news, the World Bank has requested an adjustment in the exchange rate of investors and exporters window in Nigeria. According to the World Bank, there is need to adjust the current rate to reflect market dynamics, considering the current rate of exchange and the rising demand for dollars. An adjustment is likely to send the cost of exchange in the United States currency in Naira up, further weakening the Naira legal tender across the forex market. The World Bank gave the suggestion in its report titled Nigeria Development Update June 2022, the continuing urgency of business unusual. The international creditor advises the CBN to implement the adjustment gradually. The federal government has said it's working on training 1 million software developers in Nigeria in the next 18 months. To achieve this target, the government is calling for support of major stakeholders across the sectors of the economy. The Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, Professor Isa Ali Pentami, disclosed this while delivering his keynote address at a one-day virtual workshop organized by the Nigerian Software Testing Qualification Board. The minister says training and certifying more Nigerians as software testers have become imperative with the increasing integration of softwares into every sphere of human life and the need for a secured system. The total asset under the contributory pension scheme rose to 14.2 trillion naira in May, according to figures from the National Pension Commission. This was contained in the National Pension Commission's latest report. The funds, which ended December 31st, 2021 at 13.42 trillion naira, rose to 13.61 trillion naira and 13.76 trillion naira as of the end of January and February 2022. It rose to 13.88 trillion naira by the end of March and 14.06 trillion naira in April, according to data. The data showed that 8.8 trillion naira of the total funds was invested in federal government securities, comprising bonds and treasury bills. Other investment portfolios where the funds were invested include domestic and foreign ordinary shares, corporate debt securities. PENCOM also disclosed that the total number of workers with retirement savings account rose slightly to 9.67 million naira by the end of May from 9.529 million naira at the end of December 2021. President Muhammadu Buhari has approved and released $100 million as a take-up grant for Presidential Power Initiative. The $100 million was part of the $200 million approved by the President for the program, as the balance alongside additional would come on a later date. The PPI is an initiative of the federal government conceived during a meeting between Nigeria's president and German Chancellor Angela Merkel on August 31st, 2018. It was conceived as a three-phase initiative to rehabilitate and expand Nigeria's electricity grid through improved generation, transmission, and distribution. The latest figures from the Zimbabwe National Statistics Agency show that the country's annual inflation rate reached 191% in June. The Southern African nation already suffers from sanctions that have exacerbated that pre-existing economic crisis. Since the start of Russian-Ukraine conflict, Zimbabwe's inflation rate shot up from 66% to more than 130% in May. In 2 months, it increased again to verge on 200%. The same month, according to the finance minister, in 2008 to 2009, hyperinflation reached 500 billion%, according to the International Monetary Fund, and ravaged the country. At the time, 100 trillion Zimbabwean dollar banknotes were not enough to buy basic groceries. President Biden and his counterparts in the Group of 7 nations are announcing a ban on new import of Russian gold. This is an attempt to further isolate the country from financial markets and punish Russian President Vladimir Putin for the invasion of Ukraine. The ban on gold imports, which could amount to a penalty of tens of billions of dollars, appeared to be the primary new economic sanction to be imposed on Russia out of the summit. Administration officials declined to comment on whether other punitive steps would be taken. And that's it on Business News. Many thanks for watching. I am Messi Bokbo. Have a good evening. The news continues.
And away from business reports, let's now join our entertainment news desk for more stories.
Actor Yomi Black says it is unfair to criticize celebrities who are campaigning for politicians. In an interview, the actor said there are a lot of people involved in campaigning for a president, from those who print the posters to those who would post it, explaining that entertainers are just one segment of that team or process. Speaking on how the present administration has affected his life, the actor said the last 8 years of his life have been much tougher than he thought they would be. Controversial Nollywood actor Yul Edochie got social media buzzing after he shared video of his family's visit to his dad, Pete Edochie's home. Yul broke the internet on the 27th of April 2022 after sharing photos of his new baby, star DK Edochie, with his second wife, Judy Austin. In the video, a very cute grandfather-child moment was captured as Pete Edochie held his grandson. Ghanaian dancehall musician Charles Niama Mensah, who is popularly known as Shatta Wale, has for the upteenth time descended on the frontliners of the Ghana music industry. According to Shatta Wale, he has been unhappy with how affairs of the industries are handled in the music industry, especially when it comes to giving musicians things they really need to succeed in their careers. His latest rant was made on his verified social media handle on the popular social media platform Twitter, and in a post, he angrily stated that the Ghanaian music industry is a real disgrace to the world. And Johnny Depp is reportedly trying to settle an alleged assault case before it goes to court. Greg Rocky Brooks filed court documents back in 2018 in which he accused the actor of maliciously and forcefully punching him twice in the ribs on set of City of Lies. The case is scheduled to go up before the courts next month, but sources say Johnny's legal team have been deep in negotiations with the location manager's team up until late next week in a bid to settle the matter out of court. However, a deal has not yet been agreed. Marlon Brando paid for Rita Moreno to have an illegal abortion. The 91-year-old actress was pregnant back in the 1950s, which was years before the U.S. Supreme Court legalized abortion in 1973. She said Marlon found a doctor through some friends, paid him $500 as opposed to something in a back alley. The actress said Marlon took her to the hospital and she was told she had a disturbed pregnancy. She went on to say that the doctor didn't do anything really except making her bleed.
Away from all of that, the best in sports news is up next.
Rivers United were confirmed as champions of the 2021-22 Nigeria Professional Football League, finishing top of Nigeria's highest league for the first time in the club's history with 4 games left to play. This comes after second-place Plateau United suffered a 2-1 loss to Aqua United in Uyo, ending their hopes of winning the MPFL title. The defeat was Plateau's 5th consecutive away defeat this season. Aqua United took an early lead in the 12th minute from David Onovo's finish to Adam Yakubu's assist. 5 minutes after conceding, Plateau United blew up a chance from Andrew Kife to restore parity after he failed to connect with Haggai Kator's set piece. Frankie de Jong is reportedly edging closer to leaving Barcelona for Manchester United. Man United are aiming to complete the deal for the midfielder by Thursday. The report adds that United are close to agreeing a fee in the region of £68 million for the Netherlands international, who is Erik ten Hag's top summer target. Ten Hag and De Jong know each other well from their time working together at Ajax, and the compatriots now look set to be reunited at Old Trafford. How much De Jong actually wants to leave Camp Nou for Manchester is currently unclear, but it seems Barca are keen to cash in before the start of the 2022-23 campaign. De Jong recently told reporters that while he felt flattered by Man United's request, he was at the biggest club in the world at the moment and he feels fine there. Gareth Bale published a video on Saturday on social media to announce his arrival at Major League Soccer club Los Angeles FC. Bale posted a video of himself wearing the team's jersey and cap along with the message. The 32-year-old signed for Real Madrid from Tottenham Hotspur in 2013, scoring 106 goals in 258 appearances for the world's most decorated soccer club. The Welshman will be best remembered for scoring twice, including a stunning overhead kick in the 2018 Champions League final against Liverpool, and also netting a superb winner against Barcelona in the 2014 Copa del Rey final. Despite his fine collection of titles, 3 La Liga triumphs and 5 Champions League crowns, Bale's time at Real was marred by injuries. Novak Djokovic and Rafael Nadal headlined the title chase at Wimbledon, where 8-time champion Roger Federer, the world's top 2 players, and cherished ranking points will all be missing. Djokovic is bidding for his 7th title at the All England club to move level with US great Pete Sampras. Nadal, fresh from a 14th French Open victory and a record-extending 22nd major, is halfway to the first men's calendar Grand Slam in more than half a century. The season's 3rd Slam tournament has already made political waves even before the first ball is served on Monday.
In sports news, wraps it for us on the news tonight. Just before we go, the main news again. Governor Matawali has directed residents to obtain guns for self-defense. At least 22 young people have been found dead in South African nightclub as police probe cause. And Russia has stepped up missile strikes in Ukraine as G7 leaders gather. And that's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Justin. Many thanks for watching, and do have yourselves a wonderful week ahead. Bye for now.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on PlusTvAfrica, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet.